45305. Night of Broken Souls by Thomas F. Monteleone. Copyright 1997 by Tall Shadows Limited. Read by Chuck Benson.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. After a patient tells psychiatrist J. Michael Keating about her recurring nightmares of Nazi death camps, Keating discovers that people around the world are having the same dreams. He probes the mystery and uncovers an unworldly conspiracy to resurrect the Holocaust. Strong language, violence, and descriptions of sex. 1997. From the book jacket. As the millennium turns grim, innocents are being slaughtered, not because of who they are, but because of what they dream. Author of the acclaimed thrillers The Resurrectionist and The Blood of the Lamb, award winner Thomas F. Monteleone returns to his astonishing, unique vision of the third millennium's coming wonders and horrors. Now ethnic terrorism and high-tech stealth merge with uncanny powers of miracle, myth, nameless forces, and unparalleled evils in The Night of Broken Souls. Psychiatrist J. Michael Keating is at work in his plush Manhattan office when a young stranger, Allison Enders, bursts wild-eyed into the room, ready to kill herself rather than endure her recurring nightmares. Keating saves his unexpected patient and soon discovers that the Enders case is not unique. Around the world, all kinds of people, cabbies, homemakers, even a CIA agent, are suffering from blackouts and nearly identical vivid nightmares. All their dreams feature concentration camps and the same sadistic psychopath, a man known only as Der kleine Engel, the little angel. Keating is appalled and determined to find the nightmare's terrifying connection to the Holocaust. Keating is even more shocked when an FBI agent tells him that the dreamers are being systematically, horribly murdered. Together with an Orthodox rabbi and Agent Brad Stevenson, Keating plunges into the mystery. Incredibly, the broken souls of the 6 million are returning, trying once again, desperately, to be heard, because somehow the little angel is back. Could it be possible that one of history's monsters is bridging the chasm from eternal death? And if so, how many more may follow in his blood-stained path? About the author. Thomas F. Monteleone is the author of 20 acclaimed novels and editor of the award-winning Borderlands anthology series. Mr. Monteleone and his family live in Grantham, New Hampshire. This one is for a special night in a Fells Point restaurant, the night man discovered fire, and for the woman who gave it to him. Take care, Elizabeth. Acknowledgments. Writing this book was only part of the process that gets it into print and into your hands. Other people had jobs to do, and I'd like to thank them for performing them so well. And so, heartfelt thanks to Matt Bialer at the William Morris Agency for believing in me. And grateful appreciation to Wayne Chang and Betsy Mitchell at Warner Books for all the suggestions along the way that made this story be as good as it could be. The conviction that life has a purpose is rooted in every fiber of man. It is a property of the human substance. Primo Levi, Survival in Auschwitz. Part 1. False Dawn, Spring 1999. 1. Rodney McGuire, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Where am I? The question ghosted through Rodney's mind, gradually bringing him back to self-awareness and scaring him deeply. His sense of balance was precarious as he stood in the darkness. It was as though he'd been yanked from a deep sleep. A cold wind tried to slip past the pulled-up collar of his jacket. A distant street lamp cast everything in pale yellows. Looking from side to side, he saw that he was standing on someone's snow-covered property alongside a split-level suburban home. Directly in front of him was a window with its shade only half drawn, and through which Rodney could see a family of white people seated at the dinner table. "Oh, Lord, what am I doing here?" Dad, a man in his late 30s, sat at one end, flanked by two pre-adolescent boys and a teenaged girl. Mom swept in from the kitchen carrying a serving tray of roast beef. The tableau was so achingly typical he could have been watching a generic commercial for any number of household products. As he continued standing there, growing ever colder, he watched the family bow their heads for the briefest of prayers before beginning to eat. There was absolutely nothing remarkable about the scene. And yet an incredible compulsion gripped him. Rodney knew he should be watching this family intently, observing every nuance of their expressions, gestures, habits, as though he were trying to absorb the total experience of this unnamed family, as though some force had chained him like a slave to this spot. Suddenly a wave of emotion shocked through him. Like a blast of radiation, he felt a horrible sadness penetrate him, all the feelings of loss and incompleteness, of bitter despondency at things never dreamed, never to be accomplished. It was such an overwhelming flood of emotion, as though he'd opened an unknown hatch, releasing a torrent of grief and pain that would surely carry him away in its terrible tidal grip. A soft kiss of new snow began to fall, and he blinked the flakes from his eyelashes. Tears replaced the crystals, sending warm streaks down his face. He began to sob, but did not know why. And that scared him, too, because Rodney never let himself cry about anything. Time passed without notice as the family's dinner progressed. Rodney felt like a third party to the event, watching his other voyeur self and knowing there was something terribly wrong with what was happening, but having no control over himself. He knew he should get his black ass out of there, but he couldn't do it. Something was holding him to this place. Something about this family he was supposed to see. It was a totally bizarre scene, and one that became truly frightening the longer he thought about it. Was he going nuts? Was there some part of his mind that was somehow taking over the rest of him? What the hell was he doing here, spying on these people? Was he getting ready to hurt them, rob them, acting like some zombie in a bad movie? The idea of doing those things sent a shudder up his spine, and he felt suddenly disgusted for even thinking of such a thing. He was a hard-working man who'd never done anything wrong to anybody, but that fact didn't make things any better. Another scary thing was the neighborhood, because Rodney didn't recognize it, and him being a cab driver for 27 years, he figured he knew just about every street and every borough of New York. Unless he'd somehow ended up way out on Long Island somewhere, Nassau County, or even Suffolk. But how could that be? He had no memory of driving to this place, no memory of arriving. That was impossible, wasn't it? The only explanation gave him no comfort, that he was in the middle of a dream so real, so perfectly grounded in detail and sensation, that he couldn't tell the difference from his real life. He'd been in dreams like that before, and the way it always worked was that once he realized he was just dreaming, he could pull himself out of it, wake himself up, or even switch channels and start dreaming about something else. But he couldn't do it now. Something was very different here, very weird. Because this was no dream. He was really standing in the snow, feeling very sad and lonely and increasingly scared. That he couldn't remember getting there disturbed him, and he... "Okay, pal, why don't you just hold it right there?" The masculine voice was soft, almost whispered, but the words were delivered with force and confidence. In the sound-absorbing baffle of the falling snow, the voice seemed much louder than it probably was. It startled Rodney, and he turned quickly to his right, looking down the driveway that led from the house to the street. 20 feet away stood a uniformed policeman, holding his service revolver with both hands, arms outstretched, legs spread, and training the barrel at a point in the center of Rodney's chest. Behind the officer, his partner, gun also drawn, was running toward him with the wide, wary eyes that came with the job. Slowly raising his hands and turning to face the cops, Rodney did not expect such rough treatment as when the partner grabbed him and muscled him quickly into the snow, slapping handcuffs on him. Like a grim litany, he grumbled the Miranda phrase into Rodney's left ear, then yanked him up to his knees. "Now what the fuck you doing up at this window, nigger?" Rodney looked up to answer him. The cop was himself a black man, and so the slur took on an entirely different shade of meaning. I don't know. I was—" "He on something?" the first cop said, drawing close, leaning down to look at Rodney more closely. "Who knows?" The black cop pulled him up to his feet. "Get up, my man. We taking a ride down to Shadyside." As Rodney was led down the driveway to the waiting cruiser, the other officer knocked on the side door to the house. Rodney felt terribly embarrassed as the man from the dinner table appeared at the door. It was a weird feeling, as if the man should know him and would be shocked to see Rodney playing Peeping Tom. The notion lingered until the cop had hustled him down to the curb, where the patrol car awaited them. Its lights were off, but the street light and the reflective snow threw enough illumination across the door panel for Rodney to see something that didn't make any sense at all. If he'd already been confused and even scared that he'd somehow blacked out and couldn't remember a chunk of his life, now he figured he might be just plain stone crazy. The red and blue trimmed emblem on the door of the car read, "City of Pittsburgh Police Department." Pittsburgh? What the fuck was he doing in Pittsburgh? The cop opened the car's rear door, pushed down on Rodney's head to bend him low, and shoved him inside. "In you go, brother," he said. "Wait a second," said Rodney. "I need to ask you something." The cop looked at him with an expression of supremely weary tolerance. "What's that?" "Is this really Pittsburgh?" The black cop laughed. "Let me ask you something, Home. Is this really the planet Earth?" "No, you don't understand." Roughly, the cop pushed him into the car. "Get the fuck in that car, you goofy bastard." Slamming the door, the cop moved around to the driver's side and slid behind the wheel. Rodney was going to say something, but the officer grabbed his radio mic and rattled off the status of their call, that they'd apprehended a suspect and were planning to bring him in. Rodney only half listened to the smear of police buzzwords and code numbers. He was still trying to sort out the chaos that swirled around him like old newspapers in a midnight wind. The last thing he remembered was what? Was sitting in his cab on 56th Street at 6th Avenue. Right. He'd just dropped off a couple of tourists going to the Harley-Davidson. Yeah, just sitting there, writing down the fare in his log, and then that was it. Rodney couldn't remember a damned thing after that. It had been, maybe 2 in the afternoon, and here it was sometime after dark in another freakin' city hundreds of miles away. Ain't no way he drove a fare all the way out here and couldn't remember it. This was downright spooky. It made him think back to his 20s, when he was a big malt liquor and cheap rye man. He used to like to get so lathered up he had a hard time crawling into his cab at the end of a night of hard drinking and looking for pussy. But no matter how drunk he'd get, he never had what the real professionals used to call blackouts. In fact, he couldn't imagine being so drunk you didn't remember what you did for hours on end, and had always figured that anybody telling you that kind of stuff was dishing the bullshit. But something like that must have happened here, right? Only thing was, Rodney McGuire wasn't a drinker anymore. No way. Not after they cut off a piece of his liver at Mount Sinai 15 years ago and told him if he kept straining that cheap-assed rye through what was left of it, there wouldn't be any liver left for the next operation. And that would be time for the old lights out. So what was happening here? No drinking and no lumps on his head. Ain't nobody whacked him and threw him in a truck heading west on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. So how come? The second cop interrupted his thought when he opened the shotgun door and jumped in. "Everything's cool with the guy in the house," he said. "How's it going with their friend back there?" The black cop chuckled. "A real space cadet." "Junkie?" The second cop looked back at Rodney. "Nah, I think we got ourselves a funny farmer," said the driver. slipping the cruiser into gear and hitting the accelerator. But hey, let them worry about that down at Central. All we got to do is collect the garbage, not dispose of it, right, partner? Both cops laughed as the cruiser hurtled down a snowy residential street called Beacon Avenue. Rodney noticed the name on the sign at the first intersection they crossed. Force of habit, part of the job, all that jazz. The cops started bantering about a basketball game between Pitt and Seton Hall, leaving Rodney to face the grim facts. He wanted to tell them it was thoroughly impossible for him to be in Pittsburgh, that he had no idea how he'd gotten here. He wanted them to realize how scared as hell he was, but he knew there was no talking to these lunks. Pittsburgh. The idea refused to take hold in him. He had to be dreaming. And yet the cold steel of the handcuffs around his wrists was as real as any illusion could ever wish to be. Rodney watched the neighborhoods drift past him, all covered in a white shroud, equal parts snow and moonlight. For a moment he was transported to his childhood in Raleigh, North Carolina, when his Uncle Shorty would come by his mama's house every Christmas time in his farm truck. He would take all the kids for a ride through the neighborhoods where all the white people lived so they could see all the fancy houses all trimmed with pretty lights. Man, that seemed like so long ago. Rodney rocked back and forth as the driver whipped the car around corners and through back lanes until it emerged on Elmer Street. The car turned left, and Rodney saw the precinct house looming off to the right. When they pulled into a space on the back lot, the white guy finished filling out a report on a clipboard while he whistled Ruby Tuesday. Then they took him through the back doors, down some steps, to a bullpen of desks and phones and old Selectric typewriters. Everything was painted in dull dark greens and browns. After breaking off his cuffs, they sat him down in front of a young guy in a crisp white shirt and a fashionably colorful tie with matching suspenders. He looked more like a Wall Street trainee than a detective. "This guy's a peeper," said the black cop. "Picked him up in Squirrel Hill." Officer Shirt and Tie nodded. The white cop dropped his report next to the typewriter. "Here's the skinny. Okay, Sarge?" Another nod. "Okay. See you, John." Then he looked at Rodney. "I'm Sergeant Nimitz. I'm going to need some information, okay?" "Listen," said Rodney, "this isn't what you think." "It never is." Nimitz smiled wearily, placed his hands on the keys of the old IBM. "Name and address?" "Rodney McGuire, 68 East 28th Street, Brooklyn, New York." Sergeant Nimitz looked up. "What are you doing in Pittsburgh?" Rodney wanted to scream out that he had no fucking idea what he was doing here, but he exhaled slowly, forcing himself to speak in a soft, controlled voice. "Listen, Sergeant, that's just it. I don't know what I'm doing here." Before the cop could say anything, Rodney launched into a quick summation of his plight. He spoke rapidly but clearly. He tried to use vocabulary that would distinguish him as smart guy rather than some jive asshole. He tried to capture the weirdness and spookiness of the sensation as quickly as he could. "And I'm telling you, that's the truth," he said in summation. "It was like I'm sitting in the cab, then I blink my eyes, and bang, I'm standing outside this dude's window watching everybody get ready to eat supper." Nimitz ran a hand through his carefully trimmed hair and grinned. "I have to give you a lot of style points, Mr. McGuire. I don't hear that story every day." "Look, man," said Rodney as he pulled out his wallet, threw his medallion card and driver ID on the desk. "You see that card? I've been a cabbie for almost 30 goddamn years. I ain't no B&E man, and I sure as hell ain't no peepin' Tom." "Then what were you doing at the Goldbergs' house? Says here you were looking in their window." "That's right, I was, but I don't know why. Aren't you listening to me?" "You ever had any, psychological problems? Ever been hospitalized?" Rodney tried to smile, to act as normal as possible. "Look, Sergeant, I understand you asking me a question like that. I know I sound like a nut, but believe me, I ain't no nut. Everything happened just like I told you. You can check my record, man. I ain't never even been jaywalking. You've got to believe me." The sergeant stopped typing and paused to look at Rodney a little more closely. The cop was obviously young and educated. He spoke well, and he had manners. "If Mr. Goldberg, that's the man you were looking at through his window, if he doesn't want to press charges, I don't have to believe you." "What do you mean?" "It means I can just let you go." Something relaxed in Rodney's gut. "When you gonna hear from Mr. Goldberg?" Sergeant Nimitz shrugged. "You want me to call him?" "I would really appreciate it." Rodney leaned back in his chair and began rocking ever so slightly to release some nervous energy. Nimitz keyed in a number, identified himself when Goldberg picked up. He explained the man's options to him, then added the following. "I've been talking to the suspect, Mr. Goldberg, and I think there's been some mistake. The man's a driver from New York City who was sent to pick up a client on Beacon. He got the houses mixed up in the snow." Pause. Then, "Yes, sir. Mr. Goldberg, I think that's a good idea." "Thank you, sir. Yes, it's my feeling, too." Nimitz exchanged goodbyes, hung up the phone. He looked at Rodney for a moment before speaking. "No charges." Rodney leaned forward. "You just lied for me, Sergeant. Why?" Nimitz tilted his head. "Because for some goofy reason I believe you. At least I believe you believe yourself. I get a, shall we say, variety of human types coming through here, and it doesn't take long to figure out who the real people are." "Thanks, man," said Rodney, a genuine smile breaking on his face. "I don't know how to—" Nimitz had his hand up. "Wait a second. You're not out of the woods yet. I have to make sure what you say about your record is true. If you have a clean sheet, I'll sign off on this thing. But I want you to do me a favor." "Name it." Rodney moved to the edge of his seat, gathered up his belongings from the desktop. "I want you to just tell your story to our shrink, Dr. Hanover." "Man, I told you, I ain't no nut." Nimitz held up his hand again, like a traffic cop. "Hey, give me a break here. I didn't say you were. I just want her to refer you to someone in New York, just in case you have any more problems, and you want to talk to somebody about it." Easing back into his chair, Rodney nodded slowly. Yeah, that made sense, and it wasn't anything threatening. Nothing anybody would ever know about. "Okay, I can dig it. Sorry, Sergeant." "That's all right," he said, getting up. "You can wait here. I'm going upstairs and see if your sheet came in off the network. Also see if Dr. Hanover's still here." "Kinda late, ain't it?" "Hey," said Nimitz with a smile, "this is a big city. We pay a lot of overtime." Rodney nodded and watched the cop leave the big room. Everything looked like it was going to be cool. For a while there he was thinking he'd have to call his oldest daughter, Dahlia, and tell her to scare up some bail money. She was an assistant professor of music at Howard University in Washington, D.C., and he was very proud of her. But he winced when he imagined what she would think when she found out he'd been arrested for looking in white people's windows. Nothing like this had ever happened to him, and he wasn't at all comfortable with the whole police scene. He was lucky he'd caught a sympathetic guy like this Sergeant Nimitz here, instead of some racist numbhead. Rodney felt better, but that didn't explain the basic reason he was here in the first place. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. How in God's name had he gotten here without knowing how he did it? And why did he go look in that family's window? Maybe he did need to talk to a witch doctor. Maybe he was running into some early sign of Alzheimer's. That would be just fine, wouldn't it? Or maybe... "Okay, Mr. McGuire," said Sergeant Nimitz, walking back to his desk with a curled-up sheet from an old fax machine. "Your record is just like you said it would be. If everybody was like you, I'd be out of a job." Rodney grinned and shook his head. "You don't have to order my harpin' wings just yet." "Dr. Hanover's still here, by the way," said the sergeant. "She said you can come up to her office whenever you're ready." The forensic psychiatrist assigned to the Shady Side precinct was a woman in her mid-30s with ash-blonde hair and a long, horsey face. She reminded Rodney of the people in the British royal family, the same basic facial features, Not exactly homely, but certainly not what he'd call an attractive woman. The clothes she wore didn't help much either. Ugly brown suit with a black mock turtle blouse made her look real drab. But Rodney had been around long enough to know that some women just wanted to look unattractive to men. "I've read the officer's report and some notes from Sergeant Nimitz," she said in a pleasant voice, in stark contrast to her appearance. "Would you like to tell me about the experience in your own words?" Rodney nodded, repeated his story, slowly and clearly. He tried to choose words that would make him sound as intelligent as possible. He hoped that by going over everything, it would make it more real, less scary, more explainable. Dr. Hanover nodded as he wrapped up his tale. She sat behind a beat-up desk, triangled into the corner of the small room. There were no pictures on the walls. The room was featureless, other than a single window opposite the door. It was a grim little place, and he would have hated to have to work in such a cramped space all the time. Then she asked him the required questions about drugs and alcohol, history of seizures, blackouts, mental illness, etc., and he said no to all of them. "What about dreams?" she said. "Are you having any strange dreams?" Rodney paused to think about exactly what he did dream about, and had a hard time recalling any details about any of them. He told her that. She nodded. "As we grow older and our lives become more complex, many of us remember very little of our dreams. That's very normal." "Glad to hear that," said Rodney, "but I was hoping you could give me some idea what happened to me." She shrugged. "There's a semi-trance state of mind called hypnagogia," said Dr. Hanover, "but usually it occurs with the subject lying on his or her back and for short periods of time." The word made Rodney think of something else. "What about being hypnotized? Could that last guy in my cab have, put me in a trance?" She smiled primly, as though following a stage direction. "It's possible, I suppose, but we must ask the question, why?" She had him on that one. He sighed. "It just doesn't make sense." The doctor looked at her watch, nodded, scribbled down a few lines on a memo pad, then handed the top page to Rodney. "Here's the name of a colleague of mine. He's a very respected therapist in Manhattan. I met him at a conference where he was presenting a chapter from his latest book." "Thanks," he said, holding it delicately. "I'll tell him about you, what happened here tonight, and that you might call him if you have any more trouble, any more experiences you can't explain." "So you don't think I'm crazy, do you, Doc?" The question leaped from his mouth. He'd been dying to ask it, and when she didn't act like she was going to volunteer the information, he just knew he had to let it out. She smiled another of her controlled little smiles. "No, Mr. McGuire, of course you're not. Your record indicates you've been a very stable, productive person all your life. There's no reason to believe things are any different now." "That's good to know," he said evenly. "Don't lose that paper," she said. "Just call my friend if you feel a need to talk to someone like me, or if anything like this ever happens again." Rodney nodded, put the sheet in his shirt pocket. Standing up, he paused awkwardly for a moment, then reached out to shake her hand. He felt silly doing it, but she responded as though it were just fine. They looked at each for a moment. Then he said something else that had been on his mind. "I guess I have to start figuring out how to get back home. How far is the airport from here?" "It's not too far. I'll see if Sergeant Nimitz can get you a ride." She walked to the door and ushered him out of the shabby office. Rodney thanked her again, followed her downstairs to the lobby that led to the bullpen area. He waited patiently for someone to tell him about the airport, and absently pulled out the piece of paper she'd given him. An impulse was telling him to throw it in the trash, but another part of him was screaming to hang on to it. He looked at it closely for the first time, hoping he'd never have to talk to this guy. Printed in very neat block letters was the name, address, and phone number of J. Michael Keating, M.D. 2. Martha Pasek, Baltimore, Maryland. The rain had just about let up when Martha got off the bus at the corner of Park Heights Avenue and Ford's Lane. It had been such a cold rain all day, she couldn't figure out how it hadn't turned to sleet or maybe snow. Didn't matter because she'd thought to bring her umbrella and wear the duck boots her son John had gotten her from that L.L. Bean store catalog last Christmas. She was plenty dry, and besides, it wasn't but a few blocks' walk to her little duplex, the house she'd lived in since the day she'd been married 27 years ago. Her son kept bugging her to move out of the old neighborhood that was becoming disfigured with graffiti, litter, and the spreading stain of crime. But it was the only home she'd ever had, and Martha knew that leaving it was going to take a lot of effort, especially if she had to find new homes for all her little kiddies. Right now, she didn't want to face that kind of sadness. Every day, since Gus had died and she'd taken the cleaning job at the Baltimore Sun Building downtown, she'd been taking the number 15 bus to and from work. The job had been the best thing in the world for her, yes sirree. Her schedule allowed her to get home by 4 in the afternoon, just the right time, after the kids got out of school and before the rush hour traffic. She walked along with an easy stride, feeling good despite the dreary weather because it was Friday, and that meant a weekend of cable TV and bingo games at the volunteer fire hall. As she walked along the sidewalk on Ford's Lane, she noticed the first few groups of Orthodox Jews leaving their modest homes and apartments to walk to evening services at their synagogues. Hard to not notice them. They weren't tough to pick out because all the men wore the same black coats and hats, and many of them sported beards and long curly sideburns. The women wore muted colors, long dresses, and their hair long and unstyled under scarves and hats. To Martha, the Jews were a familiar and welcome sight. They had been a large part of the neighborhood for more than 100 years, and they showed every intention of remaining, even though the area had been changing for the worse. Drug dealers, teenage gangs, both black and white, and homeless drifters were becoming more frequent elements on the corners of the side streets, and it worried her more and more. Maybe John was right. Maybe she would have to move out one of these days. It bothered her, but not the Orthodox Jews. They just went about their business like the quiet, respectful people they'd always been. They had a solid, earnest way of living their lives, and they bothered absolutely no one. But people did like to bother them. All her life, Martha had heard her friends and neighbors talk about the kikes and the dirty Jews or the Jew bastards, but she could never understand why they were despised by so many people. No Jew had personally ever done anything bad to her. Sure, they kept to themselves, ate funny foods, and they certainly went out of their way to look different from everybody else, but none of that was so awful, was it? She especially couldn't fault people for what they looked like. Just the other day, she passed a big plate-glass window and caught a glimpse of herself walking down the sidewalk. What a shock! She looked like a dumpy, dough-faced bag lady, aging far more rapidly than her 51 years should have allowed. How could she go for days and weeks at a time and not take the time to really get a good look at herself? She pondered that for a moment, then struggled to get her thoughts back on track. What was it she'd been thinking about? Oh, yes, those Jewish people. Martha had never figured it out. What was so terrible about the Jews? And if truth be known, she'd always found their ways to be kind of, well, fascinating to her. And she'd had a long-time curiosity about what the insides of their churches, only they called them shuls or synagogues, looked like, and things like that. Often, growing up, she'd wondered what it would have been like to go out with one of those Jewish boys with their little skull caps on the back of their heads. Smiling at the memory from her youth, she was surprised to hear the crying of a child from somewhere up ahead. It sounded like it was coming from the alley behind a row of apartments at the next corner. Leave it alone. The thought lighted through her in bright neon red. Just keep walking. The crying grew louder, although she could now hear that it was punctuated by rough laughter. "Don't hurt him," said a small voice, a little girl's. Suddenly, Martha was running as fast as her 51-year-old legs would allow. She didn't recall ever making a conscious decision. She'd just started running to the corner and down the alleyway. The figures at the far end of the narrow lane must have been startled by the sight of her fire-plugged body filling the alley, racing toward them, because they stopped their business and stared blankly at her, with expressions mixed of surprise and stupidity. There were two of them, both tall and gangly, all arms and legs, it seemed. Wearing baggy Army surplus fatigue jackets and black sweatpants and identically shaved heads, they looked like members of a gang. Cowered in front of them were two children, a boy of perhaps 12 wearing an oversized black fedora and a black topcoat, and a girl with long brown hair and a long baggy dress who could not be more than 8 years old. The boy's face hung slack, spattered with blood from the blows he'd already taken, and his eyes were rolled back into his skull. One of the punks was holding him up by the collar of his topcoat like a battered marionette, while the other one had been pounding him. The little girl continued to scream. Martha snapshotted this entire scene in an instant as she ran toward them. The two thugs stared at her with fascination and humor, as though they welcomed the distraction of a bow-legged bag lady wading into their midst. "Hey, dig the old hag," said one of them. They snickered and spit viciously. "Come on, Mama, let's see what you got." The taller of the two squared his shoulders and faced Martha head-on. The other one dropped the little Orthodox Jewish boy into a heap, ready to meet the unlikely challenge of a crazy old woman. The little girl continued to scream for help, even as she noticed the old woman rushing toward her. Smoothly, as though she'd practiced it hundreds of times, Martha reached up to close her umbrella as she ran. In perfect syncopation with her running stride, its folds collapsed to form a steel-tipped weapon. She held it in both hands like a short pike and ran harder. What was she doing? The thought whispered through her, not in warning, but more like the question of an outside observer. She'd never done anything like this in her life. It was as if some other person or force directed her, pushed her on. Although she was only vaguely aware of it, the sensation was immensely exciting, almost pleasurable, as though something had suddenly sparked into life in her, and now it burned with a raw, powerful flame. Now everything moved with such ease, such smoothness. Martha felt so alive. The closest of the two punks hunched over as he faced her and held out his arms as though he would catch her in a wide bear hug. He threw back his bald head and started to laugh at her as she homed in on him. What happened next was so quick it passed in an eye blink, yet Martha would never forget it. Every detail would play in her memory under the slow, careful eye of a slow-motion camera. She screamed at her target, so loudly that the sound almost scared her as well, and lunged forward so hard she left her feet. The sudden sound and motion shocked the punk. He remained immobile, his mouth still open. Still airborne, Martha collided against the youth's chest, but not before she had thrust the point of her umbrella upward violently, as hard as she could. The punk's arms surrounded her, but fell limply away as they both hurtled backward into the alley. For an instant, her enemy's body convulsed beneath her, his motorcycle boots tapping out an arrhythmic beat upon the gravel and asphalt. Half stunned by the impact, Martha pushed away from him before he could grab her. But as she tried to get up, still holding her umbrella, she found it hard to move, because its point was jammed through the roof of the punk's mouth up into the mush that functioned as his brain. His eyes bulged open as though they'd try to escape the force that had intruded into his skull space. Surprisingly, little blood leaked from his mouth, but Martha was familiar with the slack, empty slate of his ugly face. She'd seen it when Gus fell out of his lazy boy while watching the Orioles, and his heart had seized up like an old truck engine. The skinhead was dead, and Martha Pasek had killed him. Turning toward his friend, she smiled. "You're next, Sonny," she said. "Man, fuck you, lady," said the remaining punk. Without thinking, Martha rose up out of her crouch and lunged for him. She loosed another Valkyrie scream that so unnerved her prey he started running. With a savage thrust, he pushed past the Jewish boy and his sister and cleared the length of the alley in long, shaky strides. As the enemy left them, Martha could feel the rage draining out of her. She felt exhausted, beaten up. The two children both stood there, taking in everything with a kind of solemn acceptance, a grim understanding of terrible Old Testament vengeance revisited. "Are you all right?" asked Martha as she bent down to regard the little girl, whose face was still stained with drying tears. Martha offered her a hug, but did not push the issue. "Yes," said the little girl, collapsing into Martha's arms. "Who are you?" said the boy, wiping the blood from his face on the dark sleeve of his coat. "How did you do that?" I'm not sure," said Martha, trying to collect herself. Her whole body was trembling, and her thoughts were getting jumbled as she began to realize what had happened, what she had done. There was no way she could have done such a thing, but she knew she had. What was going on? "I want to go home," said the little girl. "Will you take us?" "Of course I will, sweetie," said Martha, feeling a wave of nausea pass through her. Her knees felt weak, but she knew she must be strong for these children. Walking slowly with the girl and her brother, they exited the alley and made their way to a little row home on the next block. Their mother greeted them silently, as though she already understood the evil they had endured. Martha tried to explain, but the woman stopped her. "It would be better if you speak to my husband," she said. "He's gone to the evening service. He will be back." Martha nodded, held up her hand. "That's okay, ma'am, but in the meantime, I think I'd better call the police. Can I use your phone?" The woman looked at her oddly. "It's almost sundown," she said. Martha didn't get what she was talking about. "So? You are not Jewish?" asked the woman. Martha shook her head. "No, I'm a Methodist." "I am sorry," said the woman, pointing to the phone on the wall. "Please, it is there. I am sorry I was being so presumptuous." Martha nodded, reached for the phone. Several hours later, she was still at the city precinct station south of Rogers Avenue. The officer who'd arrived at the scene was a young black man named Jimson. He'd been very nice, very careful to be mannerly and speak softly. When the ambulance finally left the alley with the boy she'd killed, he drove her to the precinct to fill out what he'd called routine reports, even though Martha couldn't imagine a 51-year-old lady killing a street punk ever being routine. They sat at his desk as he finished typing up his report, after which he'd promised to drive her home. Finally, he looked up from the page in the roller and nodded. "Is there anything else you can think of, Mrs. Pasek?" he said softly. "Anything else you want to tell me?" She was ready to say no, but she paused to take a deep breath, exhale. "I've never acted like that in my life," she said finally. "Never." "I kind of figured that," said Jimson. "So what made things different tonight?" She shook her head. She was tired and hungry, and she was starting to feel confused, frightened. "You're not going to do anything to me, are you?" Jimson gestured at the sheet in his typewriter. "Says here, self-defense, Mrs. Pasek. You were a victim defending yourself and those kids. That's the way it's going down. Nobody wants to put you in jail, ma'am." She continued to shake her head, wondering what she could say to make the policeman understand what had happened. "It's like something came alive inside me," she said finally. "I heard that little girl screaming, and it was like I'd heard it before, a long time ago." Yes, she thought softly, listening to what she was saying as though someone else was doing the talking. That's exactly what it was like. Only this time I wouldn't just try to ignore it. Her voice had attained an urgency and a sharp edge. This time I knew I had to do something about it. Jimson picked up a paper clip, started rotating it through his fingers as he leaned closer, listened a little more intently. "What do you mean, this time? You seen these creeps beating on the kids before?" "No, not at all. That's not what I meant." Martha shook her head, chuckled to herself. "I'm sorry, but I'm not sure what I mean. It's like I have this memory in my head that somebody was doing something terrible to a little girl, and I didn't do anything to stop them." "When did this happen, Mrs. Pasek?" Tears suddenly escaped her eyes, hot, salty, big, heavy tears. "I don't know," she said, trying to hold back the sobs. God help me, I don't know. But I feel terrible. I feel so guilty." "You didn't do anything wrong, ma'am," said the policeman. "You're a hero. You saved those children from God knows what." "No, I mean before. From when I can't remember. Oh, God, if I could just remember what this is all about, I'd be okay." The officer produced a box of Kleenex from an adjoining desk, offered her one. "Here, take it easy," he said softly. "Do you understand what I mean?" she said. "Do you see why it's important to me?" "It'll come to you," said Officer Jimson. "Sometimes we work things out in our dreams." That night, as Martha lay in her bed, she could hear the policeman's words still hanging around in her head like the last guest at a party who won't go home. She wanted to believe him, that maybe he was right, and when she fell off to sleep, everything would come clear and make more sense. Ever since she'd hurt that boy, she'd been having a funny feeling in her head and in her whole body, like something just wasn't right, but she had no idea what it could be. Martha had figured it would be hard to fall asleep tonight, but for different reasons. She had never hurt anybody like she'd hurt that boy today. She hadn't hurt him, she had to remind herself. She'd killed him, plain and simple. And she'd imagined she would have the willies about it for a long time. If anything was going to keep her up, it was going to be that one single memory. Over and over in her head, how she crashed into that ugly boy, the point of her umbrella going through his head like one of them rocket shuttles jumping into space. But every time she thought about it, every time she let herself go through what happened in slow and careful detail, it never seemed to really bother her. In fact, and this was something she could never admit to anybody, especially that nice young black policeman, she actually liked what it felt like to spike that young monster the way she did. Every time she remembered seeing his eyes almost pop out of his lumpy head like a pair of hard-boiled eggs, it made her feel good. She didn't know if that was anything to feel proud of, but she really didn't care. No, it wasn't killing that street punk that kept her awake. It was something more basic, more primal. She kept hearing the words of the policeman when he'd been talking about her dreams. People's dreams were a way of working things out, he'd said, or something close to that. Dreams. Martha hadn't remembered her dreams in what seemed like a lifetime, but here she was, afraid to fall asleep. Call it woman's intuition or whatever, but she had a feeling that cop might be right, and that scared her. 3. J. Michael Keating, M.D., Manhattan, New York. When his patient stood up and headed for the door, Dr. J. Michael Keating had no idea that the next hour of his life would change him, and possibly the world, forever. Such are the oddities of chance, and something Carl Jung termed synchronicity. "See you later, Doc. Thanks a lot." Michael nodded. "We'll see you next week, Mr. Hobart," he said, then returned his attention to the papers on his desk. The door closed softly, sealing him within the warm confines of his office. Although not as inviting and comfortable as the bookshelf-lined study in his home, the room provided an atmosphere where he could get plenty of work and uninterrupted thinking done. Checking his watch, Michael was relieved to see his open hour had, like Yeats' Apocalypse, come round at last. He found himself looking more and more forward to this break in his daily routine, and knew it was a sign of burnout. And why not? After almost 20 years in the head-shrinking business, he believed he'd heard just about every variation on every theme of human suffering. His cyclopedic knowledge of the journal literature and his photographic memory allowed him to review hundreds, even thousands, of psychiatric cases in his mind. Whenever he listened to the anguished confessions of a new patient, he was automatically sifting through the case histories for appropriate responses and treatment. Sadly, the whole experience had started to feel like a drill, a memorized routine he could perform regardless of the tune called by the patient. Michael shrugged to himself, leaned back in his chair, and looked at a glass antique case where he'd arranged a variety of artifacts he'd found on archaeological digs all over Manhattan. Michael had joined the Amsterdam Museum Archaeological Society about 10 years ago and was firmly hooked on the buried mysteries beneath New York. He helped uncover Dutch catacombs, Indian burial chambers, and even lost sections of the subway system. If he could leave the psychiatric profession, he would have more time for the museum work, and more time to pursue great literature. Maybe it was time to plan an early retirement, he thought, as he reached for his copy of Italo Calvino's As a Man Grows Older. The Mondadori paperback was in the original Italian, a gift from an appreciative patient, and he was reading it slowly, enjoying the story in its original form, so that he might savor every nuance, every poetic rhythm of the author's style. One of the major Romance languages, Italian was grounded in Latin, which he'd been forced to study in his 4 years at a Jesuit prep school. Back then he'd hated it, but as he passed through college and professional school, he realized what a treasure he'd been given. Latin had been the key that unlocked all the other knowledge. It had turned Michael into a lover of language and had forged one of his favorite pastimes, reading great writers in their original words. He smiled as he thumbed for his place in the thick book. Calvino was such a powerful writer, he made Michael envious and wished that he could be such a fine stylist. And even though he admitted it to no one, he secretly wished he had been able to make writing a profession. It seemed like everybody wanted to be a writer and thought they had the right stuff to pull it off. At least Michael had enough objectivity to know he would have to be satisfied doing it vicariously. He smiled as he hunched over his desk, favorite fountain pen in hand, to begin a new page in Calvino's book. But he did not get very far. His intercom buzzed, and the voice of Pamela Robbins, his receptionist, whispered professionally to him, "Excuse me, Dr. Keating, but we have a patient out here who would like to see you." Michael was surprised by the intrusion. "What are you talking about? We don't have anybody scheduled, do we? What's going on?" Doctor, I'm sorry, but could I see you for a moment?" Michael detected a conflux of emotions in Pamela's voice. He knew it was not like her to ever interrupt his private hour. Something must be very wrong. "Yes, of course," he said quickly into the intercom. "Please come in." The door opened and closed quickly as Pamela entered the room. Wearing a beige wool suit, she looked crisply tailored and very professional. Her dark hair was cut in a medium length, styled in the latest fashion. Removing her glasses, she looked at Michael with an expression of concern. "I'm sorry, Doctor, but I don't know what to do." "What's going on? What's the matter with you?" "A woman just came into the office," said Pamela, "saying she had to talk to someone or she was going to—" "Go crazy?" Michael grinned and shook his head. "Yeah, I've heard that one before." Pamela gave him a look born of 10 years' familiarity and of friendship that transcended her station as employee. It was a look women give men who have acted like jackasses. She was obviously unhappy by his not-so-clever interruption. Michael gestured for her to continue. "Before she did something regrettable," said Pamela, "like killing herself." "Come on, Pamela," he said, smiling. "We've heard this stuff before. They never mean it. They're just looking for attention, and we give it to them." "She means it," said Pamela, unconsciously straightening the lapels of her suit. "Really? How do you know?" "Because she's sitting out there with a gun in her mouth." Her words slapped him with an icy sting. "Jesus Christ," he said in a whisper. "What are we going to do?" said Pamela. "Should I call the police?" Michael felt his stomach begin to sink. He loathed the idea of guns, of violence, and although they terrified him, he knew he couldn't let the fear control him. All his life he'd been proud to know that he'd always controlled his fate. Fear never lets you do that. Fear was indeed the mind-killer. "No, no police. Not yet." "Doctor." He moved around to the front of his desk, ran a hand through his still dark, wavy hair. He straightened the knot of his Brioni tie and drew a deep breath. "You tell me there's a woman out in my waiting room," he said, "and she's so very upset she wants to kill herself. She told you she wants my help, Pamela, not the police. If she wanted the police, she would be sitting in their waiting room with a gun in her mouth." "So what should I do?" Pamela looked at him in a way he had never seen before. Fear defined her expression, but there was more, a suggestion she was willing to do whatever he wanted. "Stay here in my office," he said. "I'll leave the intercom on. If you think things are getting out of control, you can call the police from my phone. Fair enough?" Pamela nodded, tried to swallow, and did a bad job of it. He rolled his shoulders, adjusting his suit jacket and shooting his cuffs. Best to look presentable, professional. Without another word, he walked to the door, opened it slowly to reveal a woman sitting on one of the mauve ottomans. For far too long, Michael stood mute and rigid in the doorway, staring at her. At her gun, actually. Heavy and so black it looked blue. It looked too big in her small, pale hands. Its thick barrel rested on her lower lip, giving her a grim, not at all seductive pout. "Hello," he said softly. "My name is Dr. Keating. I understand you wanted to talk to me." Slowly the gun eased away from her mouth as she rested it across her lap. Michael did not feel very secure, but as long as the weapon pointed away from him and her, he would be able to carry on the semblance of normality. "I'm sorry to act like this, but—" "You're feeling very alone, very desperate," said Michael, as he chanced taking another step into the room, then slowly closing the door to his office behind him. "Yes," she said, "that's right. How could you know?" He shrugged, trying to smile as disarmingly as possible. "It's my job to understand how my patients are feeling." "Is that what I am? Your patient?" "Only if you want to be." Michael moved slowly to Pamela's desk, leaned against the edge casually. His outstretched hand rested next to the intercom, where he easily touched its on button. "How did you know to come here?" "You mean, did I get a referral?" She chuckled darkly. Michael shrugged. "No, my dentist is in this building, that's all. I've seen your name on the directory downstairs." She looked at him sadly. "All right," he said, waiting for her to proceed at her own pace. "I need help," said the woman, attempting to hold back tears. "It's perfectly all right to need help. Everyone does at some point in their lives." "Really?" Michael nodded as he studied her, tried to get a handle on what kind of person she might be. She appeared to be in her mid-30s, wearing a Mets baseball jacket over jeans and a white sweatshirt that read Carpe Diem. Her hair hung from her head in thick clumps, unwashed for many days. Her eyes had sunken into her skull, accentuated by dark circles of fatigue. Obviously lacking sleep and nutrition, the woman looked far older than whatever her true age might be. Her shoes were trendy, purple and white athletic shoes, expensive, but poorly made, and the choice of the masses easily duped by TV advertising. It was difficult to assess her intelligence or socio-economic situation because she presented him with mixed signals. A former girlfriend had once advised Michael that he could always tell the status of a person by checking out their shoes, and to his surprise he'd discovered over the years she'd been correct. But the woman sitting before him was an enigma. The shoes said one thing, but the sweatshirt with the Latin aphorism spoke of a different person. "Can you help me?" "Of course, but we have to get a few things out of the way first," he said. "Like what?" "Like telling me your name and that gun." She looked at him with an expression of equal parts relief and embarrassment. "I feel so stupid. I'm so sorry. My name is Allison Enders." Michael nodded. "It is very good to meet you, Allison. Now, what about our friend, Mr. Gunn?" Gingerly, carefully, she lifted the weapon off her lap and placed it on the adjoining ottoman. Michael felt all the muscles in his back and neck suddenly unclench. A throbbing ache pierced him through the shoulder blades, but it was a welcome pain, signaling his body's gradual retreat from on-the-edge tension. "That's fine, Allison. Very good," he said. For an instant, Michael felt everything locking up in his mind. No thoughts would come. Nothing. Empty. The woman was looking at him expectantly, the first twinges of hope illuminating her eyes. "Yes," she said. "Why don't we come into my office?" he said, and the words slipped free of him like bubbles from a child's toy. Finally, automatically. And if you'd like to tell me anything, you can do it there." Allison Enders nodded and slowly stood up, smoothing out her jacket, touching her hair, as though aware of her clothes and general appearance for the first time. "Yes," she said softly, breathing deeply and trying to gain some composure. "That would be just fine." Michael opened the door to his office, held it for her as would any gentleman. She took several steps toward him, then stopped, as confusion ghosted across her features. "Is something wrong?" he said. "What about that?" said Allison, pointing to the revolver on the ottoman. Michael forced himself to smile as he glanced at the polished black thing of death. "Let's just leave it there for now, all right?" The woman nodded quickly, walked past him and into his office, where Pamela Robbins sat in a chair next to Michael's large and very modern slate-topped desk. She stood up instantly, but said nothing as she awaited instruction. "Everything is just fine, Miss Robbins," he said softly. "I'm going to spend a little time with Allison." Pamela moved to the door, but paused at the threshold. "Shall I contact your last 2 appointments?" she said. Michael forced another smile. "Yes, that'll be great. Thank you, Miss Robbins. Tell them we'll have to reschedule due to an emergency." Pamela flashed him an expression of concern, silently mouthed the words, "Be careful," and closed the door. After directing Allison Enders to the client's chair, Michael sat behind his desk, where the Italo Calvino novel still awaited him. He wondered when he would ever have the peace of mind to return to its lyric passages, then turned his attention to his newest patient. Carefully, he negotiated the minefield of her emotions and fears, easing into the session with a series of non-threatening questions. Slowly, a mosaic of information and a detailed portrait emerged. Ms. Allison Enders was 35 years old and employed as an audio technician on the daytime soaps at the ABC TV studios west of Central Park. She had no children and no other relatives living in the city. She lived alone on the Lower West Side, currently separated from her husband, who owned and operated a cafe in the village. She'd been trying to make it on her own for almost 18 months, but things had been getting progressively worse for her, psychologically rather than economically. Michael found himself mildly intrigued with her desperation. What had driven her to think about using that gun? The weapon her estranged husband had insisted she keep for protection in her small, vulnerable apartment. Was there a mistress driving her crazy? Unlikely. Her husband's overt care for her welfare indicated he still had feelings for her. The pressures of urban living? A reluctance to start a family? No. Something obviously more intense. Whatever it was, Michael would probe a bit deeper, asking the most subtle of questions, until enough layers fell away to reveal the burning core. "Do you still love your husband?" "Very much. I need him so much right now, but that's part of the problem. I can't go to him like this. He's had enough of my craziness. He can't handle it." Michael nodded. "Do you believe he loves you?" Allison began playing with strands of her hair and nodded without hesitation. "Yes, I know he does. He wants to be with me, but I've pushed him away. I made our life together too crazy for anybody to put up with it, but he did for about a year after they started." Leaning forward, Michael steepled his hands on his desk blotter. "After what started, Miss Enders?" She refocused on him, as though suddenly aware he was in the room and listening to her. "Oh, the dreams. Didn't I tell you about the dreams?" Michael shook his head ever so slightly, gently. "No, but you can tell me now, if you'd like." The idea of doing this instantly changed her demeanor. Where she had begun to grow relatively calm and in control, she began to become more animated, as though uncomfortable with her clothes, her seat, her hair. "I want to tell you," she said after a pause. "I know I have to tell you. That's why I came here. I know that." Michael said nothing. Allison Enders was obviously a fairly intelligent and capable person. For her to have been driven to the edge of the abyss suggested that larger forces were at work, forces beyond her control or understanding. She was intriguing him. There was something as yet indefinable about her case history that raised warning flags. With an intuitive power honed from experience, he sensed something special about her, something that warranted cancellation of previous appointments and staring down the barrel of a Colt revolver. "The dreams, Allison," he said softly. "It's okay. You may tell me whatever you like. Take as long as you like." She drew a deep breath, exhaled, and tried to remain unmoving as she prepared to speak. "It's hard to know how to start." "That's okay. Take your time. Relax. All right, let's see. A little more than 3 years ago. I remember because the O.J. Simpson case was on TV all the time, is when I started having these dreams, on a kind of regular basis. Actually, they started 3 or 4 years before then, but not very often. Once in 6 months, maybe. And it's the same dream. Well, not really, but it's like this one huge dream, and I keep dropping in and out of it, like a movie that's always running." Michael nodded, leaned back in his chair as Allison Enders continued. "The first time was very weird. I'm a little girl seated at a table with lots of people who are probably my family. Things don't look very modern, old world, someplace in Europe. The furniture is old and heavy-looking. There is lace and doilies. It appears to be sundown, and the windows are open. Outside we can hear the sound of crowds and sirens, even cracking and popping sounds that I know are guns going off. I try to get up from the table to look out to see what is going on, and the man at the end of the table, who I just know is my father, puts out his hand and says, 'No, Sarah, get away from there. Sit down.' He is speaking to me in a foreign language, but I understand what he is saying perfectly. And then I am eating from a bowl of soup with a piece of black bread in my hand. The noises from outside our window are getting louder, and it sounds like whatever all the people are doing, they are doing it right downstairs, right on the street below. The noises are bad. Even though I am a little girl, I know the sounds are bad. Down the table from me sits an old woman, my grandmother, and next to her a little boy I know is my brother, and he starts to cry. He is very small as he sits in a high chair made of wood. I feel tears on my own cheeks. They are so hot it surprises me. My father tells me not to cry, that everything will be all right, and that's when there is a horrible pounding at the front door. So loud, so hard, I am afraid the whole door will fall in. I watch my father as he carefully lays his linen napkin on the table, stands, and adjusts his tie and collar. He walks to the door and opens it, and suddenly there is more noise, and people are screaming, moving quickly all around me." Allison paused, rubbed her mouth with the back of her hand. She had been speaking in a far-away voice, so eerie in its gentle power to conjure up images of such stunning clarity. Until she trailed off, Michael had been totally and utterly placed with the little dream girl and her family. Allison looked at him blankly, compelling him to speak. "Is that it?" he said in a whisper. "Does it end there?" "No, I'm sorry. I was just trying to stop thinking about it, to put it away. But I can't," she said. "And no, it doesn't. It doesn't end there. That's just the first dream, the first time I entered this whole world. These people," he said, "they're not your real family, correct?" "Oh, no, of course not. But from the very first, I felt like I knew them maybe even better than my own parents, my sister." "And you have this dream often?" "Yes, it always starts here, always the same. And every night for the next few years, I would get farther into the story that was being told. It's gotten so I know every detail of so much of it." "You dream this every night?" "No, maybe once, or a couple of times a week." "Do you want to keep going?" he said, adding a small hand gesture of invitation. Allison almost smiled. "No, but I have to. The dream goes on, each night a little more, up to where it is now. When I dreamed a couple nights ago—" He glanced at his watch, surprised at how quickly the time was passing, and wondered how Pamela was regrouping from the earlier tension. No doubt this session would run past her quitting time, and she would be wanting to know what to do. Better to take care of it now, at this natural break, than to interrupt later at what might be some kind of crucial point. "Excuse, Miss Enders," he said, standing up. "I just remembered something. I have to take care of it right away, okay? Please remain comfortable. You're doing just fine." Her eyes widened, brightened. "Am I? God, I hope so." "Oh, yes, beautifully. I'll be right back, okay?" Michael exited the room, closed the door. "How's it going?" said Pamela, looking up from her monitor. "I've been so tempted to listen in." Michael looked at the ottoman, noticing the gun had disappeared. "It's in here," said Pamela, pointing to her upper right desk drawer. "How could you even touch that thing?" he said. Pamela shrugged. "My women's volleyball team. We have a self-defense class we all took last summer. They taught us how to handle guns." Michael pointed to his watch. "It's late. You can leave if you want." "What about you? Are you going to be all right? I can wait here for a while, read my book." There was something about the way she asked that question that made him wonder if she cared about him maybe a little too much. He'd never given her any indication they enjoyed anything more than a professional relationship, but lately Pamela had been letting small gestures and phrases slip, as though intended to send him subtle messages. "No, I'll be all right." She smiled, touched his arm. "You sure?" "Fine. I'll be fine." "All right, but don't forget, you have to be at the Manhattan Library Association dinner tonight, 8 o'clock. "Oh, Christ, I almost forgot. Maybe we should cancel?" Pamela shook her head as though she were his mother. "You did forget, and you can't cancel. You're one of the speakers." "All right, then. Let me get back to this poor woman," he said. "I'll see you on Monday. Call me if you need anything. And please, Doctor, be careful." Returning to his place behind the desk, he was pleased to see Allison patiently awaiting him. She appeared to be far more relaxed, more willing to jettison the terrible freight carried for so long. When he gestured for her to continue, she slipped back into the narrative with much less effort this time. "The door to our apartment explodes inward just as my father begins to turn the knob, like he's released a great pressure from a dam or a dike. But no water comes crashing into our home, only soldiers, Germans, Nazis, like they would never stop. One after the other, they flood into the small room, surrounding my father until he disappears, until we can see nothing but their gray and black uniforms. The soldiers are yelling out orders and looking very mean. I wonder why they are angry at me. For an instant, everyone stares in shock, in silence. Then a soldier moves quickly to our table where we are all still sitting. He grabs the lace tablecloth and yanks it roughly away from us. Dishes, serving trays, and glassware all goes crashing to the floor, and we are screaming in terror. The soldiers order us to get our things. They tell us we are leaving the apartment, being taken from the building. I feel myself being carried aloft by my mother, and she is crying, calling out for my father, whose name is Stefan. She calls out his name over and over. I see him being dragged from the room out into the hallway of the building by a soldier. As my father sees me, he cries out and tries to reach for me and my mother, but the soldier strikes my father with the back of his hand. When he falls to the floor, the other soldiers kick him with their heavy black boots." Allison paused, looking for a Kleenex, which Michael knew from experience to always keep nearby his patient's chair. She dabbed at her eyes, fought back a choking sob. "God, I feel so silly," she said. "It's just a dream. Why do I get like this?" "It's all right, Allison. Do not feel embarrassed. We don't have to continue if you don't want to. You can come back and see me another time." That seemed to surprise her a bit, judging from her expression, but she nodded silently, exhaled. "No, it's okay. I can go on." she said. Michael nodded, and she continued. Then everyone is moving, and I can't see what happens next to my father. Soldiers are yelling and pushing us around as we try to gather up some things into baskets and valises. There is more yelling and crying out in the hall, and I can hear children wailing. We are swept along roughly out of the wreckage that had been our home, down a hallway filled with more soldiers barking out orders. Schnell, schnell! And other people, neighbors. We are all pushed down narrow stairs to the street below. It is cold, and a wet wind reaches for us. When we get there, I see my father curled up on the street, where other soldiers are laughing at him as they kick him in the stomach and back. My mother cries out, tries to break away from the line we are in, and gets slapped across the face by a soldier. My grandmother sags to her knees and begins to wail. Another soldier tries to drag her to her feet, but she has gone completely limp. I watch as the soldier looks to one of his leaders, who nods his head. So fast, right in front of me, I watch him take out a pistol and place it roughly against my grandmother's head. I hear a sharp smack as part of the old woman's head flies apart, covering the street with a red mist. Everyone is so stunned, so scared, we do not make a sound. Even my father. He struggles to his knees and retches violently, then tries to stand up to join us. We watch as they drag my grandmother's body away from us and down the nearest alley. Then we are riding, endless riding. First in open army trucks, packed in with so many other people we can hardly move. An icy rain stings my face. Later we are at a train yard, where more soldiers take our bags and baskets and push us into train cars. My mother holds me the whole time, and I watch to see that my father, who is now holding my baby brother, stays with us. His face is so sad. I know I have never seen him so sad, and it scares me. I know that it scares me far more than the soldiers. The other people in the cars are crying and calling out for help, for mercy, but there is no one to help. And the soldiers, they have pushed so many of the people into our car that we cannot move our legs or arms. Older people can't breathe, and even though it's cold outside, the train cars get so hot with all the bodies pushed in there. People are peeing themselves, or worse. The smells and the heat make others either throw up or faint. It is so scary for me. Even though I am held high above the crush, I can feel my mother getting weak, swaying, even though there is no place she could fall. There seems to be a long time where there is just a burning hunger that chews at me from the inside out, and being so thirsty I can feel cracks in my lips. The whole world is just a tiny opening in the corner of the cattle car where the sky tries to seal us in with a piece of its gray slate. Days and nights go by as we stay like bundles of sticks all standing on end. Some of the people have died, but they still stand like the rest of us, slack jaws and hollow open eyes. There is no place for them to even fall down. I keep thinking of the old woman, my grandmother, and how she died so quickly, and how nobody seemed to care. I don't know if I feel like I really knew her. I'm not sure I really know anybody in this dream, but I just seem to know things about them. Finally the train stops. It is late in the day. The sky and the land are all kind of gray, like an old black and white movie. When the soldiers throw open the doors and the cold, damp air washes over everyone, it is like a summer day at the beach. People try to walk, but they are so stiff from not moving that everybody starts falling all over each other. The soldiers are angry about this, yelling for everyone to keep moving. I see a sign on the roof of one of the platforms where the boxcars are unloading, and even though I cannot really read it, I know that it says Oświęcim. Soldiers are everywhere, and as I am carried by my mother, she stumbles but keeps her footing. The air is filled with noise, crying, screaming, shouting, the rumble of gasoline engines and gunshots. I look up and down the train platforms and see nothing but thousands of people pouring from the trains. Some are pushed and driven into trucks and vans, while others are directed to walk along a road which follows the tracks. My mother is pushed into a group of women. They are all holding babies or small children in their arms or by their sides. I hear the panic in my mother's voice as she realizes we are being separated from my father and little baby brother. She sees him and begins yelling, "Stefan! Stefan!" But he can do nothing. I watch as he tries to signal to us as the group of men begins to march up the road to waiting trucks. When he raises his hand, a soldier takes notice of him and runs up to him angrily. My baby brother is yanked from my father's arm by the soldier, who holds the little boy up by his ankle in one hand while he pulls out his Luger with the other and shoots the baby through the chest. Tossing my brother's body into the mud, the soldier uses his pistol to crush my father's jaw, sending him reeling into the crowd of prisoners. He is swallowed up by the crowd as it moves along, and my mother and I never see him again. My mother is crying, sobbing, but trying to keep from wailing openly. We are in another truck now, filled with women and children. The trucks take us along winding roads through the forest, away from the town, until we get to a place that looks like a fortress of barbed wire fences and towers. We pass under a large set of doors, and above them is a strange sign. Arbeit macht frei. I know that this means work gives freedom, but I am confused and terrified by it. We are taken to long rows of low-roofed barracks, where a man wearing a white coat stands outside the doors waiting for us. Standing with him is a man wearing the stripes of a prisoner, but who is strutting among us and smiling. He has a single gold tooth that marks his smile as something odd and somehow frightening. Behind the barracks, there are brick buildings like warehouses and bunkers and factories with smokestacks that are pouring out black smoke. There are more soldiers forcing us out of the trucks where we stand in a huge crowd. There is barbed wire everywhere, and we are like farm animals in pens. They yell for us to take off our clothes, and many of the women begin crying. Some of them will not undress, and the soldiers either crush their heads with rifle butts, or they just shoot them with their little pistols. I can hear the soldiers laughing at us, and it is a sound that is suddenly terrifying. Twilight covers us as we finally stand naked and shivering, feeling the cold, leering stares of the soldiers as well as the bite of a gathering wind. Coldly, the officers turn from us and look in the direction of the man in the white coat and the smiling prisoner who is carrying a notebook and seems to be his assistant. According to the gestures of the man in white, some of the crowd is pulled off to a smaller line that winds off to the barracks. The rest of us receive less attention from the man I begin thinking of as a doctor, but his smiling prisoner friend never stops his leering attention and seems to delight in our debased nakedness. He tells us he is going to be our little angel, and I assume he will be watching over us, taking care of us. I am wrong. I watch as the women and children are herded into long lines that snake down into two buildings with double doors. There are smokestacks behind the buildings, filling the air with thick, greasy soot. It falls over us like a foul-smelling black snow. My mother hugs me, and I feel her naked breasts against me. She is warm and soft, and she is so beautiful to me. "I love you, Sarah," she says, "and believe it or not, God loves you too." I hold her so tightly it hurts my arms. As we get closer to the big double doors, I hear some of the women screaming as they try to run the other way. One woman pushes her little girl away from her and starts yelling at the soldiers that she has no kids, that she doesn't belong here. The soldiers think this is funny. They are all laughing and smiling as one of them picks the little girl whose mother is trying to get away from her. The soldier tells her to hold her, that everything will be just fine. And the woman begins to cry, pulling the girl to her. I watch as the soldier shoots both of them with one bullet. It goes right through the little girl and into her mother. The big doors open, and my mother carries me into a room that is big and dim and empty. There are pipes running along the ceiling, no windows, no furniture. I hear the metal doors clang shut, and the muffled prayers of so many weeping women. "I will never be away from you, my angel," says my mother. I try to say something to her, but the darkness seems to get heavier, and the air gets very hot. My tongue begins to swell up, and my nose stings, and my eyes burn so badly they begin to bulge. My spit turns into paste, and my throat and lungs feel like they are catching fire. It feels like my chest has been split open with an axe, and fire pours in. Sparks of light sparkle in front of my eyes as red foam bubbles from my mother's mouth. She collapses and falls on me as the darkness and endless fire lace through me with 1,000 points of pain. My mother begins to shake, and I feel her whole body writhe and convulse over me. It is a violent, terrible dance of death. All around me I hear the bubbling screams of the dying, and then there is nothing left but darkness and pain stretching to the edge of forever. Michael only now realized he'd closed his eyes as he suddenly blinked them open to stare at the suddenly silent woman seated before him. He'd seen the look on her face before, that of a patient who had finally expelled all the poison, so totally emptied they could speak no more, could barely see or hear. There was nothing to do until Allison Enders recovered from the session. Gradually, slowly, she was pulling herself out of the void, the place where nothing remained but the empty husks of her dreams, the loosed cages of her fears. Her breathing had become more stable, and she had rubbed her eyes. Checking his watch, he could see he would be late for his benefit dinner. But did he really care? They would have no choice but to wait for him, or do without his words. He used the time to reflect upon Allison's session, and his first impression was the high degree of detail contained in her descriptions. Detail which added a layer of not only reality, but a hard-edged loathing, a palpable horror that lingered at the edges of his thoughts. Hers was no ordinary nightmare. He was also impressed with her command of the language, and wondered if she normally possessed such a range of vocabulary and lyrical expression. Somehow he doubted it. The average person in America employed a vocabulary of fewer than 400 words, while being familiar with the meaning of no more than 900. Michael shook his head and smiled ironically as he was reminded of the ancient Greeks with 4,000 words at their disposal. And we Americans think we're so civilized. There was something about her descriptions of the Nazis that touched him as had no other accounts. Allison spoke with such an exact knowledge of the events, but also with a naivete that was curious. She did not seem to know the soldiers' identity, their collective name, or at least the character in her dream did not know. The case of Allison Enders excited him. She represented a real, professional challenge. Instinctively, he knew this was no prosaic case of parental fumbling and the resultant familiar path of resentments, fears, and rejections. No, there was something substantive and dynamic at work. Maybe he was looking at a real case of multiple personality. Not necessarily the sensationalism of the well-known Bridey Murphy case, but maybe the chance to create a thoroughly detailed case study like The Three Faces of Eve. As strange as it might seem, Allison Enders might make him famous in his field. Appropriate to the drama of her entrance into his office, Allison's story had invaded him, and Michael could feel himself responding automatically. She was looking at him now, apparently relaxed enough to refocus her attention on the attendant reality of their session. He'd been letting his thoughts run freely, but now he knew he had to rein them in, take control of the encounter. Looking at her, he smiled gently. No teeth, just a friendly grin, but without the connotations of impishness. "How do you feel, Allison?" She raked her fingers through her hair, nodded. "Better, thank you. I feel a lot better." "Can you explain what you mean by better?" I don't think I'm afraid to go to sleep, afraid to dream like I was." "Is that why you came here in the first place?" "Yeah, I couldn't go back to sleep and go through that any more." "The end of the dream?" The end, yes, she said. It's only the last month or so that it's taken me that far. To the end, where you die, he said. There was no sense avoiding the core of the experience. Yes, where I die. Allison rubbed her mouth nervously, tried to get more comfortable in the chair. Go on, he said. I can't. It's too real, she said in a sudden outburst. I couldn't keep going through that, over and over, night after night. And you thought killing yourself was the only answer, but you didn't have the courage to go through with it. She nodded. But I wanted to. I really wanted to. Michael nodded, waited for her to go on. What's wrong with me? She said, sounding anxious. Am I crazy? No, he said, not at all. Can you help me? Yes, I think so. But you're going to find you'll be able to help yourself as well. I hope you're right. I can't keep going through this. She chuckled ironically. I drove Kevin nuts with it. He got so sick of holding me in the middle of the night, getting pulled out of a deep sleep by my screams, hearing the same story over and over. I need to ask you a few more questions, said Michael. Is that all right? Sure. Anything. You said it's the same dream each night? Allison nodded. Every time it would come to me, yes, and every time it would go a little farther, until now, and now it's at the end. The end, yes. And you feel that you experience death every time the dream comes? She nodded vigorously. It's horrible. You can't imagine it. Do you recognize what it is you are describing to me? Of course. It's the concentration camps, the Jews getting killed. You know, they call it the Holocaust. She answered him with a hint of anger. Does my question upset you? No, not really. It's just that I might have done a stupid thing, coming in here with that gun. But I'm not a stupid person. I read a lot. I like the Learning Channel and the Discovery Channel. Michael nodded. Perhaps I should have worded my question differently. The person you are in the dream, the little girl, she doesn't seem to know the historical facts, and so— How could she? Allison said in a rush. Sarah's just a little girl. They killed me when I was just a little girl. I understand, he said. Let's go on, shall we? Allison looked contrite. I'm sorry. Yes. Are you Jewish? No, my parents were Lutheran. I don't know what I am. Agnostic, I guess. Any Jewish relatives or close friends? She shrugged. No relatives. Quite a few of the people I work with are Jewish. In television. Why? Do you think you have any special interest in the Jewish faith or their culture? I'm not very religious, she said. And as far as the rest of it, about the culture, no. I grew up in a small town in Ohio. There were hardly any Jews in the whole town. I never even heard of kosher or Yiddish till I came to New York. Michael paused, watched her as she settled back into her chair. She was being truthful. It was revealed in her body language and her tone of voice. Why do you think this is happening to you? She shrugged. I don't know. Have you ever had elaborate dreams like this before? Dreams that repeat like this one? A history of nightmares? No, never. Just this one. Do you think this is just a dream, or do you think it could be something else? Allison looked at him sharply, and something flared behind her dark eyes. He knew he had probed into a sensitive area. It's not just a dream, she said in a very flat voice. What do you mean? How do you know? I think it's real. I think there really was a girl named Sarah, and she died, just like in this dream. Michael nodded. I see. And have you tried to check any of the details? The facts? What do you mean? Michael shrugged. Was there any detail in your dream that would tell us what city your little girl lived in, the year? I don't remember offhand. Michael tapped his pencil on the desk blotter. There's always hypnosis. He said as much to himself as to his patient. You can do that? Yes, Miss Enders. I use the technique frequently. Do you have any objections to being hypnotized? She shook her head. Not if it'll help. It may. We can schedule that for your next session. We'll try to get some more information so we can check the historical record, if there is one. Is that possible? Allison looked for an instant like the little girl that lurked in her dreams. There are databases and organizations we can check, yes, I think so. It's a good place to start. Absently, he glanced at the office window. Twilight had receded, lapping the shores of total nightfall. It was getting very late. Do you have any idea what all this means? Or why? Why it's happening to me? I have some initial thoughts, but we're not far enough along for me to offer them to you. Michael tried to smile gently again. We're going to have to try to gather more data, more information. It wouldn't be very smart to try to guess at what might be going on. What about my dreams? He looked at her, confused. What about them? Will they still come? That was a good question, and he had no idea what to tell her. The very act of unloading the entire story, the secret, as it were, might have been enough to quell the maddening repetition, or it may have only been the beginning of a new set of problems. It's too early to tell, said Michael. We'll have to wait and see. I think I can do it. Good, he said. That's good to hear you say that. Allison stood up and tried to smile. It's so late. I should go, she said. I know I've kept you. It's no big deal, he said, standing in respect and also to stretch his own legs. How can I pay you for what you've done? She reached for her purse. And I know I messed up your schedule. Miss Enders, please. She suddenly burst into tears. I'm so sorry. It's just hitting me. What a terrible person I was to just break in here. God, I'm sorry for what I've done to you. Michael walked around the desk, put his arms around her. How he hated dealing with women who wouldn't stop with their weeping. It was the single most difficult part of his job, and a task he'd never seemed to learn how to do well. No matter what he said, it was never the correct response, and always seemed to launch women into a new round of tears. Allison, listen to me, honestly. You haven't done anything wrong. I just want you to know how sorry I am. Just relax now, he said, stepping back from her. He took her hands in his. I want you to call my assistant, Miss Robbins. Call her Monday and make another appointment. I'll see you as often as you'd like, until we get to the bottom of your problem, okay? But I'm not sure I can afford this sort of thing. I was just so lost. Don't worry about the cost, he said. I have plenty of patients who can afford to pay me. Your case interests me, enough for me to want to work with you at no charge. Allison looked at him with naked surprise. You're not kidding, are you? Not at all. I'm usually a very serious man. Oh, thank you, Dr. Keating. Thank you. You're welcome, he said, smiling. Thank you, she said again as she retreated toward the door. Promise to call me if you have trouble tonight. I promise. Good night, Miss Enders. I look forward to our next session. She nodded and left the room. Slowly he followed her to the threshold of his office, watched her exit the reception room, the door click-locking behind her. It was only then that he realized she'd left that damned gun in Pamela's desk. Fine. A problem for his receptionist to deal with, not him. A glance at the wall clock confirmed the hunger gnawing at him. It was late, and he'd now be a tardy arrival to the benefit dinner. But he realized he didn't care. Today had been a good day. The tragic and strange Miss Allison Enders had forced her way into his life and made him realize why he'd originally found psychiatry so intriguing, so much of a challenge to the human spirit and imagination. Walking to his private washroom, Michael looked at himself in the mirror and grinned his trademark grin. His face remained uncreased despite the stress of his profession, the laws of gravity, and time. His complexion was clear and gave him a healthy, vibrant aspect. His hair was still mostly dark, matching his eyes, and women still found him attractive. Surprisingly, he'd discovered that the older he became, the more women seemed to be intrigued with him. And he wasn't stupid enough to discount his financial stability as well as his associations with people of true power and influence. All these things were of interest and import to women of substance. But after one disastrous marriage, he'd been in no hurry to find another woman for supposedly the rest of his life. As long as he had his books and music and pastimes like baseball and the archaeology group, he'd convinced himself he was a happy man. As he locked up the office and walked to the elevators, he kept replaying Allison Ender's dream, a running tableau of hard-edged images that detailed the terrible death of a little girl more than half a century past. Michael's instincts were often uncannily correct, and he had a very definite feeling about this afternoon's entire encounter. There was more to the experience than was first apparent. This he knew in his gut. As he left his building and watched for an available cab on Riverside, he decided he would pursue the source of Allison Ender's night terrors. 4. Morris Littlejohn, Bath, England. Maury knew it was going to be a bad day from the moment he woke up. For starters, he'd had one bugger of a bad dream, and even though he could never remember his dreams, he knew he'd been sweating up his bedclothes for a reason. Must have been one hell of a bloody nightmare. Good, then, that he'd never remember the sod. Then, half asleep, he shambled to the loo and jammed his big toe on the threshold. He wanted to shriek out his pain, but bent low, clamped one hand over his mouth and the other over his throbbing digit. It would just make things worse to wake up Maggie. Jaw muscles gradually relaxing, he stood at the window waiting for the pain to dull down. Outside, the streets of his quiet neighborhood of Larkhall were still awash in the dun colors of night. A man wearing a cap stood just beyond the pool of light from a street lamp, and Maury could just barely see his shape edging out of the shadows. The man seemed to be just standing there, looking up at the square of light that defined his bathroom window. Now what would anybody be doing out there at this hour? Thought Maury, as he reached for some tooth powder and his brush. When he looked back out the window, the figure near the street light had vanished. He rubbed his eyes, massaged his temples, and looked at his ruddy face in the mirror. Thank bloody Christ he wasn't waking up with one of those paralyzing migraines again. Sometimes, when he knew he'd been having a bad dream, he'd come up from the dead, dark nothingness of sleep with a headache that felt like somebody'd left a hatchet half buried in his skull. Talk about starting off the day on a bad patch. He washed up and shaved mechanically as he'd done every morning for the last 19 years, working all that time with Bigston Riley van lines. As he buttoned up his company coveralls, he reflected on the one real job he'd had as an adult, something he found himself doing more and more as he grew ever older. Almost 40 years old, and he was nothing more than a moving man. He told people he was a driver, because that could cover any number of sins, but driving the company's lorry was only a small part of the job. The majority of his days were consumed with lugging and lifting, grunting and huffing, easing and muscling, furniture and office fixtures. His company specialized in the difficult jobs, so that meant lots of pianos and safes and custom-made conference tables, as well as all the usual rubbish people can't bring themselves to toss when they move from one wretched little warren to another. 40 years old, and Morris Littlejohn wondered what the rest of his life was going to be like. At more than 6 feet and 220 pounds, he had strapping good size and strength. But for how much longer? How long could he continue to put his body under all that stress and punishing bulwark? What had he been thinking when he'd seen older men on his truck being told they no longer had a job because they were no longer strong enough, no longer young enough? And when would it happen to him? How many good years left? He shook his head as he left his little terraced house and eased his bulk behind the wheel of his little escort. One of these days he was going to need another car, and then what? With Maggie losing her job at W.H. Smith, things would be tight until she could find something to put a few extra quid in the till. The old escort was going to have to hang on for a little while longer. His mind on the pressing facts of working-class life, he hit the A4 and followed it through the center of Bath. Maury had driven this route so many times he could probably do it in his bloody sleep. He suddenly came to full attention in the middle of the city, just about at the point where the A4 changed its name from the London Road to the Lower Bristol Road. How had he driven so far without even realizing it? Scary stuff, that. As he drove west past the British rail station, he continued to think about his future. He and Maggie'd never had the money for kids, and she was complaining that soon she'd be too old to have 'em without asking for problems. Kids. Just what he needed to keep him awake at night and put new pressure on a budget that was already buckling under. And what about when they were 10 or 15 years old? And he was on the wrong side of 50, and Bigston Riley was fixing to tell him to hang up his overalls. What then? Oh, he'd be in a fine mess, he would. Nothing like looking forward to going on the dole at a time when some people were planning to retire to a quiet cottage in the Cotswolds. Fine mess he'd be in, for sure. He stopped at a transport cafe off Castor Road for some tea and a couple of bangers and rolls. The waitress was a skinny young girl with an earring in her nose and very bad teeth. She smiled at him for the morning regular he was, and prepared a plate of his usual order. Smiling, he slid her several pounds, scooped up his change, and walked slowly to a booth by the window overlooking the main road. Bath was half as much a tourist town as anything, and in the winter months there just weren't that many people out and about. Traffic was light, other than the occasional early-rising working stiffs like himself. Back when he was right out of secondary school, his father had wanted him to learn a trade. The Littlejohns had been a long, proud line of tradesmen. Morris's grandfather had been his town's last cooper, making barrels for the local brewery. His father had labored as a first-class machinist for Wessex Tool and Die, and it had been expected that Morris would select a trade and begin his apprenticeship. But he'd buggered them up, hadn't he? Maury had it in his muddled head that he wanted to be a rock star. Guitars and drugs and plenty of birds. The next David Bowie or Elton John, at least, although he'd really wanted to be the one to take the throne from King Mick. And so he took a succession of dreary jobs while he wrote his music and his tunes and played in Gramps' garage with his mates. Like so many thousands before him, his band never got beyond the wedding and club circuit. Never got the look or the nod from the right record scout. 8 bleeding years he toughed it out before finally listening to what everybody was telling him. And by then he'd already been driving for Bigston Riley a few years, and he met himself the girl he was going to marry, and, well, it was time to start earning a living, right? The bangers slid down his throat without giving up the slightest whit of taste. He'd been eating the same breakfast at the same place for so long, his taste buds had long ago given up being on the alert. He knew his life was heading for a collision with a brick wall, and if it wasn't already too late, he was going to have to find something important and meaningful to do with the rest of his days. Maybe he would take a weekend and... His thoughts locked up on him like an engine losing its oil pan as he saw the man come into the cafe. Tall, with an angular face, and the cap he'd seen on the figure near the street lamp. The man's broad shoulders filled his black leather jacket, muscular thighs swelled his jeans. He moved with a stealthy, confident grace as he approached the counter. Maury couldn't stop looking at this stranger, this intruder upon the humdrum of his life. The man didn't even glance in Maury's direction as he walked to a table with his tray of tea and sausage rolls. The man sat down and pulled from his pocket a paperback book by James Herbert. Nobody else seemed to notice the newcomer, but Maury found himself growing outright uncomfortable, even a touch frightened by the other man's presence. But why? What was going on here? Maury had no reason to feel this way, no reason to fear this man. Odds on him being the same character who'd been lurking across the street from his house were practically nil, weren't they? Just your bleeding imagination getting away from you, it was. Regardless, Maury felt an overwhelming urge to dash down the rest of his hot tea and get off to the warehouse early. And so, a couple of anxious swallows later, he was out the door and stuffing himself into the escort's ill-designed driver's seat. Keying the ignition, he chanced to look toward the window of the shop. The engine caught, and his foot slipped off the clutch, making the car hitch up and reverse and die. Maury hadn't been paying attention because there, through the window, dark eyes burning through the glass, the stranger was staring at him. Christ, he thought, as he struggled to get the car moving. Just get out of here. Don't let the bastard see you freaking out. Good plan, that, but the escort wasn't in the mood. Once stalled, it just sat there while he almost twisted off the key in its slot. The starter continued to grind and the car wouldn't budge. Maury had looked away from the window, trying to appear disinterested, casual even, but the stalled car seemed to be screaming for attention. Everyone had to be watching him by now. Just a peek, he thought. Just a quick cut of his eyes toward the angular man in the cap. He had to know. Then suddenly the little car's engine kicked in, belching and farting white smoke. As Maury slipped it back into gear and clutched into reverse, he scanned the cafe with a quick glance to the side. The man's gaze had him targeted like a turkey in a gun sight. Get the bloody hell out of here! The thought hammered out its urgent message, and the car lurched forward, bucking and hitching its way back onto Manvers Road. What an embarrassment! How daft he must have looked to everyone back there, especially the stranger, the newcomer, the shadow man. The image would not leave him as he pushed down on the accelerator, and the escort finally smoothed out as it picked up speed along the still dark, tree-lined roadway. His headlights burned a path for him, and automatically he negotiated the turns along the lower Bristol Road that led to the van-lined central warehouse near the banks of the Avon. His thoughts, meanwhile, centered on the weird encounters of his morning so far. Coincidence, that's all it was. There was nothing to any of it. The man in the black leather was watching him because his motor car was acting like a stubborn mule in the car park. To make anything more of it was to make Maury sound like some crazy paranoid, the likes of which were calling into Radio 4 all the time, to talk about crop circles and witches' covens in their villages. Load of rubbish is all. He kept going over these basic concepts until he reached the warehouse and went into the foreman's shack to get his papers for the day. "Mornin', Moore," said Ollie McGill, his foreman. McGill had been with the company 40 years and looked it. Fat, bald, and red gin blotches on his face, fighting for space with all the liver spots. "How's it, Ollie?" said Maury, reaching for his clipboard hanging from a nail on the wall over McGill's filthy desk. "Can't complain. In early, eh?" "A little, I suppose." Only 4 sets of invoices were pinioned to his board, and that usually meant long pulls between pickups and drop-offs. The first stop was in Trowbridge, and then a drop-off in Millcourt, a village just north of Salisbury. After that it was a long haul north to Swindon, then back to the south for a small job in Chippenham. As he'd imagined, it would be a long day, certain to pick up a few extra bob in overtime. "Your crew's not in yet," said Ollie, chewing on the stub of cigar he rarely lit. Last year his doc told him he was getting those white nodules on the inside of his lower lip that can turn into tumors. Since then, Ollie just kind of chewed and moistened his cigars, then sucked the juice out of them a little at a time. It wasn't pretty to look at, and it didn't sound any better either. "Who's running with me today?" said Maury, not really caring, but preferring a hollow chat with McGill to thinking about some weirdo watching him through the bathroom window. "Freddie and the Duke." Maury nodded, but inwardly he was smiling enthusiastically. All the drivers wanted the Duke on their lorry. He was a big West Indian who didn't talk much and had the strength of any 2 other men. Maybe it wasn't going to be such a bad day after all. Grabbing up the morning express, Maury went down to the dock and climbed up into his cab, reading the doings of the world until his crew arrived, and trying to keep his mind off the guy in the leather jacket. "Christ, that was a tussle, wasn't it?" said Freddie as he bounced along in the lorry's passenger seat. He gestured with his thumb back toward the enclosed van, where the Duke sat in stony silence. "Good thing we had the big cricket player with us, eh?" "You always say that," said Maury, watching the oncoming traffic squeeze them as he hauled their full load along the winding A road. "Guess I do," said Freddie, a young man still in his 20s, who didn't seem to have a dream or an ambition in his head, other than to pick up his pay and spend the weekend in the clubs looking for some skirt. He was gazing absently out his window to the north. Going right by old Stonehenge, are we?" "I suspect," said Maury, idly watching the road ahead. He was not much interested in the rolling countryside of the Salisbury Plain. "Getting hungry," said Freddie as he tapped Morris's elbow. "Let's stop in the next village and find a pub. I could go for a pint of Newcastle." Maury checked his watch. "You want to eat before we pitch this stuff?" "Why not?" Freddie shrugged. Why not, indeed, thought Maury. It was close enough to lunch to knock off for a spell. The pickup at Trowbridge had taken most of the morning, as he'd figured, so it was about time for a break. He swung the lorry and their heavy load into the next village, a little burg called Hedgeton, parking the big brown and orange van on the central street. "Did you see a pub round here?" asked Freddie as he walked to the back of the van to spring the latch and set free the Duke. But Maury wasn't hearing any of it. He'd just dropped down to the paving when he noticed a low-slung sedan behind them glide up the central street, then turn left onto a side street. The driver was only visible for an instant, but that was all Maury had needed. The man in the cap, black leather jacket, the cafe man, whatever he wanted to call him. The bastard was following him, stalking him. What the hell was going on here? "You gonna let that big monkey out of his cage, or what?" said Freddie, with a silly grin on his long, pale face. "What's that?" said Maury, as a knot of anxiety twisted up in his bowels. "Christ, mate, what gives? You look like some bugger knocked the wind out of your sails. You okay?" Maury struggled to get his thoughts together. It was him. What's he doing here? "I said you gonna let the Duke out, or what?" "Oh, right. Of course I am," said Maury, knocking back the latch and throwing up the van's sliding panel. The big West Indian man was crouched at the edge, surrounded by stacked-up office furniture. He gave them one of his usual big-as-piano-keys smiles. "What is it we're doing, man?" he said, as he jumped down to the street. Maury must have been still staring blankly at the now empty side street behind them, because suddenly Freddie tapped his shoulder, and he wheeled quickly on him, uttering a startled, "Huh?" "Hey, mate, what's with you all of a sudden?" "You look like you seen a Jimmy Jam, man." The Duke chuckled at his own little joke. I don't know what I seen," said Maury. They were both looking at him queer-like, and he figured it best to try to push it off. No sense getting them into it. Besides, they'd probably think he was slipping his tether. "Somebody was a-walkin' on your grave, Mr. Morris," said the Duke. "Happens sometimes." "Fook it," said Freddie. "Let's get us a pint." With that, he led them down the road less than a block to a corner pub called the Russet Quiver. They entered the cool darkness of the place, and Maury instantly smelled the hoppy aroma of spilled spirits on the wood floor. If a pub didn't have that odor, it was either too new or too clean, and in any case, not authentic. They docked at the bar, and Freddie hailed the landlord for 3 pints of Newcastle, plus some fish and chips. They took their glasses to a booth by the street window, and Maury found himself scanning the street for another glimpse of Mr. Leather Jacket. His mate's conversation had drifted to the football scores and how Tottenham was looking stronger than ever, but he was only half listening as he gulped from his pint. "Settle down. Get sensible." The brown ale calmed him a bit, and he started telling himself he'd been mistaken, that he'd just seen some lad who only looked like the one in the Transport Cafe. What was the chance, really? And for what? Why would anybody want to stalk him? He didn't have a pile socked away somewhere, and he wasn't famous. And if the cafe man was a bit of an arse bandit, Maury certainly wasn't what you would call cute. Quaffing down the last of his Newcastle, Maury chanced a little grin. Sure, that was it. Coincidence and then a little mistaken identity. A waitress brought them their food in hot baskets lined with paper serviettes, and they all dug in like hungry sailors. They had shared their assessments of several women walking past the window and a few laughs, and suddenly Maury was feeling much better. The mealtime passed without sight or another thought of any trouble. Half an hour later, and the 3 of them were sustained and fueled for the rest of the day's labors. Maury led them back down the street to their truck, first sealing the Duke in the rear compartment, then climbing into the cab. Freddie climbed in the passenger's side, and Maury turned the key. He listened to the engine backfire and grind into action, and... What? The left side of his face was suddenly stinging. Something spattered his cheek like a wet slap. Something heavy and warm, and his shoulder erupted into fiery pain. The sensation was so sudden and unpleasant he was shocked, and the thought lightning through him that Freddie had upchucked his lunch all over him, or maybe emptied a spittoon in his face. But Freddie had done something far worse. He'd gotten his head in the way of a hollow-point slug, and it had erupted like a melon under a mallet. The pulp and mist of his brains had smacked Maury's left side in a shiny gray and pink patina. Fragments of the slug had also tagged his shoulder and bicep, both bleeding freely. Freddie's almost headless corpse lurched to the right to reveal the cafe man and his cannon-like handgun filling the passenger door window. "Christ!" screamed Maury as he lurched against the closed driver's door. His foot slipped the clutch and the lorry surged forward before stalling out. The movement was just enough to foul the man's aim. The silenced bullet singed Maury's nose hairs as it passed. Automatically, he'd yanked the door handle and was suddenly tumbling free of the cab. Another shot whispered from the gun, and the slug exploded his shoulder, pieces of himself rocketing away from the impact like holiday fireworks. Running wildly away from the truck, up the narrow village street, Maury was barely aware of the pain from his ravaged shoulder. Blood rivered down his overalls, clinging to his flesh warm and sticky. His left arm hung useless at his side as he ran, stumbling and staggering. At one point he brushed the brick of a building, and the pain radiated through his left side like a road flare going off. "Keep moving! Run!" Any second he expected another bullet to exit his chest or splatter his skull like a piece of overripe fruit. But he pushed himself forward, trying to run, trying to gain the corner of the building, the perpendicular side street. "Don't let the bastard get you!" His feet seemed suddenly huge, like clown feet, slapping the cobblestones, threatening to trip him in a deadly final fall. He staggered, reeled, felt himself slowing down. Things were beginning to look hazy, as if a veil had fallen over his eyes. What was happening? "Your blood, losing way too much." If he let himself, he could slouch down, slide off the wall of the building, and just pass out. An almost overwhelming urge to close his eyes and sleep reached for him like spent waves at beach's edge. Finally, he reached the end of the block, and as though moving through quicksand, he turned the corner. Twin rows of buildings seemed to lean in toward one another. The street seemed impossibly long, narrow, deserted. The gunman. Where? And other people in the village. Didn't they see what was going on? Where was everybody? Why didn't somebody come out to give him a hand? Lurching along the sidewalk like some bad actor in a B-movie, Maury looked for a doorway, a gate, anywhere he could slip in and hide. His overalls were stained almost black with blood now, and he knew he might look a fright, but somebody had to help him. Somebody had... "That will be the last of it," said the voice. From behind him, the man spoke in even tones, an accent foreign but not placeable. He had a pleasant voice, resonant and full like a BBC announcer. Slumping against a closed door, Maury slowly turned to face his predator. The man in the leather jacket loomed over him like a piece of polished sculpture. His face was angular, with an unfinished look, as if his creator had been using a dull chisel. He held the large-bore gun up close to Maury's temple, but slowly retracted it, nestling it deep within his jacket. "What do you want?" Maury's own voice sounded so thin to him, so weak, like a tin whistle with a hole in it. "You would not understand," said the man. "I am not certain that even I do." Maury coughed, and pain pitchforked through his shoulder and upper chest. He felt dizzy, almost giddy. "Why don't you give it a go, mate? Try me." The man sighed as he flicked his wrist, and a swivel-jointed razor knife unfolded instantly. "I only know I must kill you." "But why? I don't even know you." The man reached out and grabbed Maury by his thinning hair, pushing his head back against the door, exposing and stretching the pale tube of his neck. There was a sound of a snick and a flood of something hot and coppery wet. The man smiled and spoke softly. "You do know me. In your dreams." The last 3 words Morris Littlejohn ever heard jolted through him as no bullets ever could. The final seconds of his life stretched out like warm toffee, and the frantic idiot buzz of his last thoughts gyred around a single dream image. A tall, bald man, smiling, his gold front tooth shining in the gray light of the camp dawn. 5. J. Michael Keating, M.D., Manhattan, New York. Several days passed, and Michael became increasingly obsessed with the Allison Enders case. On Monday, after Pamela disposed of the woman's handgun, he didn't want to know any of the details. He realized he wasn't in the proper mindset to deal with his regular patients. After 2 morning sessions, in which he'd sat there daydreaming, he blinked his eyes to suddenly discover his thoughts had drifted great distances from the concerns of his patients. And this disturbed him a lot, because he prided himself on being an honest man, a man of principles, who could be trusted and depended upon to perform as people expected him to. His father had lectured him through all of his childhood that the most important virtue was to be a responsible person, to yourself and to those around you. One's level of responsibility was an accurate barometer of one's character. Michael believed this implicitly, and it was the single most important character trait he looked for in every one he met. If they were intelligent, creative, industrious, or whatever else, it was all for nothing if they weren't responsible people. And here he sat, taking up his patients' time and their money, and he would suddenly realize that he hadn't even been listening. He had no idea what they were talking about. Very disconcerting, to be sure, but even more embarrassing to himself, even though no one else would ever know. Try as he might, he couldn't get the session with Allison Enders from his mind. Meeting this woman marked a pivotal moment in his life. He couldn't shake that belief, and desperately didn't want to call it intuition, because his logical, empirical side had always refused to admit such nonsense existed. At last, his appointments for the day wrapped up. His 4 p.m. patient had departed, and he'd reached the hour in the day when he'd usually unwind by translating a few pages of one of his books. But not today. Touching the hot button on his intercom, he spoke firmly. "Pamela, could you come in here for a moment?" Only a second passed before his assistant opened the door and leaned into the office. Wearing one of her trademark tailored suits, Pamela Robbins looked at him. Her auburn hair accented her full features, the most prominent her large, expressively dark eyes. "Yes, doctor." "Sit down for a minute, Pamela," he said softly. "I need to talk." She glided into the office, taking the chair opposite his desk. She had a smooth, efficient way of moving, which contributed to her appearance of a woman completely in charge of her life and surroundings. "Well, now, that is a switch, isn't it?" She smiled, making him wonder if she was just being friendly or something else. "I'm going to need to take a break. A week or so, I think." He had the urge to get up and pace the room, to not look her in the eye, but he fought the mild panic he was feeling as he knew he was about to reveal some of his inner feelings. "Can you reschedule all the appointments?" "Sure," she said, looking at him with genuine compassion. "Are you okay? Still upset about Miss Enders?" "I don't know if upset is the right word. More like concerned. But I don't need for it to become obsessive. If you're worried about that gun, I've already—" Michael waved her off with a waggle of his hand. "That gun's the least of my concerns." He gave her a brief summary of his session with Allison Enders, the dreams, the details, the feeling that the woman might be an exceptional case of multiple personality, that she might be the makings of a noteworthy case study. Afterward, Pamela sat silently. "I need more time with this patient," he said. "To the exclusion of all your others. Is that fair?" Michael grinned ironically. "Fair? Nothing in this line of work is very fair. Most of the time I just have to use my judgment to decide what's most urgent, what my own priorities must be. Listen, Pamela, there's something really fascinating about this Enders case. I've got to pursue it. Don't you see what I mean?" "I think I do," she said in almost a whisper. "Okay, good. Please contact Miss Enders and see if she can see me tomorrow at her convenience." Pamela nodded and looked at him. "There's more to this whole thing than we might think," he said, finally giving in to the urge to do a little pacing. He got free of his chair and stood behind it like an actor preparing for a monologue. "I can't explain it, but I know I have to pursue it." "I understand, Michael." He found himself getting hung up on her last word. It was the first time she'd ever called him by his first name, and it had sounded so natural, so appropriate, that she do that. It suggested an intimacy not really present between them, a comfortableness, at least, that he obviously required right now. Having lived alone for so many years, he'd almost forgotten the times when a man can't be stolid and solitary, when he needs the quiet comfort of a woman's confidence. She must have sensed this and offered it to him. No promises, no strings attached. Slowly he began pacing behind the desk, pausing every now and again to look absently out his window. "It's almost the year 2000, he said. "In less than a year." Pamela looked at him, nodded, but offered no comment. He took it as a signal to continue his ramblings. "And it's supposed to be a time of great changes, of all kinds of apocalyptic babble. Remember that lecture I gave about the millennium? It's already been bringing out the crazies and the weirdos. The end of the worlders. Remember that cult that occupied the Grand Canyon a couple of months back? The End Time Coalition, or whatever they call themselves. It's a crazy time, don't you think?" "Is that what you think this is about, Miss Enders?" Pamela didn't conceal her confusion. "Not really," said Michael, smiling gently. "I don't know. I'm just free associating, as they say, letting my thoughts slip their leashes. I mean, you seem to pay a lot of attention to world socio-economic politics." "Sure," she said. "The world's in flux right now. Look at the banking systems in places like Switzerland, Japan, and Germany, and you can see we're in trouble. If they collapse, Europe's going to be devastated economically. The Third World industrialists in Malaysia and Vietnam, and of course China, have been burying us with superior products and cheap labor." Michael smiled thinly. He'd pushed one of Pamela's hot buttons, her notions of strategic economics. If it weren't for much of the Third World still being in the hands of fundamentalists, the West might already have been crushed. Lots of people in Europe and North America aren't accustomed to hardship anymore. Meaning? Meaning hard times often look to hard solutions, like abdication of personal freedoms. "I'm a libertarian," said Pamela, "and that kind of thinking bothers me." Michael nodded. Jung saw the wheels of history grinding like the clockwork of a great machine, and he suggested maybe there is a cycle, a loop that must be traveled. Many economic thinkers see a horrible depression taking shape, not just here but almost throughout the world. "You mean maybe there is something to this apocalypse stuff?" said Pamela. Michael shrugged. "I'm only a parrot on stuff like that. I can talk back to you what I've heard the other guys saying. I don't know how valid it might be, but I'm just trying to order things in my mind, you see, because everything's connected, Pamela. No event ever really takes place independently of all others, and it will have an effect on everything else. The world society is changing, being shaped by many different forces. Our money, our technology, our beliefs, our fears, and so many other factors. We've got to be careful to not get swept away." Again she didn't comment, perhaps sensing that he needed to simply vent some anxiety and random thoughts of trouble that everyone must feel from time to time. And he appreciated that. He wasn't by nature a subscriber to every doom-and-gloom philosophy that achieved currency, but there was much in the wind these days that should seem troubling to anyone who cared to analyze it. Michael often joked to his friends and colleagues that he wasn't one of those people who saw the glass as either half full or half empty. He was more concerned with whether or not we were using the correct glass. In the case of Allison Enders, Michael had no idea why he'd attached significance to her frightful dreams, or why he'd even suggested they had a place in the larger scheme of world events. But he had tried, even if so feebly, to explain his feelings to Pamela Robbins. There was clearly much going on in his unconscious that would need time to ferment and develop. His mind kept racing ahead of his thoughts, seeking safe passage through the rough channels of anxiety, looking for beacons of understanding and a rationale. And it was his belief in himself, his own abilities to perceive and interpret reality, that would see him through this crisis. The word came to him, but he didn't really think it was accurate. The feverish dreams of a stressed-out young woman would hardly qualify as the stuff to move mountains and warp the path of history. But Michael couldn't ignore the compulsion to give in to fears he suspected were atavistic and dripping with Jungian symbolism. Granted, he'd found Miss Ender's dream tale disturbing in a way he was never affected by the grimmest of accounts from any of his other patients. And also granted, he had no trouble confessing to an endless fascination with the Nazi horror that so laced the dream with the pervasiveness of a poisonous gas that inexorably drew him into the mystery of it all. How the hell did it ever happen? Isn't that the question we've all asked ourselves at one point or another? Generations of scholars, historians, theologians, and philosophers have devoted their entire careers attempting to explain the stark and inarguable reality of Hitler's dark empire. It was like trying to explain the random movements of dust motes against a sun-drenched window pane. You couldn't do it. How to understand even the possibility of the Nazis was inconceivable. That they actually existed at all was an enigma no one might ever explain. Michael looked up suddenly, realizing he'd been daydreaming. Far, far away from the sleek comforts of his office and the now curious gaze of his assistant. For a moment he'd lost all sense of time. How long had he been drifting, musing, turning over his thoughts for casual inspection from all sides and angles? Pamela must have sensed his unease, and, professional as ever, moved to assist. "Is that it for now, Doctor?" He nodded, as though embarrassed, but he forced himself to speak. "Thanks, yes. Be sure to call Miss Enders and see what kind of schedule you can arrange for me." "I will," said Pamela. She stood there, looking at him, expecting something else, but he was at a loss to read her correctly. "Is there something I forgot?" he said. "Are you planning to stay here for a while?" Michael sighed. It was a good question. He didn't know what he wanted to do. The idea of retreating into his evening routine of a solitary dinner at one of his usual restaurants, then a cab ride back to his co-op for several hours of reading, was somehow unattractive to him. She seemed to be aware of his state of mild agitation and confusion, and was offering what? He decided to find out. "To be honest," he said, "I don't know what I want to do." "Then why don't you do it with me?" "What?" Pamela smiled. It was a pretty smile, one that she obviously did not allow everyone to see. Warm, radiant, inviting. "Have dinner with me. Talk if you want to, or don't talk. It's up to you." "That's quite an invitation," he said, genuinely surprised by it. She shrugged. "It seemed like maybe you didn't want to be alone right now. I was just trying to tell you. You don't have to be." Michael admired her frankness. "Thanks," he said. "Let me get my coat." 6. Anna Smithson, Chicago, Illinois. She'd forgotten to take her asthma medicine before leaving the house, but it was such a clear, clean day, Anna hoped it wouldn't matter. It was more of a bother than anything else, but sometimes she had the feeling that her asthma would cause her more trouble than anything else in her life. But not today. Asthma or not, it certainly was a pleasure to go into the city on a shopping spree, thought Anna as she parked her Riviera on the 4th floor of the parking garage off Dearborn. She locked her car and walked slowly to the elevators, being careful to adjust the blouse of her Donna Karan ensemble and accessorizing scarf so that everything fell just so. At 47, She knew she still looked damned good and still got whistles from passing cars and trucks when she was out jogging or walking. Watching her nutrition, exercising, and keeping abreast of the latest fashions had all contributed to her youthful body and face, her entire look. She had paid an equal amount of attention to her mind and considered herself not only well-read and widely cultured, but extremely interesting as well. Anna believed in herself, and it paid dividends every day. When the kids left the nest for college and their own lives, she started her own small mail-order catalog for one-of-a-kind art and sculpture, and the business had grown into a substantial little company. Good thing, too. When they found Stephen face down on the blotter of his executive desk, his brain and his life short-circuited by a stroke at age 50, she discovered his terrible secret. He'd been borrowing against his life insurance policies to play games with penny stocks on the Vancouver Stock Exchange. Other than some Social Security benefits, he left her with nothing but a lot of debt. It had shocked her at first, actually angered her, that he would do something like that. He hadn't planned on the stroke, figuring he'd have plenty of time to funnel his play money back into the proper assets. But time had just run out. Nothing to take personally, although it was hard to not feel cheated at the time. And gradually Anna accepted it for what it was. Stephen had simply miscalculated. She loved him, missed him, and often spoke of him as any respectful widow should. It had been several years now since she'd been on her own, and other than the occasional nightmare or migraine, she seemed to have survived all the stress and trauma associated with losing your husband and your security and your home all at the same time. The migraines. As she reached the street and began to idly search out the small shops and boutiques that featured not only the headline designer pieces, but also the works of the up-and-comers, she found herself dwelling on those terrible, blinding headaches. Sometimes Anna could not stop thinking about them, fearing them, and the way they would just burn into her head from out of nowhere. And the nightmares. Yes, go on and toss them in as well. Dark, grim, full of death images. The doctors had told her the nightmares were a natural outgrowth of her situation. Undefined fears and anxiety about being alone, about taking care of herself, all that sort of thing. Maybe, she thought, maybe that's what it was, but sometimes she felt convinced it had to be something else. The notion began to nag at her as she turned a corner, but quickly left her as she found a place specializing in one-of-a-kind bolts of hand-painted or hand-dyed exotic fabrics. Oh, she thought, the gowns she could create from some of these would be matchless, one-of-a-kind specialties. She spent the next several hours roaming around, searching for places that were off the familiar beat, where she could find items no one else had even considered. After lunch in an authentic kosher deli, she drifted into the frontiers of an older neighborhood known for its ethnic traditions. People on the street were dressed in subdued clothing, nothing fashionable as much as supremely functional. Everyone looked clean and neat, but certainly different, and most assuredly not the type of people who would be her customers. But Anna continued her stroll through their territory, following an instinct that she believed was telling her she would find exactly what she needed for her business. The afternoon grew as long as the shadows, filling the narrow streets full of storefronts advertising basic services and trades that were becoming lost arts. Hand laundries, shoemakers, wood carvers, tile cutters, appliance repairs. Then, as she slipped around another street corner, she was engulfed by the penumbral presence of a large building made of red stone with a slate-shingled roof. The architecture was austere, hard, functional, almost ugly. There was absolutely nothing to attract her interest or her sense of aesthetics, but she found herself staring at the edifice, unable to break her trance-like gaze. And then she was moving, lugging both handfuls of shopping bags up a low case of wide stone steps. Halting for a moment in front of the building's double doors of thick, weather-worn oak, Anna blinked and almost stopped herself from acting so impulsively. What was she doing here? What was this place? The thoughts passed through her quickly like invisible radiation, and she reacted to them not at all. As though someone else was guiding her hand, she pushed open the door to the strange building and slipped within its cool, dim embrace. For a moment Anna could see nothing, but her eyes adjusted to the lack of light quickly, and she could see stained glass in the vaulted distance. Was she in a church? Her gaze shifting from place to random place, she caught glimpses of familiar images blending together to form a particular motif. Images of multi-stemmed candelabras and six-pointed stars. She was in a church, but not like any she'd ever seen before. This was a Jewish church. A synagogue, thought Anna, as she stepped more deeply into the place of worship. With each step, a feeling of déjà vu grew more intense within her, and as though she were walking ever inward to the center of a walk-in freezer, she began to shiver from the sensation that she'd been here before, that she'd walked down the aisle toward the altar where the Holy Torah resided. Where the what? How did she know that? Her everyday conscious mind was trying to push through the filmy skin that seemed to be encapsulating her, to make sense of her thoughts, her actions. What was happening to her? Why was she here? And what did this mean? The questions buzzed around her like insects, but they were less than an annoyance. They didn't matter. Something else was going on here, and Anna could feel it, in the core of her soul, something trolling down into that dark well of being, probing, grasping. It was an unsettling feeling, at once frightening and exciting, as if she were having sex with a total stranger. There came a subtle resonance in her head, as though she had leaned close to a just-struck tuning fork. It grew in power until it became like the sound of the sea in a shell, then louder still to be an actual susurration, a gentle but persistent roaring in her inner ear. The sound evolved and changed so that it was now becoming a kind of chorus of human voices, all twined together in a kind of atonal harmony. But there was no suggestion of real harmony in the sound. It was more a rising statement of pain, of anger, the confusion of prayers never answered. Anna felt her legs growing weak, her breath shortening. "Got to sit down," she thought, "just for a minute. I've got to just relax." But as she eased into the closest seat, the sensation of disequilibrium intensified, and the roaring in her ears grew louder, crowding out even the steady rhythm of her innermost thoughts. Leaning back, she looked up at the images in the stained glass where the indistinct figure of a man seemed to dominate the fractured mosaic. A total paralysis gripped her, as though she were having a seizure, and she could feel the muscles in her body straightening, lengthening, locking up. Anna's eyes began to flutter as she collapsed stiffly across the hard lines of the bench. She blinked her eyes and looked out the doorway of the barracks. There was very little color in the world she surveyed, grays and blacks and pale flesh, a sky like chiseled stone, and a breeze edged with coming winter. Her breath danced and roiled in front of her as she held out her arm to see what she was wearing. A coarse pajama top of gray and black stripes, and a badge made of two sewn triangles, one yellow and one white, one over the other, and opposed to form a Star of David. She was looking out upon row after row of sooty, colorless barracks, where open windows and doors gaped like hideous wounds. Within them, stacked like cordwood, lay the workers of the camp. Anna knew this as she stood looking out at the grim tableau of her daily life. But her name was not Anna. Some disconnected part of her had used the name, but she knew it was a fantasy. Just like the rule that had come down in Germany when she was living with her family in München, that all the Juden females would have the name Sarah added to their passports. She knew that her real name was Ruth. She and her sister Hilda had arrived at Dachau along with so many others from the villages around the city, and now they worked in road crews and teams for a factory that made the treads for panzers and tires for the troop carriers. Each day they worked 16 hours, living on one meal of soup and bread. The soup was usually half-boiled water with a piece of chicken bone, the bread like a chunk of quarry stone. But it had kept them alive for more than a year when she had seen so many others die. Children were the weakest and died the fastest. But Anna Ruth had seen others die in the fields working, along the roadways, and even on the factory floor, when they either collapsed or were shot by the crisp uniformed guards. But today was something different. She somehow knew this. Anna Ruth stood at the threshold because the rumor mill had been grinding about a strange visitor coming to the camp. Someone from Poland, from a camp there. And now, as if on cue, following the stage directions of an unseen god, she saw the gates to the barracks yard swing back to reveal several camp guards and an armored car. The vehicle moved within the gates, its machine guns bristling like insect antennae, and rolled to a stop at the first of many long, low-slung buildings full of prisoners. Behind the armored car lumbered a troop truck, like a dog following its master. It stopped by the barracks, disgorging a handful of black uniforms, the Schutzstaffel, better known as the SS, who waited until their superiors emerged from the armored car. The SS were very mean, and everyone hated them. They were like vicious wolves. An officer appeared, then a driver and a tall, gaunt man wearing a long black coat. He looked to be totally bald, with great sunken eye sockets. Even from the considerable distance of her vantage point, Anna Ruth could tell the man looked frightful, ghoulish. There was something about this scene that held her attention. Her intuition screamed. This visit by the SS would be the most important event in her teenage life. Time eddied around her in a gray whirl as she continued to watch the officer, his soldiers, and the one she began to think of as the Golem, after a folk monster from her childhood. Several times the soldiers emerged from the endless rows of barracks with pairs of prisoners who were roughly tossed into the back of the troop carrier. It was when the soldiers exited the barracks, only 3 down the line from her own, that she realized what was going on, that she knew her instincts had been correct, and that she should fear these men. There was something about the prisoners being removed and thrown into the truck that made them special, somehow, desirable by this group of Nazis. And Anna Ruth suddenly recognized it, then turned away from the threshold, racing down the narrow aisle of bunks, calling out the name of her twin sister Hilda. The sound of jackboots tapping out their terrible rhythm on the floorboards followed her. All the prisoners curled into their bunks like hermit crabs retreating into their shells. The Golem, the thin, bald man, led a single file of SS troops down the long aisle. His long black coat gave him the appearance of a weasel walking on its hind legs. His skullish head and face enhanced by an inappropriate smile, which he displayed almost constantly as he scanned the barracks, obviously looking for something. "Ruth," said a whispered voice. As she reached the far end of the building, near the door to the outdoor latrine, Anna Ruth stopped, looked for who was calling among the shadows. "Here, silly," said Hilda, who had slipped into an empty bunk. "What's the matter with you?" Anna Ruth chided. "Didn't you hear me calling you?" Hilda looked at her and smiled. Head shaved, arms like twigs protruding from her ill-sized camp shirt, Hilda's inner beauty could not be hidden. She was such an ebullient, happy person, had always been Papa's favorite, had always been able to find the best in any situation. Even the grim betrayal of the concentration camp, the filth, the disease, and death had not been enough to dampen her spirit. That she could still smile, still remain playful, was truly a gift from God. "Yes, of course I heard you," said Hilda. "That's why I was hiding." Crouching down, Anna Ruth whispered, "Hilda, you must run. Get out of here. Make like you are going to the latrine, then run down to Barrack 5. They've already been there." "Ruthala, what are you talking about?" Anna Ruth grabbed her. "Those men," she said in a voice perhaps too loud. "They are looking for people like us. Go, hurry, do as I say." The look in Hilda's eyes revealed her sudden understanding. She slipped from the wooden pallet, then down to crouch along the floor. "Oh, God, I'm so stupid, Ruth." "Hilda, please." As she began to actually push the young girl through the back door, a high-pitched, keening voice pierced her like a spear. "Stoi! Stop them!" Before she could react, Anna Ruth felt large, gloved fingers sink into the bony cavities of her shoulders and collarbones. Like the talons of eagles, they gripped her, yanked her back and off her feet with great strength. One of the SS men slammed past her and grabbed Hilda by her slender white throat, throttling her like a swan. The golem with the skull face looked at Hilda, then at Anna Ruth. "Excellent," he said, turning to the soldiers. "You may take them for my master." Without a word, the SS troopers carried them off to the nearest door. There was no attempt made to gather any of their few belongings. All they wanted was their bodies. They were dragged across the cold dirt to the truck, where 2 more soldiers pushed them roughly into the back. Already there were 14 other people, 7 sets of twins. What did this mean? Anna Ruth knew that she and Hilda had been culled from the herd for a reason, and having already learned the basic nature of the black shirts, she was convinced their selection did not bode well. As she sat in the back of the truck, no one spoke, not even Hilda. It was as if all of them were in some kind of mental contact with the rest, as if everyone shared the same thoughts of utter and complete dread. The truck crept along past each barracks building, men's and women's, waiting at each one for the bald, smiling man to make his selections. Finally, when the back of the vehicle was packed with more than 40 people, mostly teenaged prisoners, they were faced by their captor. "You will be taking a trip with me on the special trains," the bald golem said. "We will be traveling east into Poland, where living will be better for you." He smiled and looked at the SS officer who stood by him with a leather riding crop in his right hand. Anna Ruth noticed that the bald man had a large gold tooth in place of his left incisor. It was so distinctive, so somehow odd, disturbing. She knew, in the deepest part of her soul, that it was not good to have this man smile at you. As the bald man turned to head back to the armored car, his long black coat flapped in the wind, and for an instant Anna Ruth caught a glimpse of his clothing beneath. Black and gray stripes. He was one of them. This man, with seemingly so much power, even the respect of the SS, was a prisoner. Even the most privileged Sonderkommando did not enjoy such station within the Nazi ranks. What was this about? How could this be? She could not contain her curiosity, her utter amazement at what she had witnessed. The SS were now clambering into the back of the troop carrier, pushing prisoners out of their way, taking up positions in the corners with their semi-automatic rifles trained on the ranks of twins. Almost all of the prisoners were young, in their teens or early 20s. That they would try anything against the armed guards seemed silly to even imagine. Anna Ruth was not intimidated by the guns. The selection of the twins meant they were wanted for something special. It was unlikely the Nazis would want them harmed, at least not yet. Buoyed by this logic, Anna Ruth was not scared to speak to her guards. "Excuse me," she said softly to the nearest SS trooper, a young man with bright blue eyes who could not be more than 22. If there was no war, and she saw this boy in a restaurant or a cafe, she would have considered flirting with him, or at least talking to him. He was very clean-looking, well-fed, and what any schoolgirl would call cute. He looked at her and scowled, as she imagined he had been drilled to do, as though a surly expression would cow her into silence. "Excuse me," she said again, speaking quickly. "Could you tell me who that person is?" The trooper's expression reflected his shock, his utter amazement that she would insist on speaking to him. For an instant he seemed so stunned he had no idea how to respond. Then his arm raised to strike her and suddenly held itself in check. A higher order could not be violated. "Be quiet," he said harshly. "I'm sorry," whispered Anna, sensing her safety and leaning close to him. "Just tell me, and I will be silent." The young man's face relaxed, belying his exasperation, and perhaps his humanity. He too whispered as he deigned to speak to Anna Ruth. "You are looking at der kleine Engel." The little angel. There was something odd in the way he spoke the words, as though making reference to someone of such note, such renown, that his real name was not necessary to evoke recognition. "I don't understand," she said. The young SS man smiled, but it was more of a leering, knowing grin. "You will," he said, "and on that day you will wish he'd never found you." As Anna Ruth watched the golem climb into the armored car with his officer, she wondered why they called him the little angel, for there was certainly nothing heavenly about him. She was opening her mouth to speak again, just as one of the other SS troopers lashed out with his gloved hand and clubbed her across the side of her head. So fiercely did he impact her skull that her head broke one of the wooden support slats on the wall of the truck. There was a loud, sickening crack, and a burst of blood streamed hotly down the side of her face. Her eyes watered, and she became so dizzy she knew she would pass out from the ringing pain that filled her head. She tried to scream, but the sound died in her throat like a baby bird being crushed in a man's fist. Falling forward, she smacked her forehead against the back of the seat in front of her. The edge of the age-hardened wood split her cool skin as though slicing through a sheet of paper. Shocking her with its thick warmth, blood streamed down into her eyes, and she tried to cry out for help before surrendering to the darkness. 7. Egon Brunnel, London, England. The drive along the M Road from Bath was uneventful for Interpol Inspector Brunnel. His driver handled the traffic and the sometimes confusing motorist signs, giving Egon the freedom to consider the facts of his case. Having been a policeman for more than 20 years, he began ticking off a checklist that had been as steady as a mathematical constant in his thoughts for many years now, as natural and invisible as the process of breathing. He'd made the necessary calls to MI5 and MI6, plus the local authorities at Hedgeston Village, Bath, and Scotland Yard, and once they had arrived, there had been no need for him to get in their way. Better to file his reports and confer with them later tonight. He would also want to coordinate his findings with his FBI contact in Washington. If this case revealed some kind of involvement from any other American agencies, such as NSA, CIA, or even one of the super coverts, such as PSOG, that were always changing their names to keep from assuming any public identity, then the FBI would make the connection and inform Egon he was mucking around in some kind of high-level interdiction, and that would be the end of the case, which would make his life less complicated. Not a big problem if that were so. He had walked into the middle of the big boys' games before, and had made himself vanish from the proceedings just as easily. Without conscious thought, Egon retrieved his tobacco pouch from the side pocket of his corduroy jacket and began dipping the bowl of his favorite pipe. It was a hand-carved Frebenholm he'd picked up in Copenhagen, a city that, despite its overwhelming socialist tendencies, could still appreciate a fine smoke. His driver, knowing his boss's need for ventilation, cranked down his window despite the damp, cool air of the impending British spring. Egon tamped down a wad of his own special blend of Turkish and Virginia leaves and fired it up with a wooden match. The smooth rush of billowy smoke pleased him as he cracked his passenger-side window to vent off the excess. Nicotine was his major vice, and he doubted he could ever quit his pipe smoking. Egon enjoyed the tinker value of pipes and their associated tools. There was an entire ritual he used to help him think that began with the thunking out of cold plug, then the scraping and gouging, the thumb refilling, tamping, puffing, lighting, and relighting. It was an endless series of little jobs that kept his hands occupied, and it had become so much a part of him he could not imagine not doing it. But enough of that. The case at hand had him by the nubs, and he had to admit it bothered him quite a bit. Having just wrapped an interview with a banking officer in nearby Millington, Egon had been asked to check out the scene at the small English hamlet of Hedgeston Village. He was the closest authority with more jurisdiction than the village constable, an old chap near retirement who understandably wanted nothing to do with what had taken place in his town. Whether or not this case was actually Interpol business would have to be determined. But truth to tell, Egon had a gut feeling the killings were the work of professionals. The two corpses had been ID'd, and their closest kin were being notified. They had been dispatched so cleanly, so boldly, that Egon wanted to dismiss the usual robbery and hijacking motives gone awry. He would, of course, discuss his feelings with the MI5 and Scotland Yard lads and his superiors, but there was something about this case that nagged at him, something familiar that made him feel there was a larger implication. About 3 months ago, he'd been investigating a black market memory chip operation originating in Korea and using Athens as a conduit to a lucrative underground market in New York City. While in that ancient Greek city, a fishmonger at an outdoor market was murdered in a coolly efficient and very professional manner. The killer had boldly sifted his way through a crowd of early morning customers, walked right up to the merchant, and put a 9mm hollow point in the center of his forehead. In the midst of the resultant panic and chaos, the assassin slipped from the agora like water through a colander. Thinking of the perpetrator as an assassin had been a purposeful label for Egon. He had been convinced from the beginning that the fish merchant had been the victim of a professional, government-style termination. Despite the thick crowd in the market, eyewitnesses had been non-existent, other than a 12-year-old boy who said he saw a man in a safari jacket and an Arab scarf across his face move past the merchant's wagon right up to the victim and place a handgun almost directly against his forehead. So bold, thought Egon, so ridiculously bold and crazy. Only the real pros like to do it like that. Egon remembered an instance almost 20 years back when he stumbled into an operation involving the SSV, the College of Cardinals' very secret service, and an Israeli special unit without an official name, which therefore did not officially exist. The two groups had been closing the net on an anarchist from one of the German international hippie gangs, having trapped him on a ferry leaving La Hague. A much younger Egon had almost scotched the job because of his overzealous attention to his duties as a policeman. He'd tried to arrest one of the Israeli agents for carrying a concealed weapon, thereby blowing his cover. The German fugitive did not want to make a swim for it, choosing to go down in a fusillade of bullets. It was only by the grace of a merciful God that no innocent people had been killed. Afterward, on a train from Zurich to Rome, he had a chance to talk shop with one of the SSV ops, a lean, angular-faced man named Tarjano. The man had surprised him with the ease in which he discussed the art of assassination. Egon learned more from that very frightening man in one afternoon than he had in years of academy classes. Tarjano knew so many ways to kill he'd honestly lost count, and some of the more innovative and effective could be carried out with items found in any desk drawer or medicine cabinet. Egon recalled one particularly frightening technique involving a paper clip and a pocket comb. But the most interesting lesson learned from the conversation had been the level of ennui in the real professionals. Egon had never forgotten it. The whole termination trick had become so easy for them, the pros required more of a challenge, more risk. The surgical long-distance kills had bored the most efficient and insulted the best of them. It was something that went beyond pride, beyond skill. To be a hired killer, Egon knew, required a special kind of maniac, a person who was totally in control of his emotions and his thoughts, but also capable of total detachment from the things that make us human. And that was the kind of job this killing in the village was looking like. Hard to figure it any other way. Egon sighed, looked at his driver. "How long till we reach London?" The man shrugged. "Maybe an hour or so. Depends on what the traffic is like when we get close." "Time enough to sleep on this one a bit," said Egon, pulling on the little latch that lowered his seat to a reclining position. "Wake me when we're in the garage." Several hours later, he was in his small but comfortable office just off Leicester Square. Outside his window he could see crowds queuing up to get into a jazz club as the nightlife of the city slipped into a higher gear. To see such sights in times such as these always surprised him. Despite England and most of Europe's other social welfare states undergoing the worst economies of the past 50 years, there remained a segment of the population that demanded diversion and entertainment. No matter how bleak things seemed to be getting, the escapist industries continued to thrive. He thought about that last notion and wondered just how bleak it actually was in the world. It was a bad time to be a white European, that was for sure. The rest of the planet, the parts they used to call the Third World, had begun to flex its muscles with cheap labor and overwhelming religious fervor to keep their underclasses happy. The old European, and even American protocols were fading like a poor memory, and it had become fashionable in the world markets to bash and sack basic Western industries such as textiles, electronics, automobiles, and even agriculture. It seemed as though Europe and America had conceded, allowing the wholesale assaults on traditional ways of conducting commerce and politics. The only places where Egon sensed any resistance were from what could only be called dangerous elements. 10 years earlier, the neo-Nazi movements in Germany, the United States, and oddly enough, in some of the then newly liberated Eastern European countries, had been small, laughable blips on the socio-economic radar screens of the world. But now the movements had consolidated, gathering steam from such far-flung allies as the skinheads, David Duke in America, and the legacy of French absurdist Jean-Marie Le Pen, demagogic leader of the neo-Nazi mouthpiece group, the Nationalist Front Party. Egon himself had experienced a run-in with István Porubsky, the racist hood of Hungary, who tried to close down the Budapest airport with a demonstration of Euro-Christian solidarity. All throughout the Western world, Egon could see a hideous backlash festering, growing more virulent. Several years ago, he watched in amazement as Benito's granddaughter, Alessandra Mussolini, and her Italian social movement achieved official recognition, and had watched as each year more dissatisfied and terrified people were drawn to its self-proclaimed solutions. And how could anyone ignore the hideous Pomyat in Russia, or Klaus Lunt, the 23-year-old convicted Nazi killer and leader of Sweden's underground White Aryan resistance, also known as VAM? These were organizations that had succeeded in creating ever more dangerous splinter groups, always willing to commit an atrocity in the name of their cause for a restoration of world power into the hands of the old guard. And right here in England, one of the first places in the world to feel the stinging failure of democratic socialism, growing support surged up from the slime for an outfit called the Nazi Blood and Honor Brigade. In England, of all places. Playing on the international game board, Egon encountered a wealth of political factioning, and the list of groups and movements bursting into angry life was staggering and seemingly endless. Despite a healthy economy in the late 90s, even Argentina had begun to listen to old Peronista lies of Alejandro Biondini and his overtly anti-Semitic Argentinian Nationalist Workers' Party. Ever since the reunion of the two Germanys, groups pining for the old ways had begun to appear. Gerhard Frey's neo-Nazi Deutsche Volksunion had foundered for years before suddenly swelling its rosters with new recruits. Something similar was happening in Austria, with followers of the notorious Nazi and historical revisionist Walter Oxenberger. And these harbingers of tumult did not even take into account another loathsome band of hate-mongers, such as Arnold Rassenault and his Journal of Progressive History, who fostered the hideous lie that the Holocaust had never taken place. Yes, the world had changed radically in a very short amount of time. Egon wondered if this time of great flux and turmoil were merely a coincidence, happening at the fulcrum of the millennium, or was there some additional significance more mystical, or more terrifying? Egon settled back in his leather, high-backed chair and fired up one of his office pipes. There was one aspect of his investigation in Athens that had actually scared him and still bothered him every time he thought about it. He knew he'd feel better if he withdrew from that particular path of thinking. Too many dragons along the way. Madness, too. His present case and its attendant implications were depressing enough. He took a few puffs before keying in the communications link to the FBI in the States. "Stevenson," said the voice on the other end of the satellite fiber-optic connection. It was so clear and perfect, utterly impressive. It reminded him of how damned competent the Americans still could be when they put their minds to it. For anyone who'd try to make phone calls in other parts of the world, they had to appreciate what a pleasure it was to use the Yanks' technology. "Brad, this is Egon Brunnel, Interpol." "Hey, how are things in Belgium these days?" Stevenson said brightly. He'd been one of the section chiefs of the Bureau's International Division for more than 10 years and had established a good relationship with Egon during that time. "Actually, they've transferred me to England for the time being. I'm calling from London." "Promotions are always good," said Brad Stevenson. Then, "So, what can we do for you?" "I'm going to be sending you some files and photos on the net mail as soon as I've coordinated with Scotland Yard and the intelligence services. We've got a problem here, and I was wondering if you've had any similar occurrences over there, anything that would indicate a pattern." "You want to fill me in?" Egon briefly summarized the 2 killings at Hedgeston and asked if there was any American operation going on that he should know about. "Nothing I can think of off the top of my head," said the agent. "I'll have my people run it through the computers and see what they come up with. But it's probably a waste of time. If anything's going down, MI6 would know about it." "Perhaps," said Egon with a sigh. "But sometimes they do not see fit to include me in their little games. That's why I cultivated your friendship, Brad. Did you not suspect that?" Stevenson chuckled. "Gee, in all this time I thought it was because I'm just a nice guy." "At any rate," said Egon, "time will tell." He did not tell the FBI agent about the possible connection with the fish merchant's murder in Athens. Without any physical evidence to suggest it, there was no reason to do so. Once he convened with the London authorities, received the coroner's reports and the official field investigation files, Egon promised to contact the Bureau right away, even though he could detect that Agent Stevenson seemed only mildly interested. "I just wanted to let you know in advance," said Egon, "that I'll be back in touch very soon." "You know, you sound a little weird about this one," said Stevenson. "What's going on?" Egon puffed on his old pipe, filling his office with rolling blue clouds of aromatic pollution. "I am not certain. You know how every now and then you get a feeling, and you cannot explain it, where it came from or why?" "Sure," said the FBI agent. "It's called experience." "Most likely. Well, whatever it is, there is something nagging me. I did not think to check it out until after I had vacated the scene." "What is it?" "Probably nothing," said Egon. "It concerns additional marks on the bodies that I did not think to look for." "You got to wait for the examiner's report," said Stevenson. "Precisely. How long before you get your computer report?" "Just came through," said the agent. "Hang on, and I'll take a look." Egon seized the moment to relight his pipe, then waited. "No," said Stevenson as he returned to the phone. "Nothing even remotely close to you. It's not us, pal." Egon exhaled slowly. "I suppose that is good news, but we need to get more hard facts." "Glad to be some help," said the agent. "I'll be waiting to get your follow-up." "Watch your net mail," said Egon. "And the skies," said Stevenson. "Keep watching the skies." Egon smiled and signed off. That was another of those things he admired about the Americans, the way they retained a sense of humor no matter what kind of adversity they were facing. Yawning, he stretched out his arms and back. It had been a long day, and he had reams of reports to file and duplicate. Turning to the keyboard and terminal on his desk, he punched up the proper screens and began typing. The insistent ringing chirp of his desk phone startled him into wakefulness. He had slipped off into a fitful doze, leaning back in his desk chair, his pipe still cradled warmly in his left hand on his lap. The ashes were cold, but he realized how silly he had been, and how falling dead asleep with a lit pipe was such a wonderful way to set your clothes on fire. Checking his watch, he was shocked to see how many hours had passed since he'd finished his work and had begun his wait for a call from the yard. Which this should be, he thought as he reached out and picked up the receiver. "Brunnel here." "Inspector, this is Eddings, Scotland Yard." "Good evening, sir. I was wondering if I would hear from you tonight." Oh, yes. Sorry about the hour and all that, but we never close here." "I'm calling about the Hedgeston murders." "Did you find anything else?" "A few oddities," said Eddings. His voice trailed off. "Care to explain what you mean by that term?" Egon puffed automatically. "I'd rather you just had a look for yourself," said Eddings. "If you would like, I can send a car for you." "Yes, I appreciate the courtesy," said Egon. "Just to set my mind at ease, I have a few questions that did not occur to me at the scene." "Very good, Inspector. Sit tight, and I will have a driver on the way. Be there in a spot." Egon thanked him and rang off. As the minutes dragged by and he sat in the cramped space of his office, he kept wondering why he didn't just pack up and go home. There was no way he should be involved in the resolution of the Hedgeston killings. It was a British affair, even if there was some international agency involvement. No place for Interpol. No need, unless it was part of an international operation that involved the Athens murder. Standing up, he tapped out his bowl, retired the ashtray to its place, and his pipe to its capacious rack, then grabbed up his attaché. Egon turned off the solitary desk lamp and locked the door behind him. Better to wait outside in the growing dampness of the London evening, catch a few clear breaths, and maybe a few clear thoughts as well. He fought the urge to fire up one of his tobacco incinerators, took in a deep draught of the London night, opened his mind. Deep down, near the dark pool of his most secret thoughts, he knew why he was going over to the yard, why he was bothering to see the autopsy results. Because he sensed something very wrong about this case. It was the same feeling he had experienced in Greece as he hunched down over the corpse of the fish market vendor. He could still remember that moment when he saw the marks appear on the victim's arm. There had been no explanation for it. None. Had he witnessed what the devout call a miracle? Hard to say. Clearly, he had seen something unexplainable, irrational, something he had never discussed with any of his cohorts of superiors. To see something like the stigmata simply happen right before your eyes is something you never forget, especially if you are not a religious man. And Egon would certainly classify himself as an agnostic at best, always on the lookout for any sign that atheism was a bad idea. But what he witnessed had moved him, scared him, and had forced him to lie awake for weeks afterward, praying that he never encounter anything so frightening again. As Egon put some time between himself and the event, it achieved an aspect of perspective that allowed him to, if not dismiss it, at least keep it at a safe distance. But now he had a bad feeling about the Hedgeston killings, and he knew why he had forgotten to check the bodies of the victims more thoroughly than he did at the scene. He had not wanted to find something he would regret knowing. In fact, it was probably better if... The car materialized out of the gathering fog like a ship in search of harbor, slowly, with great bulk and almost complete silence. The driver tapped his horn once before seeing Egon standing against the stone facing of the steps to his building. "Inspector Brunnel?" said the driver, after winding down his window and giving him a curt little salute. "I'm ready." After being led down a poorly illuminated hallway, past offices, Egon was taken downstairs to the morgue, a place he'd visited only on several occasions. The cold tile and pale paint always gave the place the feeling of being antiseptically clean, almost too clean, and yet old and used. Fighting feelings of distinct unease, he continued into a pathology lab where Eddings and a physician in a white coat stood waiting. He didn't know Eddings all that well, and the doctor not at all. "Good evening, Inspector Brunnel," said Eddings, a tall, very thin man with a goatee badly in need of a trim. "This is Dr. Rajpapol. He examined the bodies." Egon shook hands with both of them, looked off behind them to the shapes under the sheets on the examining tables. "Anything unusual? You spoke of oddities." "The younger man, Frederick Cassington, took a 9mm Starfire bullet at close range," said Eddings. "Never felt a thing, I suspect. The other one, Morris Littlejohn, he caught some of the first victim's slug fragments, but the wounds were not lethal. He died after his throat had been cut by a serrated blade." Egon nodded. "Any clue on the type or make?" The pathologist, Rajpapol, shrugged. "Hard to say. There are any number of commando knives with the pattern I found. German and Israeli models are the most popular." "So you suspect a professional hit?" Most definitely, said Eddings, but unless one of these two blokes was the biggest mole of all time, it looks like it was a mistake. They're clean, yes? Eddings smirked, stroked his goatee. Completely sanitary. Egon shook his head. Doesn't make sense that the assassin would mistake the identity of two of them. And what about the moving van? Wouldn't that be a significant factor in identifying a target? How could that happen? Did you check out the rest of the personnel at the trucking company? Maybe the hitter was looking for somebody else. Maybe the wrong man was on the truck that day. Eddings smiled, shook his head. I appreciate your effort, Inspector, but this is Scotland Yard, sir. I can assure you we've thought of all that sort of thing. The rest of the chaps at Bigston Riley are really rather a bunch of regular types. No possible targets, no connections with anything interesting. In fact, they're quite a boring lot, if you ask me. Egon nodded. What else? Littlejohn, said Raj Papul, turning around to face the nearest shrouded examining table. He pulled back the sheet to reveal the pitifully pale, going-to-flab body of the truck driver. The man's ravaged throat gaped open like the mouth of a shark, a hideous parody. Egon's gaze avoided it as much as he sought out the marks on the victim's inner forearm, and his heart slipped its tracks for an instant as he saw the black row of numbers on the paper-white flesh of the dead man. Christ save us. We found this, said the pathologist as he pointed to the inner wrist of the corpse. Damned strange, said Eddings. Looks like the numbers from the Nazi camps, doesn't it? Yes, said Egon. He fought to keep his mind from racing off in a panic. There was an overwhelming fear waiting to sweep him away like a tidal wave, and he knew he must summon all his reserves of calm and rational will to keep it from happening. His knees had gone limp on him, and he desperately wanted to sit down somewhere. God help me, what's going on here? Inspector Brunnel, are you all right? Eddings leaned in toward him, a hint of suspicion kindling behind his eyes. Oh, yes, I was just thinking, said Egon, trying to smile, realizing instantly it was inappropriate. The mark, yes, it certainly does. The damnedest thing is, said Eddings, it's no tattoo. It's not anything we can figure out. What do you mean? Dr. Raj Papul cleared his throat. As near as we can determine, the marks are natural skin discolorations, aspects of melanin and nothing more. But the odds of the marks being accidentally numbers are astronomical, of course, said Eddings. Out of the question, which makes the marks' existence impossible. But there they are, said Egon. Never seen anything like it, said Eddings. But that was precisely the problem. Inspector Egon Brunnel had seen it before. In fact, he'd not only seen the camp tattoo marks on the arm of the fish market vendor. Far worse, Egon had watched in horror and fascination as the numbers appeared on the victim's arm. As if an invisible hand, wielding an invisible pen, had engraved the line of numbers on the victim's hand at the moment of death. And the thought that stalked Egon since that day was a complex and terrifying question. Whose hand had written the number, and why? 8. J. Michael Keating, M.D., Manhattan, New York. Arriving at his office very early, Michael did so with a distinct purpose. He didn't want to face Pamela Robbins at her desk the very first thing in the morning. Their unplanned evening of dinner, conversation, and perhaps more Pinot Grigio than anticipated had been far better than he would have expected. Spontaneous dates had a way of working out that way. Maybe too well, he was thinking, as he replayed the night under the clear light of day and masculine logic. By the time he escorted Pamela to her apartment on East 78th Street, they were speaking in very informal terms, and she even invited him in for a cup of coffee. He declined, not because he found the idea unpleasant, but rather quite the opposite. She had smiled and gave him a look that said, "Okay, but definitely next time." And Michael feared she might be correct. In spite of what he knew should be a slight to professional ethics, he found himself growing interested in Miss Robbins as what? As some kind of companion. Yeah, that was a good way to look at her for now, he thought. It was as close to any suggestion of intimacy or attraction as he wanted to consider for the time being. The date had made him wonder why he'd never considered her as sexual emotional partner material before, even though he knew intimate entanglements rarely evolved from a rational design. Better if he stopped thinking about it so much and just let it run its own course. And yet he had thought enough about it to arrive early and get himself socked away in his office before Pamela walked in. It was not so much a maneuver to avoid her as an attempt to begin the day from a position of authority by already being there when she came to work. Women had a way of making men feel powerless, subservient. It was so natural that few of them were ever aware of the ability. But Michael had noticed it last night, when they had removed their masks of boss and employee and slipped through the evening as man and woman. There had been no doubt in his mind who had been in control. And so, for this morning at least, he knew he'd better at least appear to be in charge. He smiled as he realized how valuable it was to understand ritual and body language. All part of the learning process. Never let it stop, and you were a hell of a lot better off. Many times he found himself grateful to his father, who'd lectured him daily about getting a good education. Without his years of study and observation, Michael knew how easily people were overwhelmed by the complexities of the modern age, one of its most formidable being the modern woman. For the next hour, Michael translated a few pages of Calvino. Challenging and totally absorbing, the work kept him happy and oblivious to anything else. When Pamela arrived, she entered his office with a smile that was so knowing, so full of understanding, he almost felt embarrassed. It was as if she'd recognized his ploy, but chose to acknowledge it with nothing more than a simple smile. As though it didn't matter, and she was saying, "That's okay, Doctor. We know who's really in charge, don't we?" "Miss Enders will be here soon," she said, as if he needed reminding. "Okay, send her in right away." The early part of their evening had been spent talking shop, and he had underscored to Pamela his interest and his anxieties regarding the Enders case. It had been difficult to admit to himself that he'd been unable to concentrate on his other patients. Sharing that with Pamela Robbins showed him how much he trusted her. And while that surprised him, it also afforded him a degree of comfort, because Allison Enders' dream had disturbed him deeply. As irrational as that might sound, Michael was glad to confide in Pamela. He knew she'd be there in a pinch if need be. Sitting back in his chair, his translation abandoned, he drifted with his thoughts until his patient arrived. "I can't tell you how good I feel, Dr. Keating," said Allison Enders. I'm so glad you want to keep seeing me." "Well, let us just say that I think your case is very special, very important." Michael cleared his throat and made a few meaningless scribbles on his notepad. It was a nervous ritual he performed whenever he prepared to begin a new session with a patient. As she looked expectantly at him, he couldn't help but notice how different she appeared today. Her hair had been carefully styled, cosmetics applied to her face, and her ensemble of tailored pants, blouse, and matching vest all contributed to the impression that this woman was comfortable and self-assured. "Well," she said with a smile, "I just want to thank you ahead of time." "I understand," he said, holding up his index finger in a gentle gesture of attention. "But we've got to get down to work. First, I want to ask you a few questions." "Of course, whatever you want." Allison put a hand to her hair, checking the styling absently. She looked very much the contemporary woman, above average in appearance, and a flame of intelligence burning in her eyes. Michael had long ago learned that a bright mind revealed itself by the way it looked out upon the world. "Okay," he said, "I'm going to assume from your general appearance that you're doing a lot better than at the time of our first meeting?" Allison blushed before launching into a long, rambling apology for the way she'd come into the office. The incident obviously embarrassed her, and she wanted him to know how badly she felt about it. She didn't want him to think she was really that unstable. He repeatedly assured her all was understood and forgiven, but it was difficult to stem Miss Enders' tide of "I'm so sorries" and "I'm really not like that." Finally, she paused to get a tissue from her purse, and Michael interjected quickly, "All right, Allison, we have to get started." "I know. Whatever you say." She pushed a strand of hair from her face, took a deep breath. Michael was impressed with how much better, how much more attractive and composed she now seemed. "You're sleeping better?" he said. "Much better. I still worry that I'll have the nightmare again, but so far you haven't re-experienced it." Michael began his notes in earnest now. He was also video-recording the session, but he felt more in control with the fountain pen in his hand. "That's right," said Allison. "So far so good. My husband says it's because you finally let me get it out that it'll never bother me again." "You're back with your husband?" "No, not yet, but we're talking again. Kevin says he wants to try to work things out. That's a good sign." Michael nodded. "That's very good, Allison. But I'm not sure I agree with his prognosis." "What do you mean?" "The nightmares might come back, and I don't want that to worry you." This statement seemed to unnerve her a bit, and Michael reacted to the new stress in her face with a calming gesture of his hand. "Listen, Allison, I'm not trying to alarm you, but I'm no miracle worker. I haven't cured you in one session." "Oh, I realize that," she said softly. "Then you understand we probably have a lot of work to do." She nodded, but said nothing. "Have you ever been hypnotized?" "No," she said, shifting in her seat. "Do you have any objections to undergoing hypnosis?" Michael cleared his throat, then continued. "I think it's the only way we can go deep enough to find the answers that are going to ultimately release you from your anxieties." Allison smiled. It was a fragile gesture, but freighted with courage. "I understand, Doctor. I'll do whatever you think is best." Nodding, Michael pushed back from his chair and moved around the desk to sit in the chair directly opposite her. "Okay, I'm going to get started. Now listen to me very carefully, Allison. You're going to feel very relaxed. You'll feel very sleepy, but you won't be asleep. You'll be able to hear me, and you'll be able to speak to me." She proved to be a very willing subject, and he was able to achieve a deep trance state with relative ease and quickness. "I'm going to ask you to search the memories of the little girl in your dreams, the girl everyone calls Sarah. Can you do that for me?" "Yes." Allison's voice was soft, free of tension. "Look back in her memories before the beginning of the dream. Can you do that?" She paused for a moment, her eyes drifting closed. "I think so." "Tell me what you see. Do you see your mother?" "Yes, she is in our house, with my grandmother and the other children." "What about your father, the one they call Stefan? Is he there?" "Oh, yes," she said brightly, with a half-smile. "He is so handsome, and we are not in that dark apartment. We have a house in a small town." "Tell me about the house, the town. Do you know the name?" She paused, eyes still closed, but he could see furious movement beneath her lids. Several minutes passed, and he didn't push her. His instincts told him this would require much patience and care. "I'm not sure. The house is on the corner of two streets. There is a fence around the front, and a sign on a post by the gate." "Can you read the sign, Sarah?" Michael spoke so softly he could barely hear his own voice. "No, I don't think so. It's written in a different language." "Are you sure? Look at it closely. Relax. Can you read it?" It's Polish." A small smile of recognition flashed on her face for an instant. Michael paused for a moment, then spoke very softly. "And you can read it?" Yes, I can." Michael felt a surge of excitement pass through him. He was sharing in the woman's journey backward into time, into a place that was long ago cold and dead, but somehow still lived within her. After another short pause, he offered a gentle suggestion. "Look at it. Tell me what the sign says." "My father's name is there on the sign. Stefan W. Stanachevs." "Can you spell it for me?" She did, and Michael's fountain pen recorded the distinctly Eastern European spelling. "Is there anything else on the sign?" "Yes," she said. "General practice of internal medicine." "He's a doctor," said Michael, phrasing it as a half-question. Yes, he is. Oh, I remember." As she finished the sentence, Michael felt a spike of emotion peak in him. He felt odd, as though looking through the lens of some forbidden camera, as though he were violating secrets of a time long past. "That's very good, Sarah. Can you look around for me? Can you tell me what you see along the street of your home?" Another pause. Allison's eyes fluttered beneath her closed lids. A perfect parody of REM sleep. Then, "I can see the street. It is long. One way leads to the center of the town, the other down along a river. There are trees along the bank." "Walk along the street, Sarah, into the center of the town." "All right." "What do you see?" A pause, shorter this time. Then, "More houses with little front yards, like mine, fences, some dogs, kids playing. Then lots of shops, storefronts and stalls where people are selling things. There are lots of people in the street. Some cars, but lots of people walking." Allison's voice quavered. "Oh, my, I remember this place." Michael looked up from his notepad. Even though her eyes remained closed, two thin tracks of tears had leaked from their corners. Her breathing had become a bit uneven. "Sarah, why are you upset?" "I don't know. It makes me sad." "What makes you sad? Seeing your town?" She nodded. "And everything else. The streets, the children playing. My father's name on that sign. I feel like I've seen it thousands of times, and I know I will never see it again." "I understand," said Michael. "Would you like to stop now?" "Only if you want me to." "You're very brave, Sarah. I'd like to continue, but only if you think we should." "What do you mean?" Michael measured his words carefully. "I don't want to cause you any pain, Sarah. I have a feeling you've had enough in your life." Allison's eyes remained closed as she smiled sardonically. "I am sorry, Doctor, but that is almost funny." "And why do you say that?" "Because my life has been a single unending journey of pain. I can see it stretching out in front of me like a streaking meteor across the dark vault of night. The pain in me is like a fire that will not burn out." Her words touched him like the hot iron of a branding tool. Such clarity and poetry in her expression, in the heartfelt honesty of the message. He made a note in the margin of his pad. Not Allison here. Although there was no way to verify it, Michael knew he was not listening to the thoughts or words of Allison Enders. As impossible and unempirical as it might sound, he knew he had somehow tapped into the feelings and memories of another person, a person who did not live in Manhattan, New York, in the United States of America at the end of the 20th century. The mere idea of it dropped a chill across his shoulders like a cloak. All his life, Michael had prided himself on being a supreme rationalist, a defender of the logical, deductively reasoned truth. The scientific method made perfect sense to him. He knew that even the most wild-haired theory, if it was valid, lay grounded in previously established truths, facts about the universe. There was no place in his life for any of the kookology that seemed to preoccupy the thinking of those too lazy to take the next logical step of any inquiry, to ask the next question. There was always a question. That notion had been the cornerstone of this thinking of his life. But as he felt himself twisting in some kind of psychological and physical null space, he toyed with a novel concept, that while life had taught him how to think, thinking had never really taught him how to live. What was happening not only within the heart and mind and soul of Allison Enders, but also within himself? The idea that he wasn't really talking to Allison Enders was absurd, yet he believed it. And that was the key to the equation that he'd never dared factor into the calculations of his life: belief. Sometimes there was no choice other than to surrender to the faith of your convictions or the words and promises of others. That Michael had probably never made such an investment had been a hallmark of his life, a factor in the way he lived each day. Ordered, compartmentalized, perhaps so prepackaged and devoid of any mystery as to preclude any sense of wonder about the world. Such thoughts carouseled him around like fireflies as he realized he was losing touch with the session, that he was in danger of spinning off into a far-flung orbit of his own metaphysical wanderings. His patient, whatever her name, her time and place might be, awaited his next words. "That is so strangely beautiful, Sarah," he said, after what seemed like an embarrassingly long absence. "Not the fact of your suffering, but the way you have described it to me." A smile ghosted across her face for an instant. "I have always liked writing in books. When I was very small, my father used to read poetry to me. I have always liked it, and I can remember many nights at my desk, writing my own poems." "And your name is Sarah?" He paused to capture the correct pronunciation. "Stanachevs?" "Yes, that is my name." "The name of your town. Can you remember it?" "Yes, it is called Kirnoff." He checked the spelling, which she provided instantly, then he continued. "Where is it?" Allison paused, her eyes oddly still beneath her lids. Then, "It is north of Warsaw, a farming community, but there is a growing market center where lots of traders gather. A good place for business, my father tells me." Michael paused, reflecting on what he had so far learned, and checked the time of the session. He'd been very careful to keep his questions from becoming oppressive. Experience had taught him that more was usually revealed in situations where there was less pressure. While he'd been pleased with the tenor and pace of the session, he found himself hungry for more information. It seemed that the deeper he probed into this case, the more intensely complex and textured it became. Almost impossibly so, unless he admitted possibilities he was not yet ready to face squarely. Carefully assessing his patient's body language, he was satisfied she suffered no apparent physiological stress. He spoke softly as he addressed her. "Sarah, how do you feel?" "I'm not sure. I'm speaking of—" Michael hesitated. How could he phrase what he meant? He wasn't accustomed to struggling with language. "I'm asking about your other self. Do you understand?" "Yes, I think so. I think I do." "How do you feel then? Can we continue?" "Yes," said Allison, leaning forward, almost opening her eyes in the attempt to emphasize her words. "We must continue." There was something in that last phrase that captured the pain and the urgency of both Allison Enders and the young poetess named Sarah. "Very well," he said, "but we're going to go forward again, in time. Forward to the bad time." "I expected it. I know we must." Michael appraised the woman seated across from him. She looked suddenly small and fragile, so helpless and trusting. It made him feel guilty that he would be forcing her to a place of such total dread, but there was no place else to go. "Sarah, let's go to the time when you were separated from your family, except for your mother. Can you do that?" There was another pause, longer than normal. He watched her carefully and noticed the slightest tremor pass through her, an emotional aftershock almost 60 years later. Finally, "Yes." "You were in Auschwitz," he said. "It's also called Auschwitz." "Yes." "You described a man who has become very well known to the world," he said. "The man in the white coat. He was indeed a doctor. His name was Mengele." She nodded, but did not speak for an instant. "And the other one, the Sonderkommando." "You mean the prisoner?" "Yes, der Klein Engel. He was worse, maybe." "What did you call him, in English?" Allison nodded. "That was what he called himself, the little angel. Because he was always with Mengele, I assume." I don't see the connection, he said. Mengele, the soldiers called him the Angel of Death, said Allison, the words venting from her like escaping steam. There was a terrible presence in her words, as though merely mentioning the name could conjure up the demon once again. Fear crouched beneath her voice like a predator waiting to strike. Michael could sense the respectful terror that emanated from the young woman. And the Sonderkommando he kept with him. He was the little angel. Okay, Michael nodded, made a note. I got it. Allison shuddered, her face twisted with revulsion. You don't have to be afraid of him, not anymore, said Michael, grasping for the best thing to say. Who? Mengele. He was a monster, but the other one was worse. Really? Why? Allison's eyes popped open like those of a mechanical baby doll. It was a startling effect, and it frightened him. She was staring at him, but also through him. Because the little angel was a Jew. But weren't all the Sonderkommandos Jewish? Michael wasn't trying to confuse her. He wasn't sure what she meant, or the true source of her anger. Weren't they forced to work for the Nazis? Yes, but this one was different. Allison's eyes had slipped closed again, but her features were anything but composed. Why was he so different? Because I could tell he liked his work. The words issued from her in a vicious stream, her face twisted into a portrait of loathing. He enjoyed the torture and the killing. He kept smiling at us as he led us to the showers. What did you call him? Michael barely whispered the question. In German. Der kleine Engel. She practically spat out the name. He was a monster. What happened to him? Allison twisted in her seat, her eyes half opening, then slipping shut once again. I don't know. I only saw him that day when I... She couldn't finish the sentence, and her hands began to tremble ever so slightly. It reminded Michael of a delicate mechanism, like a tiny clock of hand-carved parts, threatening to hitch up and stop. When you died, he said softly. The tension in his patient immediately disappeared. Yes, then, I cannot tell you what happened to him. We can find out. He said this more for reassurance than from any confidence. You can? There was hope in her voice. I think so. Yes. He paused for a moment, then... Did you know this Sonderkommando's real name? Allison shook her head. I am sorry. Hey, don't worry about it. You've been doing wonderfully. Allison seemed to relax a bit, leaning back in her chair. Are you tired? Said Michael. Maybe. One more question. Perhaps two, all right? Yes. To whom am I really speaking? Allison or Sarah? She paused for a moment. Who is Allison? Michael swallowed hard. The idea he had been dancing around was flirting with him dangerously. He knew he had to face it head-on and see where it might lead him, even though he knew it could be to a place he did not want to be, a place where cold logic and empirical knowledge no longer held sway. Allison is the young woman I am looking at, said Michael. She is sitting in the chair opposite me. She said nothing in response. He knew he must push further. Sarah? Yes? Where are you right now? What do you mean? Look around you. Tell me what you see. She paused, did not open her eyes. I don't know. It is a vast open space. Dark, but not really. I am floating in some kind of ocean, but it's not water. I don't know if I'm really even seeing anything. Maybe I just feel it. He pushed a little more. Do you know that you are dead? Allison's body tensed slightly, then relaxed. After a moment of heavy, sticky silence, she spoke. Yes, I think so. But it's different. I know that I am also alive. And you are, he said quickly, very much so. What does this mean? Who is Allison? Michael spoke directly in a normal tone, no whispering. I think you know. She said nothing, and he decided to ease out of the session. Not only was he weighted down with information and implications, but he sensed fatigue in Allison and, if it were possible, anxiety in Sarah. He was surprised that he was beginning to think of them as two distinct entities, but in a major sense they were indeed separate. And yet another interpretation would say they were the same. "Please listen closely to me," he began, as he issued the instructions that would end the hypnotic session and leave Allison with a suggestion that she would not remember any of her conversation and that her nightmares would not be recurring. Michael wasn't certain either post-hypnotic instruction would be successful, but he hoped for at least a partial take. Allison awakened when he snapped his fingers, and he watched her closely as she stretched, blinked, looked at him. It was apparent she suffered no stress or anxiety. "How do you feel?" he said, as he moved back to his usual place behind his desk. "I feel great," she said. He noticed a different quality in her voice. It was the same voice, but her tone was more relaxed. "That's very good," he said. "How did I do?" she asked brightly. "You don't remember?" "Not really. I just have this feeling that it was okay." Michael smiled. "It was very okay. You're a great subject." Looking at him expectantly, she assumed he was going to offer more. When he did not, she smiled, tilted her head a bit coquettishly. "Well, aren't you going to tell me what I said?" "Sure, but not yet. I need to look at my notes and go over the videotape. We can talk about the session the next time I see you." Her expression revealed her disappointment, but she let it pass. "Okay, that's fine. I didn't know how it works." Michael nodded. "Well, every session is different, but for your case, I'm going to need more time to fully assess what we have learned." "Am I going to be okay?" He smiled. "You're already okay." Standing up, she straightened her clothing. "When do you want to see me again?" "Tomorrow, if that's good for you." "I think so." He nodded and escorted her to the door, giving her more reassurances and a reminder to make the appointment with Ms. Robbins. As the door closed, sealing him into the safety and solitude of his office, he felt a rush of different emotions: excitement, caution, anxiety, maybe even a tinge of fear itself. He felt challenged, as though he'd been given some special mission, an assignment that only he could see through to its torturous end. There was so much to do: research and cross-referencing. It was time to start combing the literature for similar cases and related phenomena. He would also have to decide how much to involve Pamela in the entire process. Last night he'd spoken excessively about his interest in the case. To not include her in the latest findings would only spark her curiosity even more. Slowly he settled into his chair, steepling his hands over his blotter. Time to meditate, to cover all the bases. Retrieving his notebook, he began outlining a series of tasks. He hadn't gotten very far when Pamela buzzed his intercom. "Yes," he said, trying to keep the irritation from his tone. "Sorry to bother you," she said, "but I have a call from a man who said you were referred to him by Dr. Rita Hanover." For a moment the name meant nothing to him. Hanover? He wasn't good with people's names unless the person had impressed him in some way. He cast about, trying to connect a face, an event, and a dim memory surfaced. "Is she with the Pittsburgh police?" He'd been attending a regional seminar or some such thing about new techniques for forensic specialists, and he'd been invited to speak, reprising a monograph he'd published about hypnosis and crime-solving. Dr. Hanover had approached him to discuss a few points he'd made. "Yes, that's her." "What about the referral?" "He's a middle-aged man, seems very upset, frightened maybe. He said you can call Dr. Hanover if you want to check him out, but he's afraid he's cracking up, and she told him to see you." Michael rolled his eyes. Yeah, everyone was afraid of cracking up. Hardly a reason to interrupt his research and an already declared break in his normal schedule. It wasn't as though Dr. Hanover was a dear friend or even a colleague owed a favor. He remembered her mainly for her uncommonly homely face and drab fashion. "What's the patient's name?" he said, shaking his head. "McGuire. Rodney McGuire." Part 2. A Darkness at Noon. 9. Harford Nichols, Jaen, Peru. Something was very wrong. Harford was suddenly awake in his hotel room, small and spartanly furnished, with no idea where he was or what he might be doing there. Blinking his eyes, rubbing crusty sleep from them, he sat up on the small, sagging mattress and felt every muscle in his still athletic body twist with pain. He was dressed in jeans and a black T-shirt and hiking boots. Where the fuck am I this time? The thought shuddered through him like the kind of stomach-turning jolt that yanked you awake from some terror-soaked nightmare. Only problem here was that Harford Nichols was already awake, and his waking nightmare was getting to be more a constant part of his life. He'd obviously had another blackout, which would mean 4 times in the last year. They were getting more frequent and were scaring the shit out of him, and given his line of work, he was not the type to be scared. Slowly making his way to the tiny bathroom, he shaded his eyes from the harsh daylight crashing through the solitary window. As he relieved himself, he absorbed the details of the scene beyond the hotel window, trying to orient himself. A quick take sketched in the basics. A scurvy little town with all the signs in Spanish, mountains in the background, tropical trees and cacti along a dried-up riverbed, lots of motor taxis, and a population of short, deeply tanned people. Harford shook his head. He could be anywhere south of the border, all the way down the west coast of South America. Frantically, he tried to remember where his last assignment had been, and the images of the lush greenery of the Pacific Northwest filled him with good thoughts. After getting back from Brighton, they'd sent him off to do some electronic surveillance and some basic housekeeping on a cadre of Syrian entrepreneurs in, of all places, Portland and Seattle. He loved those kind of gigs because they were typically clean and neat, no interference and no messes. He was getting a little long in the tooth physically for the wet work, and even psychologically he was wearing out on it. Several sessions with the company's own shrinks had been inconclusive, or so they told him, but it was suggested that he was reaching what they called the red line. Anyway, here he was in some hot, nasty place where the water, the food, and the dirt all shared a very close association, and the last thing he remembered was sitting in a Seattle bar called F.X. McCrory's, watching a couple of Arabs in suits trying to act as though they were enjoying a micro-brewed porter with 2 local clients. Yeah, something was very fucked up here. A quick search of the room revealed his usual array of accessories. Rucksack full of goodies, notebook computer with radio links to the ComSats, and an airline carry-on with a variety of ensembles for every occasion, except the James Bond tux that could fit under scuba gear. Yeah, right. The computer case also contained some document pouches with all his ID sets. The one that caught his eye was a persona he'd used maybe 6-7 years back. Victor Conauer, an American coffee exporter working out of Chiclayo, Peru, who also owned plantations in the Andean slopes that grounded along the Marañón River. Jesus, what am I doing back in Peru? Or Ecuador, or wherever this steaming little pit might be? Harford found his room key on the floor, but it gave no clue to his location. Better to just go down to the lobby and nose around. He should check the email on the notebook computer, but he was afraid of what might be there and for how long. His superiors did not like it when he didn't check in at the proper intervals. They figured something had gone very wrong, and that was bad business for the company. Downstairs, he found a surprisingly clean lobby with a truly immense projection screen TV displaying a live broadcast of a bullfight. Nobody, not even a lone desk clerk, was paying attention. The walls were decorated with cheesy reproductions of American landscapes, always a sign of a tourist hotel and probably the best accommodations in the village. Nodding to the clerk, he exited to the streets, where he was assailed by the expected splash of unpleasant noises and odors that were even worse. Cars with bad mufflers, screaming kids, reeking fried food, urine, and dog shit vapors. The sidewalks were crowded with everybody trying to get their errands done before siesta closed things down for the middle of the day. The ever-present dusty dirt swirled and settled on everything as he threaded his way among the people, who all seemed to take notice of him because he was so much taller than most of them, and with his dirty blonde hair, so obviously a Norte Americano. The heat was oppressive. Wherever he was, he knew he was close to the edge of the jungle. The signs for Inca Cola confirmed his guess that he'd surfaced in Peru, but he hadn't pinned it down. The narrow street looked familiar in a detached sort of way, and as Harford Nichols turned a corner onto a large central square, he suddenly recognized the place because of the dome-shaped church that dominated the square. He was in Jaen, a large village in northeast Peru, several hours from the edge of the trackless Amazon jungle. He'd been here before, back when he'd been posing as a coffee merchant years ago. But what the hell was he doing here now? Whatever it was had left him hungry and totally exhausted and grimy, greasy, filthy, dirty. Stopping at a cevicheria, he ordered up a bowl of plain rice, as plain as it can get when the local custom is to flavor it with a generous chunk of animal lard, and a bottle of crystal beer. The food didn't agree with him, but he knew he needed some nourishment. Now that he knew his location, his only agenda was to get the fuck out of there. As he walked back to his hotel, he began to feel anxious. The blackouts were a serious matter. He was going to have to confide in Marvin Darbesh, his section chief. Even if you were a 15-year probe at the CIA, it was no small matter to get yourself from a bar down the street from the Kingdome to a little smear of a village on the fringe of Peru's jungle lowlands. The idea that he could be so mobile, so facile, and have no memory of it, sent tremors deep along the fault lines of his soul. It should be impossible, yet he had hard proof he'd done it 4 freaking times. The thoughts followed him back to the hotel. When he paid his bill, he discovered he'd only been there since 2 a.m. the previous night. The calendar told him he'd been in Seattle Sunday evening, and it was now Wednesday afternoon, which meant traveling all day on Monday just to get to Lima. From there, it was either a flight to Iquitos in the middle of the jungle or Chiclayo on Tuesday morning. Transportation out of Iquitos to the west was unreliable and over largely unpaved roads, which meant he'd probably gone to Chiclayo. Not much of a time window to do much of anything, especially when you factored in the erratic schedules of Fawcett Airlines and a 6-hour bus ride through the Andes from Jose Quiñones Aeropuerto in Chiclayo to Jaen. That meant Harford had arrived in this village sometime late Tuesday night, did whatever he came here to do, then checked into his room around 2 in the morning. He had gone to an awful lot of trouble for something, but what? The blank, stone-cold lack of an answer left him with a sickening fear burrowed beneath his stomach like some hideous larva under a flat rock. It was feeding on him, and he knew that eventually it was going to win out. He was scared, more than he could ever remember, and he'd logged some vicious fucking time in places like Afghanistan, Angola, Rwanda, Sri Lanka, Burma, and 100 other cesspools. Returning to his room, he cleared up his gear and checked in through his notebook. The satellite link punched him into Langley within 10 seconds, and a fairly clean video image of a young staffer he didn't recognize stared back at him. "Mr. Nichols," said the young man. "Mr. Darbesh is waiting to hear from you. Hold, please, for reconnect." The screen fizzed, then refilled with Darbesh's round African face. "Harf, what's going on? You had a no-show at interval. We've been tracking your communications package all over the place." Harford nodded. He knew their equipment had been locked on the super-high-frequency beacon his notebook computer was always generating. By simple NavSat triangulation, they always had him nailed down. If he'd been at RFK Stadium, they could have told him if he was sitting in the end zone or on the 50-yard line. Of course, they didn't know if he was alive or dead, or if he'd been separated from his equipment. "That's because I've been all over the goddamned place. We thought maybe you'd been shanghaied out of Seattle in a crate of salmon headed for the Lima outdoor markets. Marvin Darbesh smiled, but only for an instant. And you've got somebody on their way to intercept, right? Let's just say we did. Assuming you're okay, I'll call off the dogs as soon as I finish with you. Harford ran a hand through his unruly, longish hair. Let's just say I don't need any help. That's not good enough. Darbesh's expression had drifted several notches past serious. Harford, we need to know what's going on. All this activity is unauthorized, and I can't cover it up. I've got to assume you're not okay. Harford shook his head. He felt like a schoolboy who'd been caught raiding the other kids' lunchboxes. You're going to be in good shape, assuming that, he said wearily. I think you'd better get in here right away. There are a couple of people who are going to want to talk to you. Harford chuckled darkly. No shit. You really think so? Look, man, we've known each other a long time, said Darbesh. I'm not out to get you. Any ideas? Meet me when you get in, said the man who was his section chief but also his friend. We'll talk about it before you check in officially. Harford nodded. Okay, I'll email my itinerary. Where do I meet you? The usual place, said Darbesh, which was far away from Langley in D.C., 40 miles up the expressway and into downtown Baltimore's Little Italy. Years ago, Harford Nichols had discovered Damimo, the only place to go if you wanted 5-star service and Italian food. It became a favorite place to meet with his oldest and most trusted friend in the company. Marianne and Mimo knew them as regulars and always gave them treatment reserved for the many celebrities who managed to find time for a visit to the best restaurant in the city. Harford sipped a maker's mark as he listened to Marvin Darbesh wrap up his standard introductory speech about how he was risking his career by being there unauthorized and by possibly aiding and abetting an agent who had slipped his tether, an agent who had possibly started dealing from both ends of the deck. Harford listened for the words that, while unspoken, carried the majority of the conversation's weight. Marvin was trying to tell him that, friend notwithstanding, he could only go so far before his superiors took over and decided what to do with him. Finally, Darbesh paused to knock back the rest of his absolute gimlet, and Harford took the initiative. You're not telling me. Just how bad is it? Not good. You didn't tell the house shrink about the blackouts, did you? Harford felt exposed, vulnerable. I just couldn't do it. It's too scary to talk about it, Marvin. It's going to get a lot scarier if somebody upstairs decides you've turned, Harford. That's fucking ridiculous. Sure it is, but you've got major chunks of time in your life you can't account for. I believe you're telling the truth when you say that's what's happening, but other people aren't going to be so compassionate. That's exactly why I haven't said anything to Dr. Jarvis. Well, I have to tell you, she's not buying into the standard red line business with you. Meaning? Harford drained his glass and signaled for another bourbon and rocks. Meaning I've read her reports from your 2 sessions, and she's convinced you're covering up something. She's one of the people who can effectively terminate you, Harford. Anything else? Marvin sipped his cocktail and looked around the room more out of habit than true paranoia. I intercepted a bureau query from an agent named Stevenson. He's got a good rep. Diligent, real smart, like a dog with a fresh bone if he thinks he's onto something. He was asking about me? Marvin grimaced, wiped some perspiration off his shining mahogany head, magnificent in its baldness. Not directly. Darbesh briefly summarized the Interpol inquiry and the assassination-style killings in the English village. The FBI wanted to know if we had any projects going on in the area. Harford nodded. Same time I was house cleaning in Brighton. Oh, yeah, exactly. Darbesh looked at him. Did you have a blackout in England? What if I did? God damn it, Harf, you've got to tell us about this kind of shit. What did you tell him, this guy Stevenson? Marvin paused and ordered another cocktail when the waiter materialized with a fresh maker's mark. I didn't tell him jack shit. I compromised the interagency accords. I told him we didn't have anything going on in the neighborhood. Christ, Marvin, they're going to find out that's a lie. I know, but I can cover it. Screw-ups happen. This is just one more of them. But I have to tell you, this is fucking it. No more of this business, Harford. You're scaring me now. Harford gulped at his drink, nodded. His friend was right. The missing pieces of time were beginning to smell very bad, like a very old corpse. He needed to face the situation and deal with it. But he felt so damned helpless. I don't know what to tell you, Marvin. You think I'm not terrified that I might have aced those guys in England? And what about this little junket to Peru? How do you think I would feel if somebody turns up dead along my trail? Marvin shrugged. I don't know. Why don't you give it a try? The words hit him like mortar fire, each one ripping a deeper hole in his gut. It wasn't possible. As he looked across the table at his friend, a wave of emptiness rushed toward him. He could almost see it, like an approaching tsunami. As it effectively washed away all conscious thought, its wake a deep trench of nothingness, devoid of spirit and hope. What was happening to him? Tell me, he said finally. Marvin exhaled. Steel worker, name of Manuel Ortiz. On a bridge over the Chinchipe River, sniper style. You want details? Harford nodded blankly. Single slug to the forehead, just like we always do it, but it was from an old Soviet army rifle. Harford shrugged. Isn't that what the Nacionales still use? Sounds like an inside job. Yes, it does, said Marvin, as long as you don't factor in the dead soldier. Who just happens to be missing his weapon, said Harford, shaking his head. Christ, Marvin, you've got to believe me. I know. You've told me. The steel worker. Who was this guy? Marvin shook his head. Just a guy who worked high steel. Nobody anybody would want to assassinate. Harford chuckled. But you think I did? What would you think? No argument from me. But you have to believe me when I tell you I don't know anything. This blackout thing is very serious, very real. If I'm slipping off into some weird killing fugue, I don't know a goddamn thing about it. Marvin folded his hands. Well, if what you say is true, and I believe you, then I have to conclude that you are one extremely dangerous man. Harford knew he was right. If the deal was reversed, he wondered if he would be handling things as coolly as Marvin Darbash. So what are you telling me? Really telling me? You've got to check into Langley and let them crawl all over you. No choice. I told you I wanted to come in. I don't doubt your sincerity, but we have to be careful. There might be something going on here that none of us have any control over. Some agency or some government might have come up with a way to control our people. You know, the way the Soviets always wanted to do. That psychic business? He grinned at the memory. Marvin nodded. Or maybe something else, something too weird or new or experimental. Look, all I can tell you is that there's a good bet laid at the agency that, for whatever the reasons, you're doing some phantom murders, and you're out of control. Out of control. Those words described a situation that simply could not be tolerated in a place like the company. No room for it. I don't know what's going on, Marvin. He listened to the sound of his own voice, hated it for sounding so weak, so ineffectual. Darbash continued as if he'd heard nothing. If you come in, you're going to be okay. They want to work with you. If you don't, my orders are to throw you away. Harford looked at him as he heard the words he'd been expecting all along. No surprises there. It was simply the way things worked on the game board where he played, and he didn't need to wonder whether or not his friend could carry out the directive. He could. Any of them could. That's why they were on the team. And he would do the same thing if necessary. "Okay, what's the deal?" he said calmly. An unexpected sense of relief cleansed him. He felt suddenly stronger, more willing to face whatever demon had seized him. "Do we have time to have a good dinner, or do you have a chopper waiting down by the waterfront?" Marvin Darbesh's expression mutated from stony resignation to grim humor. "Actually," he said, "we have both." Much later that evening, as Harford Nichols lay quietly in a cell euphemized into a debriefing chamber, he imagined himself a man standing on the edge of the universe itself. In the perfect darkness, the abject, insulation-baffled silence, he found himself truly alone with his thoughts. As though he were some kind of meta-explorer unleashed upon the continuum and had reached its end limits, he believed he was very close to understanding what was happening to him. Not that he even had a scintilla of insight or understanding at that very moment, because he didn't. It was something more mystical, more intuitive. And there was an odd comfort in that belief, even though another part of him sensed that the unraveling of the enigma could prove to be the ultimate dissolution of the person he'd always known as I and me and Harford Nichols. And perhaps more strangely, he was not thinking in terms of his own death so much as of some other, far more intriguing transformation. He had been on rather intimate terms with death for a long time now, and the contemplation of his own end had become so second nature it offered him not even the most puerile rush of fear. No, this new sensation, this subtle impression of what might lie in wait for him, was more elusive, more truly mysterious. And there was an odd comfort in it. The thought transported him back along the dark aisle of memory to a time when he was graduating from prep school in a decidedly waspish little Connecticut village named Upper Westford. His father, a third-generation lawyer and member of long standing in every exclusive club he could find, came up to him after the ceremonies had ended and stiffly shook his hand as though the two of them were complete strangers, which, in large manner, they were. "No time for congratulations, son. Come by my office on Monday. I've blocked out some time so we can plan your next moves." Harford had looked at him with a wry smile and said, "Sounds like you've got it all worked out." His father looked at him with genuine surprise. "Of course I have, son. I'm your father." "Well, what about me?" he'd asked with a youthful and direct sincerity. "Don't I get to say anything about what I want to do with my own life?" His father had looked around nervously to see if anyone of merit might be witnessing this filial blasphemy. Then he spoke curtly, but with an iron edge of firmness. "It's not your life until I decide to give it to you, Harford. I thought you understood that." Harford had smiled a crooked little smile that would be his trademark and a mannerism that would endear him to many women during his long bachelorhood. "Or until I decide to take it," he'd said. "I don't like the sound of that." His father's voice notched up several levels as he fought to keep control. Clearly he was not accustomed to anyone not immediately buckling to his will, and he had paid so little attention to his son's ascendancy to adulthood that he had no inkling of the willfulness he'd inherited. "Any more talk like that, and you're cut off, young man." Harford had said nothing for a moment as he'd unclasped his graduation gown and peeled out of it. Its folds had hidden a full panoply of motorcycle leathers. "That's exactly the way it has to be, Father," Harford had said. He'd been planning his exit from a world he'd always despised for a long time, ever since the first time he realized he would someday be old enough to do it. Harford had been that rarest of individuals. He could not imagine living his entire life sucking off the beneficent tit of a trust fund and a pre-packaged, pre-planned life. And if his father would not give him the chance to inject some uncertainty into his life, then he would create his own random pathway. Square one started with his tuxedoed father standing there with a truly dumbfounded expression. Harford had walked away from him and never looked back. After several years in the Army, he worked his way through the University of Pittsburgh, fortunate enough to be there during the Tony Dorsett years. then a fling at architectural school and a stint as a mercenary in various African and Asian theaters before getting recruited into Central Intelligence. In all those years, he'd never heard from his parents or his robot siblings, and until this night of darkness, he'd scarcely given them a thought. Harford didn't really know why he'd thought of his father tonight, but if anything, the reprise of his life choices only served to reaffirm his belief that he'd done the only thing his spirit would have allowed him. He'd lived the life intended for him, and he was ready for whatever now waited in its shadows. 10. J. Michael Keating, M.D., Manhattan, New York. Synchronicity. Once again the word lit up his mind like a neon sign. Was it an actual mechanism, or were hollow terms such as luck, chance, and coincidence the only explanations for connected events that were in essence unexplainable, making the unknown known? Michael smiled to himself. That used to be called mythology, and now he had colleagues who preferred to call the process fancy names like synchronistic holotherapy or event-centered therapy. He'd spent his career steering away from trendy pop solutions to humankind's true ills, and now he felt himself being drawn to conclusions that were beyond his sphere of all that was rational. He shook his head at the bittersweet irony of his situation and considered how different his life would be at that very moment if he had told Pamela to turn away Mr. Rodney McGuire, the Manhattan cab driver. But something had made Michael ask her what McGuire wanted, and her answer shook Michael to the center of his being. I think you're going to want to know about this guy. He's starting to have dreams about dying in a concentration camp. Michael huddled within the womb-like retreat of his office, trying to regroup his forces, his powers of deduction, intellectualization, and his confidence. It was perhaps that last attribute he needed most right now, because with each step deeper into the strange world he had encountered, the more he began to doubt the very aspects of his life that had always served him so well, especially that elusive entity called truth. Having dedicated his life in search of it, he felt betrayed when his findings did not conform to the model by which he had lived all his years. There was no rational explanation for what had happened to Rodney McGuire in Pittsburgh, or the dreams that now plagued him. Michael felt... "Excuse me, Doctor," said Pamela's voice on the intercom, "but Mr. McGuire is here." "Good," he said. "Send him in." Michael walked around the desk to receive a man who could have been in his late 40s or early 50s. He was a moderately tall, black man dressed in Reeboks, khaki pants, a cable-knit sweater, and a Charlotte Hornets jacket. He held a floppy baseball cap in his hands and was nervously turning it and flipping and twisting it. A fragile panic lurched behind his eyes, and his mouth was drawn into a small whorl of tension. "Hello, Mr. McGuire," said Michael, extending his hand. "I am Dr. Keating." "You can just call me Rodney, Doc. Everybody else does." He shook Michael's hand rapidly with a sweaty palm. "I'm really glad you could see me like this, 'cause I gotta tell you, I'm about to go balls-up crazy, if you know what I mean." "Well, I think I do, but why don't we just sit and talk for a while?" Michael indicated that Rodney take a seat, then took a position opposite him. "Thanks," said McGuire, reaching into his jacket pocket to pull out a business card. "Thanks a lot. And by the way, here's that Doc Hanover's card. That lady I talked to in Pittsburgh, she wrote your name on the back, right there. See it?" Michael accepted the card, glanced at it. "Yes, I'm familiar with your encounter, Rodney." "You are?" Surprise and a hint of suspicion shaped his features. "I called Dr. Hanover, and she faxed me a copy of your file." "My file?" McGuire seemed agitated, nervous. "I thought they said I wasn't going to have any criminal record or anything." "No, you don't," said Michael, speaking as softly as he could. "I'm referring to the report from Dr. Hanover, your medical record file. All doctors keep files on their patients." "Oh, sure. I got you. Sure." He seemed to relax somewhat, but his gaze darted about intermittently. At any rate, said Michael, I've read what happened to you, and I'm quite certain you're no voyeur. You mean a peeping Tom, right? You got it, said Michael, who found himself liking this fellow instinctively. There was a forthrightness, a directness that shone through his defensive and anxious posture. Rodney McGuire was most likely an honest enough, hard-working, and very regular guy. You got any idea how I ended up in Pittsburgh? I mean, I charged a plane ticket. I found it in my pocket later, but you know what I mean. I have a feeling we may uncover some clues at least. Michael reached for his leather-bound notebook. Now, can you tell me about the dreams? McGuire shuddered ever so slightly. I guess I have to. You told my assistant that you die in a concentration camp? The patient nodded vigorously. Yeah, that's right. What do you mean by concentration camp? McGuire looked at him oddly, as if Michael had asked him if he knew what country he lived in. I mean the camps run by the Germans, the Nazis. You know, those places where they killed all those people. You mean you see these places in your dreams and you recognize them? That's it. And how do you know what they are? Michael paused to see if his patient was assuming a defensive or cooperative posture. His body language communicated the latter. I guess I'm asking you where you learned about the camps. Oh, I see what you mean. Well, you know, from the old newsreels, the stuff that's always on the Discovery Channel, stuff like that. McGuire almost smiled at the television reference. He was speaking more slowly now, more in control. Then he added, and my uncle. The last phrase jolted Michael from the rhythm of his routine. Your uncle? Was he Jewish? McGuire grinned self-consciously, but quickly resumed his mantle of solemnity. No, nothing like that. He was my father's brother. He was in World War II, the 761st Tank Battalion, 3rd Army with Patton. You probably heard of him. Michael looked at the man, confused. Apparently the information should mean something to him. I'm afraid I do not understand. What does your uncle's army unit have to do with your dreams? That was the first bunch of Americans to reach him. They liberated Buchenwald. Oh, I see. Michael attempted to remain calm, but inwardly his mind was aflame with wonder and amazement. The idea that this black American could in some way be connected to the death camp phenomenon supported the absurd notion of synchronous events exerting influence upon each other. Yeah, he used to tell me and my cousin stories about the war, said McGuire. Uncle Roop said they were over there to kill the Jerrys. Michael cleared his throat. Yeah, that sums it up pretty well. And he told us lots of times about the camps. He said the people looked like a bunch of skeletons. He said when they got there, the bodies were piled up higher than rooftops, that the Jerrys had been trying to just bulldoze these big piles into the ground, but there was just too many of them. Michael nodded, doodled some notes and squiggles on his pad. I've heard such accounts, he said, trying to remain as neutral as possible. Unbelievable, but true, you know. Yes, I do. Michael leaned forward and looked his patient squarely in the eye. But I think we have to look at what's happening to you right now. We need to talk about why you feel you are being driven crazy, as you say. Oh, okay. Sure. The dreams. When did they begin? McGuire considered this for a moment. Not long after I got back to the city, got myself back to work. Couple of nights later, I guess. Do you live by yourself? Yep. Got a ex-wife, divorced, a daughter who's grown up. He allowed himself a small smile at the thought of her. She went off to college. Now she's got herself a nice job. How often do you have these dreams of the camps? Michael made a few notes as he spoke softly. Well, at first, not much. A nightmare here and there. Like maybe one night, then nothing for a couple weeks. He rubbed his chin with the back of his hand. It was a nervous habit that Michael had seen in many people who were heavy drinkers of alcohol. Go on. Sure, said Rodney McGuire. Anyway, it's funny, but I don't usually remember much of my dreams, and at first I was just waking up in a nasty sweat, you know? Michael nodded. But later you'd begin to remember. McGuire's eyes grew momentarily wider. Yeah, that's for sure. I'd be driving my cab, and suddenly a piece of the dream would kinda come to me, you know? Like I could see this long fence made up of posts like telephone poles and just covered with barbed wire. All over, you know? Or this soldier in this long black coat, and he's holding a big pistol to this little girl's head. At first, it was just stuff like that. Then it got worse. In what way? Michael leaned forward, but only enough to indicate his interest, in no way to threaten the comfort space of Mr. McGuire. Well, it's pretty simple. I started waking up, and the whole damn thing would be right there in my mind. McGuire had been twisting his cap in his hands, but now he was wringing it roughly, as though trying to rip it apart. And I couldn't get rid of it, no matter what I did. And the dreams were, well, different from regular dreams. In what way? Like they wasn't really dreams at all, like they was real stuff I'd been remembering. That's very interesting, Rodney, said Michael, using his first name for the first time. It was a gesture of friendship, an invitation to relax and open up. Tell me, do you think they are memories? McGuire looked at him askance. Well, I know they can't be. I wasn't even born yet. Michael nodded. Of course, but that wasn't exactly what I meant. Huh? Perhaps they are someone else's memories. Huh? I don't get it. McGuire gave him an expression that suggested he might be talking to a quack. Michael smiled disarmingly. I'm not sure I get it either. Not yet. But I think that together we might be able to figure this out. What I meant by someone else's has to do with what's called the perspective, or the point of view. Okay, said the patient non-committally. Can you tell me, are you watching other people in the camp, like watching a movie? Or are you one of them yourself? Do you follow me? Oh, yeah, I gotcha. Sure, I see what you're getting at. Yeah, I'm definitely one of them. I mean, lots of stuff's happening to me, and plus I know people in the dream. Can you tell me about them? I see my brother there, in the camp. Your real brother? McGuire shook his head. Nah, don't have a real brother, just a bunch of sisters. It was like growing up in a hen house. This was different. It's like I see this young boy, and I know his name, and I just know he's my brother. Do you remember his name? Yusuf? A last name? Michael looked at him above his reading glasses, which he had nudged down so that he might see his notepad as well as his patient. The question instantly pulled Rodney McGuire up short. Tension instantly leached to the surface of his face, and he worked on his baseball cap with renewed energy. Yeah, he has a last name. I heard the soldiers yell it when they were first calling out names of people to get in these boxcars. You know, at this train station. Something was wrong, thought Michael. The man was stalling. Either the last name question had disturbed him in some unrelated and irrational way, or McGuire did not want to reveal it or confront it. Michael knew he had no choice but to pursue what showed to be the only hot key so far indicated in the session. The last name. Your dream brother's last name. Goldberg. It was Goldberg. The name in itself was unremarkable, but it sparked immediate connections for Michael. He had just read that name on a fax. Suddenly, he experienced a reeling sensation of lapsing into psychological freefall, a descent through howling darkness. His stomach lurched as if the earth beneath him had abruptly heaved away from him. All the wishing against it and a lifetime of training as an empiricist wasn't going to help him here, he knew. He had the feeling of standing on the edge of something massive and daunting, something outside the hull of this world, something the mystics would term cosmic or karmic. Just the idea of edging so close to such a thing jolted him with wonder and maybe a little terror as well. Go on, he thought. Push this. Wherever it takes you, go for it. Goldberg is the name of the family in Pittsburgh, said Michael. Just saying it somehow made it more real. His mind buzzed. Fear, excitement. He knew it did not matter. Pardon my French, said McGuire, but no shit, Doc. That's what's got me so freaked. Anything you haven't told me? Anything that might tie these things up? McGuire began rocking back and forth slowly, but with a steady motion and rhythm. It's funny, but on the night that I woke up and remembered that name, I couldn't tell you why, but it had me so scared I couldn't get out of bed. I wasn't sure I could even breathe. Are you sure that's the right name? McGuire nodded vigorously. Damn straight. How can you be so sure? The cabbie looked at him with an expression of infinite weariness. Because no matter what I'm doing or where I am, I can hear that train with the steam hissin' and the couplers clankin', and I hear that soldier yellin' over the noise, yellin' out that name. I don't know why I hear it, but I do, and every time I hear it, I feel my back ripple up like chicken skin. Goldberg. For some reason, I'm dreamin' that's my goddamn name. Rodney McGuire trembled as he almost spat out the last sentence. Michael observed a bitter rush of emotion sluice through him. Fright, anger, disgust. Come on, Rodney, you've got to take it easy. I can help you, but you've got to let me do it. Hey, Doc, he said in a thick, tension-choked voice. I'm sorry. I just don't know what to do, or what any of this stuff means. We've got to go deeper, said Michael. They were on a fine edge now between enlightenment and damnation. Rodney shook his head. I can't right now. I don't even know what I remember. I can hypnotize you, said Michael. Do you have any objections to doing that? Rather than the expected opposition, McGuire's aspect brightened a bit, and he reached out his hands as though in supplication. You can do that? Well, we can do it together. And it'll give us the first step, said Michael quickly. False hope was ultimately destructive. It's not a miracle or a cure, just another tool. Rodney sagged visibly back into his chair. Oh, but we have to decide now, Rodney. Michael could not allow him to waffle or fade after going so far into the session. He looked his patient directly in the eyes, demanding an answer. Rodney exhaled shakily. Okay, he said. Let's do it. Michael leaned back in his chair when he was certain his patient was fully under. McGuire had proved willing and susceptible, requiring very little time to accept standard methods of hypnotic suggestion and follow-through. Gradually, like walking through a minefield, Michael guided him backward through time and the entwined corridors of dream and memory. There was little resistance, and Michael had the feeling almost right away that he was no longer talking to Rodney McGuire, but rather someone named Goldberg. Now, Rodney, I need you to tell me a few things about your surroundings. Where you are, what you see. Can you do that? Yes. His voice sounded calm, controlled. Where are you? I am on a train platform. It is raining. There are thousands of people crowded around us. Everywhere there are soldiers with their rifles pointed at us. We are waiting for the Sonderzüge, the special trains. There was something about the cadence of McGuire's words, the rhythm of his speech, that had changed. His grammar. It was subtle at first, almost imperceptible, then quite drastic. Rodney spoke more formally, his diction more carefully constructed. Is this what you see in your dream? Said Michael. Is this part of the nightmare? Yes. What's your name? When I am dreaming? The question posed a subtle distinction, an indication of careful thinking. Or when I am in the dream. Michael grasped his meaning. When you are in the dream, that is, when you are the other person, when you are the brother of Yusuf Goldberg. I am Yusuf's brother. The voice was strong, confident. What is your name? Said Michael. My name is Avram Goldberg. As McGuire spoke, Michael could detect a change in pronunciation. Slight at first, then more obvious, an accent was beginning to color the words. Where is this train platform? Do you have a location, a name? McGuire nodded slowly. Yes, we are in the small city of Leipzig, in Deutschland. It is late in the year of 1942. Tell me what is happening to you, said Michael. I am with my father, who had been a textile importer before the Nazis closed and burned our shop, and my brother, Yusuf. What's your father's name? Herschel. What about your mother? She died several years earlier. After Kristallnacht, there were also riots in some of the smaller cities like Leipzig. She was killed by a young brown shirt who struck her in the head with a brick. Rodney McGuire was definitely speaking English with an accent now, German, flavored with hints of Eastern Europe. Avram, when you're in the dream, what happens? The soldiers have spent the last 3 days gathering all of us together, every Jew in the city. We are being relocated so that we can better work for the fatherland. We are pushed into boxcars and cattle cars, so many that there is no room to do anything but stand against each other. We are pressed together like fish in a tin. We ride for so many hours, day and night, that people begin to grow faint or sick. The stench of urine and feces is overpowering. I am embarrassed as I pee myself the first time, but it becomes a common occurrence for everyone in the car. After days of this, no one cares anymore. Our friends and neighbors would probably kill us for a sip of pond water or a chair. Finally, we arrive at a small town called Buchenwald, where everyone falls from the cars like an endless stream of vermin. The soldiers use their bayoneted rifles to prod us into open-bed trucks. I watch my poor father as he struggles to keep up with the crowd. He suffers from arthritis in both knees. Yusuf and I help carry him along, but we are so weak ourselves we can hardly move. The train ride has sapped our strength, even though we are both young men in our 20s. A teenaged boy wearing a long gray scarf refuses to climb into the truck in front of us. He cries out that he will not go anywhere without his grandfather, who has fallen under the gate of the truck and now struggles to regain his footing. The Schutzstaffel soldiers on each side of the truck scream at the boy to be silent and move to the front of the truck. But the boy stands defiant and continues to cry out for his grandfather. An SS trooper moves quickly, thrusting his bayonet forward and up so that it enters the boy's eye socket and exits the back of his skull. The other soldiers laugh and cheer as the boy momentarily dances on the end of the rifle like a hideous marionette. A galvanic response to sudden brain death. Another soldier drags the boy's horrified grandfather to his feet, shoves a Luger into the old man's mouth, and pulls the trigger. The spray of exploding tissue slaps me and Yusuf across the face. We are so close. But I am afraid to wipe away the wet fragments of brain and scalp. The soldier drops the old man's body to the roadway and exclaims loudly that the Jew boy did not want to go anywhere without his grandfather. And now they are together, he says. All the soldiers laugh and applaud their appreciation of the soldier's wit. And the rest of us begin moving more quickly, more efficiently into the trucks. Rodney McGuire recited his story with a cold, unimpassioned precision. He was a human tape recorder in playback mode, nothing more. He sat there, opposite Michael, with none of the speech mannerisms or nuances that had marked him earlier as a black urban cabbie. So unnerving was his performance that it truly chilled Michael, convincing him that he was listening to another person. If Rodney McGuire were the most accomplished actor in Manhattan, he couldn't have pulled off a more compelling and charismatic performance. The rhythm of his sentences, the accented English, spoken with exactly the correct amount of residual Teutonic influence, the casual use of German words that did not translate directly. Michael knew this was no acting job. Although he didn't understand the process, he knew he was listening to the story of a young man who was killed by the Nazis more than 50 years ago. And the young man was telling the tale himself. "Avram," he said softly, "why did you stop?" "I sensed you wanted me to do so." "Do you have more to tell me? More of the dream?" "Yes," said McGuire. "You were talking about the trucks," said Michael. "Where did they take you?" "We climb into the backs of the flatbeds very quickly, and we are packed in so tightly. It is a reminder of the box cars. My brother and I are near the railing, and we watch the landscape scroll past us. We leave the station and pass through the town of Buchenwald, where the people line up to watch us pass, as though watching a parade. Some of them are yelling at us, calling us Judenschweinhunde, or even worse deprecations. Some of the villagers hurl more than insults, picking up offal from the streets, rotten garbage, or even stones. Finally, we arrive at the labor camp. It is a gigantic compound wrapped in endless layers of barbed wire fencing, broken up only by the imposing bulk of guard towers. As our truck is admitted inside the first set of gates, into a space between sections of fencing, a no-man's land, I notice that the towers are bristling with machine guns and helmeted soldiers who are keeping us in their sights. A second gate opens, and we enter the concentration camp. There are several large buildings in the center, which are well appointed and house all the troops and the officers. The trucks veer off to the right and bring us to an installation of bleak, low-roofed barracks. As I look at the endless rows of buildings, I see blank, skull-like faces appear in some of the doorways, then quickly disappear. Everything is gray and weathered. We are ordered from the trucks and separated into groups of men or women. There are no children with us. They had been culled out of the herd back at the Buchenwald train station. Then the separate groups are filed into separate, empty barracks, and I notice that they have no doors in the thresholds, no glass in the windows. A cold, damp wind races through their interiors like greyhounds on the hunt. Inside, I see nothing but bunked pallets stacked so tightly, one atop the other, that a man could barely squeeze into his bed. There is no room for tables, chairs, or any kind of accessory or decoration, and I know that I am looking at my home for what may well be the rest of my life. I hear my father whimpering and sobbing as Yusuf helps him down the aisle of bunks. They are walking behind me, but I do not dare turn around. Soldiers with rifles seem to be everywhere, and their orders rain down upon us from every direction. It is impossible to comply with everything that is being heaped on us, and someone is getting slapped or beaten almost constantly. We are told that we have been brought here to perform labor for the Wehrmacht, and that we will die if we do not do our work well. We are told to put any belongings we are still carrying in the bunks assigned to us, memorize the number stenciled on the sideboard, then return to a cinder-paved courtyard formed by the quadrangle of 4 long-sided barracks. When we assemble in the quad, we are ordered to take off all our clothes and stand naked while we are inspected by officers and several doctors in white coats. Several of the men are singled out because of physical imperfections, boils, rashes, deformed hands or limbs, goiters, tumors, and other unnatural growths. Others are removed from our ranks because of advanced age. When someone is removed from our ranks, he is moved back to the area of the trucks, forced to kneel down and wait for an SS officer to put a bullet through his skull. The executions are performed without ceremony or the slightest hesitation. The soldiers give no indication that they have even the smallest fleck of emotion or care regarding their acts. The sounds of machinery and shouted orders are underlined by the occasional random concussions of automatic pistols, and I inwardly cringe and mentally say a prayer for the dead for each life extinguished around us. The doctor looks long at my father before nodding and moving along to the next man. I am worried that he may change his mind, decide that the old man is too frail-looking, and come back to reassign him to the end of an SS man's Luger. But he does not, and finally the demeaning ordeal is finished. We are ordered to stand together while a detail of Sonderkommandos drag a huge fire hose close by and turn its cold spray upon us. The nozzle force of the stream is like being hit by a sledgehammer, and my skin is turning blue from bruises and the almost freezing temperature of the water. Afterwards, we drag ourselves wet and naked, with cinders sticking to us like baking flour, into the drafty barracks. The only things we are allowed to carry are our shoes and stockings. On our bunks, I am surprised to find that our suitcases have been replaced by sets of clothing that resemble gray and black striped pajamas. The material is a coarse fiber like burlap, heavy but abrasive. On the back of the shirt are the letters KL, and on the breast pocket a Star of David, formed by a yellow triangle overlaying an opposed white one. The SS officer enters our barracks holding a leather riding crop. He announces that we have been detained at this work camp because we have been convicted of race violations, and that we will be given the chance to work off the penalties of the crimes in the camp. He launches into what will become a familiar litany of rules in Buchenwald, rules that will determine who is going to survive and who is going to die. We listen well. Rodney McGuire paused for a moment, and Michael wondered if it was for dramatic effect. The patient cleared his throat. "I am sorry. I am thirsty." Moving to his wet bar, Michael poured a glass of mineral water into a tumbler and gave it to McGuire. After sipping it carefully, the taxi driver cradled the glass in his lap and continued. "For 3 months, each day is a carbon sheet of the day previous. We are awakened by a klaxon before dawn, a hideous screeching sound, and marched into the quadrangle where other prisoners feed us a piece of hard bread and warm water. It was a time for joy if one of us found a piece of boiled soup bone in his bowl. Then we walk into the quarries, where some of us excavate stone for bridges and bunkers, while the rest perform repetitive tasks of punishment. I watch a group of older men push a huge boulder up a steep hill, only to have the SS send it back down with a few kicks of their boots. Over and over, like wretches out of Greek myth, the men work until they drop. The soldiers are always looking for prisoners to fail in their work, so they can use their bayonets or their pistols. Some of us are killed every day, and every Sunday we are assembled to watch someone hanged for a bogus crime. My poor father dies after only 3 months. He worked the latrines, wading through the troughs of excrement hour after hour, keeping them clear from becoming clogged. Eventually he grew sick from the filth, and he died one afternoon in the rain, consumed by delirium and fever. My brother Yusuf is so different, so very strong and proud. The Nazis never break him. He takes everything they throw at him, and he earns the grudging respect of the guards. The officers select him to be reassigned as a Sonderkommando in a camp in Poland called Lodz. He comes to me the day he will board the special train and says he is going to escape, and when he does, he will kill his captors. He is smiling, and he is still strong. Somehow he has grown bigger and more angry on the diet of bird suet, bread mold, and warm water. I look at him, and I know that he is telling me the truth, and I know he will do as he says. I watch him climb into the flatbed truck and stand proudly like a piece of sculpture, and I know I will never see him in this lifetime ever again. But I do see him months later. In a dream, as I lay twisting on my naked pallet, half frozen and suffering from dysentery, I see Yusuf standing in the doorway. He is wearing a heather tweed business suit with a vest and a maroon bow tie, and he looks more robust and vital than ever. He tells me that he killed his guards on the train to Lodz, then waited until the train reached the trestle over the Odra River. Leaping into the water, he swam to the northern bank and did not stop running until he reached Międzyzdroje on the Baltic Sea. After stealing a small fishing boat, he drifted north to the coastal village of Newstead in Denmark and freedom. From there he connected with a resistance group who found him a job in a hydroelectric plant. He remained there until war's end. He told me he could not come back for me, and I told him I understood, that I loved him, and that God had allowed him to escape so he could carry the family name. Yusuf nodded and told me his first son would bear the name of Avram. I smiled. In that way, I too would escape the camp. Rodney McGuire paused to sip from his water glass. Michael inhaled slowly and glanced at his notes. So many things to cross-check. An excitement burned in him, and he'd never felt so alive, so challenged to justify himself and his existence. His patient's tale was so full of compassion and pain, and told with such control and eloquence, Michael felt moved to tears. But he knew this wasn't the reason he'd been given this message. The time for grieving had long ago passed. Looking up at his patient, who sat stolidly with eyes closed, Michael spoke to him softly. "Is that how it ends?" "No," said McGuire. "It ends with my death, as we drag ourselves into the spring of 1943. I hear rumors of new camps being built and others being transformed. They are called Die Vernichtungslagers, the annihilation camps. And we hear the names on the lips of the guards. Sobibor, Biojets, Birkenau, Majdanek, Treblinka. We hear these names until they become talismans, able to instill instant terror in us. They are mythic places of infinite darkness and pain. I know this in my heart. Finally the morning comes when I am yanked from my pallet by SS men and taken to the Sonderzuges. With a group of my comrades, who have become by this time my only family, we are stuffed into a cattle car. I hear the door slide shut with a fatal thud, and I am rocketed through the night and fog. Days pass in a delirious blur until the doors open at a siding. Beyond the tracks and the platform, I see the stacks of factories rising up like posts to fence in the iron dawn. I am led from the train and stripped naked. As my flesh ripples and turns blue from the cold air, I see a handsome man in a white coat approach me and look at me with seeming disinterest. He turns and says something I cannot hear to an SS man on his left, then repeats it to a Sonderkommando on his right, who is carrying a clipboard and a pencil. The prisoner is doing something I have never seen a prisoner do. He is smiling openly, almost laughing, and I see that he has a gold tooth in his mouth. Sallow-cheeked and with deep-socketed eyes, the man looks like a ghoul, a skull-faced ghoul. I have heard of this man. He is a legend among prisoners, and carries a legend's name, Der Klein Engel, the little angel. Michael's breath caught in his chest, and for an instant his entire body seemed to stop like a seized engine. The little angel. As Michael tried to compose himself, McGuire continued speaking in the voice not his voice. I look into his face, and I see my own, the one beneath my flesh, my real and final face. I am moved off to the left and herded into a long line of naked men. Ahead of me, I see double doors of steel swinging open to accept us into a darkened underground chamber. Far above us, the smokestacks billow, and there is the smell of burning suet in the air. I am so weak, I am carried along by my brothers in pain. When we are prodded into the dark, cold room, I am only faintly aware of the clang of the doors sealing us in, the serpent hiss of heavy vapor that settles over us like mist. All around me, people begin to scream, and their cries become a unified chorale of agony. There is a furious beating of limbs and gurgling of lungs. The rattles of death dance all around me. Die Totentanz. I open my mouth and my eyes, looking up like a child at the kiss of a spring rain, relieved at last to be free. 11. Anna Smithson, Chicago, Illinois. I came as soon as I could, he said, smiling and reaching out to touch her hand. Anna looked at the man suspiciously. Thanks, but who are you? Rabbi Erwin Klingerman. He spoke his name as though it were a household word. An Einsteinian nimbus of silver-white hair, wild eyes bulging from his face like the halves of hard-boiled eggs, a huge beak of a nose, a long Santa Claus beard, and a voice that sounded like a hacksaw blade going through a corrugated tin roof. She'd heard of people who were supposedly larger than life, but Rabbi Erwin Klingerman was the first one she'd ever met. Everything about him was exaggerated. His hand gestures were wild and very big, as though he were forever directing a jetliner into a parking space. His voice, heavily accented by Yiddish and German, filled any space he occupied with its raspy presence and lilting emphasis at the end of every sentence. She could easily imagine that when he laughed, it would be a head-thrown-back belly shaker. When he cried, it would be fraught with melodrama and rolling tears. His face flushed scarlet in blood-pressured defiance to obvious obesity, and his clothes sported damp perspiration spots in all the wrong places. Such was the vision presented to her as he leaned over her hospital bed. "I'm sorry," she said in her most proper voice. "But should I know you?" He smiled again. "Sadly, I think not. But you know me now, so it does not matter, does it?" Anna looked around the room, hoping for a sign of someone from the hospital staff. She did not feel threatened by this man's presence in her room, but she would have felt more comfortable knowing that someone knew he was there. Slowly, she disengaged her hand from his, pretended to adjust her hair, which probably looked awful anyway. "How are you feeling now?" The question refocused her concerns, and she found herself taking a quick assessment of her general well-being. I guess I feel better. They must have given me something to sleep." Klingerman nodded. "They usually do. Tell me, Miss Smithson, what do you remember of your experience?" The words transported her. Images began to pile up in her memory. A circle of faces surrounding her, paramedics lifting her into an ambulance, the rocking motion of the vehicle, and the siren that announced their quick passage through the city streets. the emergency room staff in their pale green pajamas. She mentioned some of this to him in summary, not certain she wished to get involved with this large, gross man. "Well, yes, I understand all that, but I was referring to the visions you had."
Listen, Rabbi, I'd like to know what this is all about. What are you doing in my room, asking me these questions anyway? And how do you know I had any visions in the first place?
Klingerman rubbed his hands together as though anticipating a large meal. Then he began waving them about as he spoke excitedly. "Chaplains can go anywhere in here. I told them I was your rabbi, of course."
"I'm not Jewish," said Anna, her voice rising. "What are you talking about?"
"Please, Miss Smithson, do not get too worked up. I am not here to upset you."
"Well, you're doing a pretty good job of it."
Anna crossed her arms across her chest and looked for the nurse's call button.
"I think you should be getting on your way, Rabbi."
"Miss Smithson, please. You do not understand. I need to talk to you."
"About what?"
Anna tried to sound as coldly efficient as possible. "About what happened to you this afternoon." He gathered in his wild gestures and overdone facial expressions and, for a moment, seemed composed and solemn. The change of posture caught her off guard.
"How do you know about that?"
As she spoke, Anna reeled inwardly as a flood of images crested over her. The dreamlike state in which she had become someone else had been gripped in some kind of seizure full of horrible memories not her own, yet somehow intensely personal and painful. "Because you were in Rabbi Gerstung's synagogue crying out for help. He is a good friend of mine, and he knows of my particular specialty. He called me. I live north of here, in Fond du Lac."
"What specialty?"
Anna looked at him with open suspicion. "You were in some kind of a trance," he said quickly, obviously picking up on her alarm and distrust of him. "You were talking about people and situations that are very familiar to me."
"Familiar to you? How?"
A strange calmness was settling over her. Anna had a feeling of déjà vu drift through her like a half-felt breeze. For an instant she felt chilled. Waving a single sausage-like finger at her, Klingerman smiled. "Plenty of time for that. You attracted quite a crowd. People tried to move you, but you curled up on the floor and wouldn't let anyone touch you. You were yelling about der kleine Engel. Do you remember that?" The words seemed suspended in the gossamer of an old nightmare, their meaning lost or perhaps never known.
I'm not sure. It sounds familiar, like I should know. But it's funny. I feel like it's something I shouldn't want to know.
She looked at him as he leaned forward in his chair.
"Does that make sense to you?"
Klingerman nodded sharply, pursed his thick lips. "If you are talking about what I suspect you are, then yes, it makes perfect sense." Anna sat up straighter in the bed, looking him directly in his pinched eyes. She did not like him being here, liked looking at him even less, but there was something about his presence and the mostly buried memories of her experience that really disturbed her. Sensing that this fat rabbi knew something about her, something unknown to her, challenged her to find out what was going on. Anna prided herself on not letting anyone intimidate her, especially since her husband had died. She'd learned how to take care of all her affairs in a hurry, and the trait had served her well.
"Rabbi Klingerman," she said in a stern voice, "I have had a very bad day, and I would very much like you to get to the point."
"What do you mean, Miss Smithson? I am here to help you."
"You are not my clergyman. I did not send for you," said Anna. "And to be perfectly frank, I'm not sure I want you in here bothering me."
"I am very sorry you feel that way," he said softly, in an effort to not be so animated. Anna felt immediately sorry for speaking so harshly. He looked like a wounded puppy.
"I didn't intend that to sound so bad, but I'm not feeling very well, and I have no patience for dancing around an issue right about now. I hope you can understand that."
"Yes, of course."
"Then simply tell me why you are here, please."
Anna settled back in her pillows, arms still crossed. Holding his arms out, palms up, he shrugged and, despite the unruly salt and pepper beard, managed to project a boyish grin. "That is a long story." "Can you summarize?" "We rabbis are natural-born storytellers. The parable is a great teaching tool, as you may well know." He shrugged again, grinned impishly. "But I will try to be brief." She again studied him as he drew in a deep breath, expanding his size even more. His clothes, while neat, had a worn look to them. His shirt collar frayed, his tie old and out of fashion, the fabric of his suit jacket faded by time. His synagogue was apparently not the most prosperous in the city. Leaning closer to her, Clingerman tried to speak in what for him served as sotto voce. "I have been a rabbi for 25 years, first in New York City, Queens, actually, but I moved here with my wife, who now reminds God of things he may have forgotten to do each day. Mindel. I loved her very much, and I have not been half the person without her."
"I understand how you feel," said Anna, feeling his pain. She briefly mentioned how her husband had died suddenly. Perhaps this man was not so terrible after all. It always struck her that practically everyone was likable and just as fragile as the next person, but we rarely take the time to learn of anyone else's pain or joy. As he began speaking again, she realized her thoughts were drifting and focused upon his words.
"And I took the assignment here in Chicago. As time passed, I developed an interest in psychology and eventually took degrees in it. I achieved some success in family counseling in my congregation and became a kind of regional counselor or advisor for other congregations in Chicago. Beginning in 1991 and thereafter, I occasionally met a person who was deeply troubled by feelings of terror, of what they believed were horrible acts committed against them and their family, acts so terrible they could not articulate them, could not remember them."
"I don't think I understand," said Anna.
"Neither did my patients," said Clingerman. "When I would question them in depth, they could not explain the root of their feelings, other than a shared conviction that the transgression against them may not have happened in this lifetime."
Holding up her hand, Anna made an effort to look serious. "Rabbi, I'm sorry, but that doesn't make any sense."
"You're telling me? I know. He waved his arms as though flapping them in some pre-takeoff mode. "But wait, let me tell you more."
Anna nodded. Despite her initial apprehension, she found herself interested in the story. Clingerman had not lied. He knew how to spin out a tale. "Go on," she said.
"During my studies, I met a woman whom we can call Mrs. Jones. She had been a housewife living in a small Maryland town near the Delaware border," said Clingerman. "She had undergone a hypnosis session at her dentist's office instead of an anesthetic during a routine drilling and filling. But what happened while she sat in the chair so astounded and shocked her dentist that it changed his life, as well as the woman's."
He paused to take a breath. "Well, what happened?" said Anna.
"Aha! So I've got you, eh?"
The rabbi smiled, then continued.
"She sat there rambling on about having lived in Scotland during the 18th century. She said her name was Mary McKinley, and that she worked as a cook for a squire in a village near Glasgow by the name of Grantham, named after William Grantham. The woman spewed out enormous amounts of detail about her life on the squire's estate, her children, her husband, the local politics of the village, her family's tartan, genealogy, and even favorite recipes of Squire Grantham."
Anna nodded. "I've heard of stories like that," she said. "Past life regression, right?"
Clingerman brightened and smiled. "That is correct, Miss Smithson. How could you—"
"Rabbi, anyone who pays attention to what's going on around them can learn a lot about the world." She smiled, then added, "I pay attention."
"So you do, madam. he said, as he tipped an imaginary hat in her direction. Anna nodded. It never ceased to surprise and even anger her a bit when men discovered that she had a brain in her head. She decided to press her initiative and advantage. And in many cases, when the facts or details given by the subjects are checked, they are found to be very accurate, right? Correct again, said Klingerman. Are you a student of this phenomenon? Not really, but I remember reading about those kinds of stories in books by Frank Edwards and Charles Fort. Klingerman leaned even closer. So, you do have an interest in the paranormal? Anna shrugged. Like I said, not really. When I was younger, just out of college, actually, so we're talking much younger, I spent a few years reading everything I could about the meaning of life. Klingerman nodded. You know how it goes, said Anna. I read philosophy, comparative religions, astronomy, cosmology, and even the Forteans. I was looking for answers anywhere I might find them. It is a common enough pursuit of young people, said Klingerman. And did you find what you were looking for? Anna looked away past his shoulder, as though trying to catch a glimpse of that young woman who wore the baggy sweaters and the long skirts and always had flowers in her hair, the hippie chick with the 130-plus IQ, who scared most men off with her intensity and her bad poetry. No, she said finally. No, I don't think I did. We're getting afield of my story, he said, patting her hand as though sympathetic to the flash of nostalgia and requisite pain that had just ghosted through her. Shall I continue? She nodded. He continued. The dentist had been fascinated by her story, thought to record it while she was in his chair, and later checked out the details. And it was as you surmised. All the facts checked out, down to details that it would have been practically impossible for Mrs. Jones to have known or discovered. It took professors in English history months of intense research to ferret out the details that confirmed her story, and, fascinated by the story of what appeared to be solid proof of reincarnation, the dentist devoted his life to the pursuit of additional proofs. He went back to school, took degrees in psychology, and eventually abandoned his dental practice. Mrs. Jones was also inspired by the experience and went back to school in search of answers. I met her after she amassed many case histories like her own, and through conversation and friendship, I, too, became interested in the idea that we have all lived before, that reincarnation is most likely real. Doesn't that conflict with traditional Jewish teachings? Anna was not at all certain of this, but couldn't remember anything in her readings to support an idea that probably could not be considered orthodox. Klingerman grinned with only one side of his mouth. Obscured by his beard and decidedly lopsided, it added to his growing charm. Well, perhaps. But I have done extensive study in this area and spent many long hours in discussion with some of this country's most respected Talmudic scholars, and there is nothing in the sacred books that specifically denounces or denies the possible existence of the reincarnated soul. In fact, there are references in the Kabbalah, an ancient collection of mystical writings, that make veiled suggestions of a transmigration of souls from one body to another. But I will not bore you with the citations. Thanks, said Anna. They wouldn't mean much to me, and I'd end up taking your word for it anyway. Yes, you would. We are talking about something people either want to believe in, or they simply don't. There is no amount of convincing that can be done. I know, she said. My late husband always thought it was a silly idea, reincarnation. He said that mathematically the concept doesn't hold up, that there are more people alive right now in the world than have ever died. Therefore, they could not all be peopled by souls of the previously dead. Klingerman nodded. I am familiar with the argument, easily refuted by the old soul, new soul interpretation. Yes, that's what I used to tell him. Not so much because I believed it or not. Anna grinned as she recalled all those evenings at dinner when she and Stephen would slip into friendly disagreements about just about anything. They had become such a natural part of her life, she had just assumed they would never end. More because I just enjoyed getting into talks with him where we each had a different point of view. Oh, my, yes, said Klingerman. Women and men are definitely like that, aren't they? Something about husbands and wives bringing out each other's most contentious sides, isn't it? Neither one spoke for a moment, and she suspected that the rabbi was indulging himself in a pleasant moment of longing for his dead wife. The experience gave them a common bond, although she began to suspect there was an even stronger element of sharing between them. So, tell me, she said softly, drawing his attention back to the present. What does all this have to do with me? Am I a reborn soul? Is that what this is all about? Klingerman smiled gently. You are a very perceptive person, Miss Smithson. That synagogue I was in. I have no idea why I went in there, and then the attack I had. I know it was horrible, but I can't really remember what happened. You were unconscious, but you were talking very loudly to the people around you, the people who tried to help you. When Reb Gerstang listened to you, he called the paramedics, but he also called me. What was I talking about? Suddenly she felt an emptiness in her, an absence of knowledge she had become convinced was vital to her. She needed to know what she had been saying, what had happened to her in the synagogue. Klingerman held up his index finger. I am not certain that merely telling you would be the best way to deal with this. What do you mean? I mean that by paraphrasing what you said may in some way color or influence what you really experienced. I can only relate what my friend heard and then told me, plus the things you said after I arrived. Hearsay, that's what our friends the lawyers call it. Inadmissible. Anna felt confused, her frustration lapsing into anger. You mean you came in here, gained my confidence, raised my curiosity, and now you're not going to tell me anything? Raising both arms like a cowboy, keeping his hands visible and away from his weapons, Klingerman shook his head. No, no. Please, Miss Smithson, that is not the case at all. I'm sorry, she said. Please explain. He lowered his arms and spoke gently. I was going to say that it's probably better if you could undergo hypnosis so that we can more fully recreate your experience, what you were talking about while you were unconscious. Well, the thought of being hypnotized intrigued her. She had never done it, had never really been sure it worked. It was one of those things she'd always wanted to try, but had never found the time or reason to actually do. You see, said Klingerman, you were not always speaking clearly. How can I say this delicately? You rambled. Anna had to chuckle. That's delicately? Rabbi, I don't think there's any way you say that to a woman and have her like it. Klingerman shrugged and gave her one of his boyish grins. She found herself liking this character even though she didn't want to. No? I knew I was walking on quicksand with that one. 25 years with my Mindel, and you don't think I know women? Miss Smithson, I don't know women at all. She smiled as he threw his head back and laughed with abandon. Afterward there followed an awkward silence as they stared at one another, but he broke through the barrier with his usual verve. So, what do you say? Would you be willing to try it? Hypnosis? Who would be doing it? You? Klingerman grinned. Me? No, I'm a rank amateur when it comes to that kind of thing. I have a friend who's helped me in past cases. She's a psychiatrist who works for the Heinz VA hospital. She's become very interested in my work, and she's even written a few journal papers on it. Really? And how exactly would you describe your work? Anna looked at him coyly. I never explained? He asked with a grin. No, I don't think so. Just being a rabbi. Well, I am a teacher at the Talmudic Academy in Milwaukee. I have also been an at-large, no pun intended, family counselor for some of the area congregations. But I also conduct studies in the field of reincarnation.
Like the dentist, she said.
The dentist? For a moment he had no idea to what she referred, then a light went off behind his eyes. Oh, yes, of course, exactly like the dentist. It was something that I discovered gradually. More and more people I encountered seemed to be involved in the same kinds of experiences. It was fascinating.
Kind of like a hobby?
Well, yes, at first. But after my wife died, I began filling my empty hours with research.
He paused, as though reliving the long, lonely nights with which Anna was so intimately familiar. It was a particular slant of his eye that communicated all she needed to know. Suddenly he clasped his hands together as though breaking a trance, and continued.
The more I learned, the more important my study became. The cases and the evidence began piling up, and I came to believe I had discovered something important.
And you can't tell me what that is, right?
Anna spoke without rancor and smiled to emphasize her feelings. Well, not right now, no. Nothing personal, of course. But soon enough you will understand.
I certainly hope so.
So, he said expectantly, you will agree to a session?
She hesitated. Why? She'd been so sure just a minute ago, and thought it might be fun, if nothing else. But as she sat there, a new element slipped into the equation. Was it apprehension? Fear? Ignorance was, as they say, bliss, and life was an unending series of new doors to be opened, just like that stupid prize show on TV, and we were always being asked to choose. What's behind door number 3? Her intuition, which was very real to her, and very accurate when she paid attention to it, was blinking like a highway patrol car's lights. It was telling her to be careful, to not go rushing into this social contract with this animated and charming man. Was it him? Did she not trust him? Was he some kind of creep? Probably not. He was too much of a high profile. People in the hospital obviously knew him. He would be fairly easy to check out. What congregation did he say he belonged to? He hadn't said. Maybe she didn't know all that much about him after all. And how could she assume the hospital staff even knew him? Ever since he'd appeared in her room, she'd seen no one else from the floor. None of the nurses or orderlies. They might not know this guy was even here. Hell, thought Anna, letting her paranoia completely loose of its cage. They could all be out there at the station with their throats cut. Okay, enough. On that path lies madness. Maybe it would be better if... Miss Smithson, is anything wrong? His voice, gentler again, invaded her thoughts. Looking at him, he looked like a big teddy bear with a charming accent. She felt ashamed to even have considered him being a dangerous character. "I'm sorry," said Anna. "I was just thinking everything through. I just don't want to get involved in anything that's going to be trouble." "I understand. My life is complicated enough."
"I'm sure that it is," Klingerman said quickly. "But you have to realize that I wouldn't be here in the first place if I didn't believe what has happened to you was extremely important."
"To you? But what about me?" She smiled disarmingly. "I'm not trying to be rude, Rabbi, but I am being honest. Try to understand what I'm saying."
I do. We would say in Yiddish that you have no need for an extra tsuris in your life. Perfectly understandable."
"And I must tell you, I am usually a very private person. I have a small business to run, and I am usually very busy."
He smiled. "In other words, as they say, this better be good."
"Yes," she said, "that's right."
He held up his hands in surrender. "Please, Miss Smithson, do not be short with me. You must trust me when I tell you that my work is very sensitive and very important, to you as well as me."
"Important, like change my life important?" Very possibly. He spoke the words softly and with a dead seriousness obviously reserved for special moments. His sudden change of tone shook her up a bit, but it also challenged her. Rabbi, I believe you. It's just very frustrating and mysterious. He nodded. You like a good mystery, do you? Doesn't everybody? Anna inched up in the hospital bed, sitting straighter. I suppose there are people out there with no curiosity about the world around them, he said. Personally, I cannot imagine such an existence. She nodded, but said nothing. And so, we must make arrangements, yes? An appointment with my doctor friend? All right, she heard herself saying. Klingerman clasped his hands together solemnly, nodded once as though sealing the deal with a curt gesture. When do they plan to release you from here? I don't know yet, said Anna. The question refocused her concerns on the immediate situation. Her headache had eased to the point it was hardly noticeable. Klingerman's visit had taken her mind off her discomfort. But she was now wondering how much longer they would want to keep her in this damned bed. If this was as bad as she was going to be feeling, she could be doing it at home, without her insurance payments meter spinning off the wall. Reaching into his jacket pocket, Klingerman pulled out a beat-up billfold, from which he produced a business card and gave it to her. As soon as you know what your schedule is, you will call me? Yes, I promise, she said, giving the card a quick glance. He smiled as he stood up, loomed over her, and patted her hand. Because if you don't, you know I'll be calling you. Somehow I had a feeling you'd be saying that. All right, then. I'm going to go now so you can get some rest, said Klingerman. I hope you will be feeling excellent, and that my visit has not impaired your recovery. That remains to be seen, said Anna wryly. He chuckled. You are a very sharp lady, Miss Smithson. Thank you. Well, goodbye for now. Wait 1 more second, she said, stopping him in mid-stride to the door. Yes? I forgot to ask you, who is the doctor friend of yours I would be seeing for the session? Oh, of course. Klingerman knitted his large fingers in front of his ample belly. Her name is Mussina, Dr. Isabella Mussina, Veterans Administration. Anna nodded and waved as he slipped from her room. She was glad she would be seeing a woman. Even though she did not like admitting it, the fact was oddly comforting to her. She knew she could trust a woman more than any man, not out of anything conspiratorial, rather the ability of women to be more sensitive to the feelings of other women. Isabella Mussina. It was such a pretty name, like a line of Italian poetry. Anna was certain Dr. Mussina would be good for her. 12. Isabella Mussina, Ph.D., Chicago, Illinois. Thank God for Irwin Klingerman. The thought comforted Isabella as she took the L home from her office at Hines VA Hospital. She had just interviewed and sessioned one of the rabbi's referrals, a Ms. Anna Smithson from the nearby suburb of Riverside, and the material was some of the best she'd accrued in many months. Her monumental case study and federally granted book project had originally concerned the possibly bogus phenomenon of past life regression. But things had changed. They had changed ever since her own recent discovery of several patients who believed they had lived and died their previous lives in a Nazi death camp, and the subsequent meeting with Rabbi Klingerman and his own detailed files of people with similar experiences. For 2 years she had been working closely with him, comparing their findings and attempting to better understand the phenomenon, because it was real. She had been since convinced there could be no doubt of the veracity of her patients' stories. The long and harrowing task of verifying facts in their dreams or hypnagogic memories had revealed startling accuracies in the smallest details. When you looked closely at the evidence, it did not fall apart. It became more formidable in its inherent truths. Anne Smithson's story, still fresh in Isabella's mind, had touched her on several levels.
The descriptions of a visit from a man who could be none other than Dr. Mengele were both frightening and challenging. That Miss Smithson's prior self, Ruth, had been a twin also gave credence to the past life memory. But the most startling and exciting piece of the story had to be the mention of the strange camp prisoner called the Little Angel, the man with the gold tooth and the disturbing smile. History, painted with the wide brush it demands, makes no mention of this man, who would be less than an errant fleck on the rolls of the dead millions. Indeed, he would have been nothing more than a scary curiosity to Isabella if she hadn't known that he'd been described in horrifying detail during several other patients' hypnotic sessions. This kind of collaboration was groundbreaking, exhilarating, and Kafkaesque. Unlikely in concept, but utterly true in reality. The pattern she had suspected was beginning to take ever sharper form. She spent the next several hours writing up her notes, compiling her observations, and composing a carefully worded monograph for her net file. From there it could be edited and electronically published almost instantly. Later she would revise and polish her work for a hard-copy publication in one of the journals or magazines, but she had learned how important it was in the information age to make her findings available as quickly as possible. When she shared the findings of the Smithson session with the rabbi, he became so excited it actually scared her. To Klingerman, the latest mention of Der kleine Engel apparently signified dire consequences and held complex meanings. He began spouting off weird quotations from the Kabbalah, warning her of the beginning of some kind of unstoppable process. It was more like a recitation than a cogent intellectual observation or commentary, and it bothered Isabella to listen to him rave on like some fringe element mystic. She had been thankful to get him off the phone with the excuse that she had to sign off the ward and officially end her shift at the hospital. Even so, he forced her to make plans to meet with him later that evening, stating that what he had to tell was more important than anything else known to man. Overly dramatic? Isabella certainly hoped so. She wasn't sure she wanted to be the keeper of such knowledge. She had not been in the apartment more than 10 minutes when the phone chirped. God, she hated that thing. It never sounded when she wanted it to, when she was waiting for someone to ask her to dinner and a show, or dancing till the after-hours places called it a night. But it always shrilled its supercilious alarm at her when she was preoccupied with something else. It was probably Erwin Klingerman. Impatient, animated, kind of nutty Rabbi Klingerman. Isabella smiled in spite of her irritation. She and Erwin had been friends as well as colleagues, and her conception of him as slightly unhinged sprang from her fondness for him as a genuinely good person. But right now she was shedding her whites and getting naked for a much-anticipated bubble bath. For an instant she considered answering, but the scented vapor of the bath seduced her enough to ignore the phone until the answering machine picked up. She was just sinking into the warm depths of the tub when she heard the voice of Jack Hazard, her equally overworked colleague. "Sorry to bother you, Dr. M. I know you just got off shift and might not even be home yet, but I just got a call from Glinka at Langley. He says you have to call him right away, the usual number. Sorry about this, so just remember it's bad PR to kill the messenger. Ciao, Bella." The end of message beep mocked her as she sank a little lower into the luxuriant water. Damn! The word slipped out of her mouth, and it sounded funny to her when there was no one else around to hear it. She wasn't in the habit of talking to herself, but she was feeling very frustrated right about now. Glinka. She smiled ironically, thinking how much she would have preferred hearing from Klingerman than that prick Glinka. Well, Paul Glinka and his CIA were just going to have to wait. This water had reached the perfect temperature, and she wasn't going to waste it on a phone call to a government employee. God, she was so sick of them. Hard to believe, but she often found herself wishing she'd never accepted the terms of the federal grant. Without fully realizing what she'd done until it was far too late, Isabella had agreed, in essence, to whore out her psychiatric services to the feds for enough money to conduct her independent study at the University of Chicago. For 6 years, she'd had 2 government vultures picking her bones. The VA hospital 3 days a week, and the CIA whenever they damn well felt like it. And the worst part was the way the agency people treated her, exactly like the unpaid, forced labor drone she was. No respect for time or any other obligations. When they called, you were supposed to drop everything and get down on your knees. And every other sentence out of their mouths was a threat to cut off your funding if you didn't do whatever they wanted. It got to the point where she didn't care about the funding anymore. There was a wall up ahead, beyond which lay whatever was left of her self-respect and time in her life to live based on her own decisions. And Isabella was getting ready to hit the wall. She had absolutely no time completely her own, no time for a social life. When was the last time she'd actually had a date? She honestly couldn't remember, and that was very scary. And thank God she had no family. She'd never see them. She was lucky she found time to call her mother in Sarasota once in a while. The idea of anybody owning her, especially the government, made her want to vomit. These thoughts swirled around her like the dissipating bubbles of her bath. Just imagining herself rising from the tub and running to grab that telephone made her nauseated, but she knew she'd have to keep doing it, at least until the end of the year. After that, it looked pretty good for obtaining private funding. Finally. That would free her of the federal yoke she'd been under for what seemed like forever, and she couldn't dream up anything more pleasurable than telling those government toads to take a hike. God, she was sick of them. The minutes slipped away from her, and the bath water gradually cooled. Wrapping a towel around her, she padded to her bedroom, sat down on the edge of her unmade bed, and reached for the phone. No need to look up the Northern Virginia number. It was etched in her memory like a cheap engraving. Isabella longed for the day when it would be less than forgotten. The line picked up on the first ring. "Dr. Mussina," said a flat voice. "I've been waiting. What's going on?" Paul Glinka, charming as usual. She'd always found it hard to work up enough venom to actually hate anybody, but she hated this guy. "What's going on is that I have a life, Mr. Glinka, and I don't spend it sitting by a phone waiting for your calls," said Isabella, as evenly and hard-edged as possible. She wanted this creep to know how much she loathed him. "Full-time in a sinkhole you call a hospital, and my own research and teaching at a university. Just a couple of minor diversions to while away my hours." "We have a field problem," he said, ignoring her. "Harford Nichols." "Who is he?" "Any 30. Always been one of our best. He might be OCT, but we want your evaluation first. We're also going to want to know what he's been doing." "Where is he?" Isabella fell immediately into step as she listened to the cursory details of the case. At least this one sounded intriguing. OCT was their argot for out of control, terminate. It was a condition that rarely came up, but for any agent who cracked under the pressure of being a professional killer, they had a plan, the most expedient and efficient one. "Currently safe at home. There's a plane to pick you up at Midway, the usual arrangements. Be there by 19:30 your time." "Mr. Glinka, you are calling at a very inopportune time," she said softly, but with unguarded irritation. The man chuckled. "Tell him to shoot his wad and get out of there." "You are a vulgar man," she said with open disdain. "Thank you," said Glinka. "It helps me be a better boss." "I was referring to my own work. I have a new patient who needs me," she said, already knowing she was wasting her time. "Tell him you'll see him when you get back into town." "And how long am I going to be gone?" "No way to tell." Glinka chuckled. "If you're worried about what to pack, forget it. Just grab some stuff and get going. We'll send somebody in to bring more things for you, if it looks like it's going to be a long war." "Oh, would you really?" Isabella spoke in a bouncy schoolgirl voice. "Golly, that's sure nice of you, Mr. Glinka." The arrogance of this bastard appalled her. To invade her home and go through her private belongings meant less than nothing to them. It was business as usual. But what did she expect from a bunch of reptiles who killed people in the name of patriotism? Going through a citizen's closets didn't even make the charts. "Be on that plane, Doctor," said Glinka. "Goodbye." The connection clicked and she was holding a dead line. There was no use letting him upset her. That was just another form of control, and they liked to think of themselves as masters of control. Exhaling slowly, Isabella replaced the portable phone in its charger and began mentally packing her carry-on luggage. It was better to concentrate on something with little real import than to dwell on the unfairness of it all. She called Irwin Klingerman and told him of the trip. He was the only friend, other than a few colleagues at the VA, who were fettered by the same agreement with the feds, who knew of her obligations to help the CIA with sensitive issues. An hour later, her hair was dry and combed out. She'd been letting it grow, and it was now below her shoulders. Long enough to keep in a clasp all day, allowing her to look neat, but still a little on the bohemian side. When not forced to wear her hospital uniforms, she liked to affect the funky academic look when she was teaching her graduate school classes. Lots of boots, long flowing skirts, scarves, turtlenecks. A classic style that was never out of fashion, but comfortable and informed. Her Mediterranean heritage imparted a dark, mysterious air to her anyway, and if she wasn't so trapped by her profession, she knew she'd have no trouble finding a man who'd be with her the rest of her life. At least that's what she kept telling herself. But at 38, she was getting a little long in the tooth to be called a college girl. And as many career women her age had been discovering, the pool of eligible men over 40 was not all that large or encouraging. The axiom that all the good ones were gone by then might or might not be true, but Isabella was not all that anxious to find out. In fact, finding a suitable companion for the rest of her life had never been a big priority for her. It was one of those things she assumed would eventually just happen. That it had not bothered her very little. Besides, it was a small and insignificant matter at this point. The major factors in her life right now had mustered a two-pronged attack on her energy. A death camp figure called the Little Angel, and a CIA killer who might be so crazy he would have to be exterminated like a rabid dog. How had she allowed her life to become so damned complicated? And what was it going to take to make it simpler? As she descended the elevator to the lobby, she was fighting an oncoming storm front of anxiety. The last thing she felt like doing was cabbing it to the airport and flying east. By the time they got her briefed, then settled in somewhere, it would be the middle of the night. She hadn't been sleeping very well after her long hospital shifts anyway. This was definitely not the way she had planned her life. The thought lingered mockingly, and she cautioned herself to stop feeling sorry for herself. No room for depression on the schedule. "Good evening, Dr. Mussina," said Horace, her building's concierge. "Your cab's already here." Isabella smiled and thanked him as he escorted her to the sidewalk and into the car. She had no idea she had just embarked on a very special journey, to that single moment in her life when everything was going to change. But she could not know this. No one ever does. 13. J. Michael Keating, M.D., Manhattan, New York. Impossible. The rational part of his nature screamed out the only possible response to the gathered evidence. He was spiraling downward into the maelstrom of the paranormal, and there was no escaping its pull. All he'd uncovered in the last few weeks stood like a monument in direct opposition to all he'd learned in a lifetime of experience. It was so difficult, so damned hard to accept that, only minutes before, he'd been talking to the soul of a person murdered more than half a century past. And yet there wasn't much he could validly question any longer. Unless he was the victim of a carefully orchestrated and cunningly connected hoax, he was being forced to accept what should not be possible. Not only had Allison Enders and Rodney McGuire described the same place, the same kind of death, details readily available to anyone who sought them out, but they had both described the appearance of a single prisoner, a Sonderkommando with a gold tooth and sunken eyes. A prisoner who seemed to have special privileges,
a lackey of Josef Mengele everyone called Der Klein Engel. It was this figure in both dream sessions that plagued Michael so mercilessly, a detail that didn't, as far as he knew, appear in any of the history books. Michael knew, however, he couldn't rest on any assumptions. Already he was unconsciously planning out his methods of research, how he might verify what his subjects had been telling him. But for the moment he had a more pressing matter to deal with: the welfare of his patient. The session with Rodney McGuire had been a draining emotional experience for both doctor and patient. When Michael awakened Rodney, the man seemed unsettled and suspicious, despite post-suggestions of well-being and serenity. An unusual occurrence. "So was I right, Doc? There's something weird going on, right? I ain't crazy, am I?" The questions jumped out of him rapidly, but Rodney sat rigidly in his chair, staring straight ahead as though facing a firing squad. "Not at all, Mr. McGuire. You're very healthy." "So what's going on with me? Why am I having the nightmares? And what about that Goldberg guy?" Michael clasped his hands slowly, tried to assume a pose of authority and control. "The answers to your questions need more than short, simple answers," he said. "What do you mean by that?" said McGuire, appearing to be more hurt than upset. "You think I'm being simple?" Smiling gently, Michael shook his head. No, not at all, Rodney. I mean the answers may prove to be more complex than we ever suspected." McGuire absorbed this for a moment, then, "So that means you can't tell me anything, right?" "Let's just say I'll need to do more checking around before I can tell you anything meaningful." Michael cleared his throat nervously. He didn't want to sound pompous or unconcerned. "In fact, I have my assistant, Miss Robbins, working on it right now." "What about Goldberg?" he said pleadingly. "You've got to tell me something. Why did I go see him? In the damn snow? In Pittsburgh? And why did I dream about him? What's going on, Doc?" Michael exhaled slowly, trying to figure out how and what he should say that would make sense and not upset his patient. "Well, Rodney, I'm not sure yet, but I think it goes something like this. You've been dreaming that you're a man named Avram Goldberg, and that you and your brother, Yusuf, were at a Nazi death camp, and—" "Hey, I already know all that," he said with a whisper of desperation on his lips. "I need to know why, what the hell it means." "Okay," said Michael, composing his thoughts again. "Well, it seems that, in your dream, your brother, Yusuf, escapes the camp and eventually has a son named Avram, which is the name of a man who lives with his family in Pittsburgh." Michael let his voice trail away, waiting and hoping that his patient would make the necessary associations. It was always better when the subject worked out the logic on his or her own, and he was quite certain Rodney would make the connections. The cab driver's expression confirmed this as his jaw dropped in hesitation and surprise. "And he named him after me, or I mean, after the guy I've been dreaming about." "I'm pretty sure that's it." Michael nodded. "Oh, man, that is some heavy-duty business, isn't it?" Rodney rubbed his mouth with the back of his hand. "I went out there in the snow to see this guy's brother's kid. That was the guy in the window with the family." "Apparently," said Michael. "But why?" Rodney smiled in frustration, forced himself to stand, and began pacing back and forth. "What's going on, Doc? It sounds like I'm being haunted. You know, like a house. We got to do something about this. If that guy, that dead guy, can make me do stuff I don't want to do, man, that's some freaky shit, you hear me?" Please take it easy, Mr. McGuire." Michael stood, joined him, and guided him back to his seat. "We'll find the answers. Don't worry, please. We've already made very good progress, and I'm pretty sure your dreams will not be as much of a problem now that we know why you're having them." Michael surprised himself with that last sentence and hoped Rodney would not hook him on it. Did they really know why? Did they know anything at all? "I ain't so sure about that," said McGuire, falling silent. Perhaps he didn't want to face the questions in his own mind just yet. If not, Michael could hardly blame him.
If this man, like Allison Enders, had lived before and had died at the hands of the Nazis, it would indeed be a difficult new truth to accept about themselves and about the nature of the universe. "Do you want to see me again?" said Michael, moving back to his desk to pick up his scribble pad. "You bet your bottom dollar," said McGuire. "I got a feeling this whole thing ain't over yet." "How about a prescription to help you sleep?" McGuire shook his head. "Nah, no thanks, Doc. Ever since I quit the hooch, I don't take nothing to make me sleep." "That's fine," said Michael. He conferred with McGuire, and they agreed on a time for the next appointment, far enough into the month so that Michael and Pamela might have completed some necessary research. "Listen, Doc," said McGuire, as he walked to the door with Michael escorting him. "I just want to tell you that I really appreciate you seeing me like this, trying to help me like you are." "Your case is very special," said Michael. "It's my pleasure." "And you're sure I shouldn't be worrying about this?" "Worrying solves nothing. Understanding is the key, Mr. McGuire. You're somehow sympathetic to the memories of someone who suffered very much." Rodney looked confused. "You mean I'm remembering somebody else's memories?" "That's a very picturesque way of putting it. But I like it," said Michael. "You know, they say that all radio and TV broadcasts are out there in space, traveling infinitely, and that someone somewhere very far away could receive them tonight, even though they might be about things from years in our past. The newscast of JFK's assassination, a World Series game, anything." "Huh? I don't get it." "Maybe our memories are like that, floating infinitely through the ether, and some of us are able to pick them up like radio waves. Someone like you." McGuire thought about this and nodded. He seemed to like this possible explanation, and Michael smiled, pleased to be so fast on his mental feet. "Yeah, well, thanks, Doc." "Call me if you need to tell me anything important," said Michael, as he closed the door, entombing himself with his own thoughts. And now, as he sat behind his desk, he heard the outer door close softly. Pamela Robbins had joined him. There was a tap on the door, and she leaned in to look at him with an expectant little smile. "Come on in," he said, directing her to the chair beside the desk. "Any luck?" "I don't know if luck had anything to do with it," she said, lugging a briefcase filled with folders and papers to her lap. "Lots of hard work, I'd say." "What did you find?" Michael felt a lump of anxiety growing in his throat. "Pretty much what you'd expect, if you're not a staunch empiricist," she said with a wry smile. "The first thing I did was get on the net and establish some connections with people in Germany at the University of Bonn's Historical Archives, and I tried the same thing at the Institute for Historical Study in Warsaw. From there I was shunted along from place to place. And it was kind of fun, actually, like being a detective." She smiled again and tilted her head as she looked up at him. She was trying to be coy and coquettish, and it was working. "Pamela, it's very much like being a detective," he said as sternly as possible, knowing he sounded silly. "Now, come on. Tell me what you found." "The village of Kirnoff in 1938 had 12,000 people," she said. "More than 4,000 of them Jewish. There is a river nearby. It's called the Vkra. Allison's details are perfect. It was a small center for trade, getting bigger and getting a reputation among the farm communities as the best small town in the area to do your commerce." "Incredible," said Michael. "And the family?" "There were several prominent Jewish doctors in the town," she said, shuffling through several folders before pulling out the one she wanted. "And here's our man, Dr. Stefan W. Stanachevs." She pulled out several papers, including a fax photo from a passport, depicting a long-faced, bearded man with dark eyes of penetrating intelligence. It also displayed a stamp with the single word Juden bleeding across the photo into the text. Michael picked up the piece of paper and stared at the man's face, imagining the faraway moment in time when the young doctor had posed before the lens of fine German ground glass and waited for the shutter to click. What had Dr. Stanachevs been thinking at that precise moment? Could he have ever imagined the abject terrors that awaited him? Handing the picture back to Pamela, Michael felt a wave of infinite sadness crest over him. The evidence is pretty hard to refute, isn't it? She looked at him calmly, with just a hint of feminine smugness that usually accompanies a validation of intuitive powers. You don't have any problem accepting what all this means, do you? No, of course not, said Pamela. People are born, they die, and they are born again. Reincarnation. Our souls never really die. They just trade bodies. It's all pretty simple stuff. Michael grinned, shook his head. Simple only if you are simple-minded, and neither of us fall into that category. But you can't deny the admittance of these new factors only gives a whole new set of questions and problems. Of course, that's the way it should be. New discoveries should always bring new questions. Pamela looked at him. I think this stuff scares you, she said. Don't be ridiculous. But he was thinking, could she possibly be right? I'm challenged by it, maybe, but I don't know about scared. Well, maybe that's the wrong word, she said, but I think it definitely bothers you. I think it upsets your apple cart. Come on, Pamela. You know how much I hate those lame clichés. That's why I used it, she said with a grin. Besides, you know exactly what I mean. He exhaled slowly, letting it become an exasperated sigh. What else did you discover? Anything about the little angel? Shaking her head, Pamela shuffled through some of her folders. Not yet, but there are several levels of search routines that I haven't been able to get into. The host servers require validation of our credentials, and then we have to go into a priority stack. We should have clearance by tomorrow. I can't believe they're so busy, he said. She nodded. It's not like the old days. Everybody's on the net now. Traffic jams everywhere. Ultra-speed lines don't help anymore. What about Mengele and the Auschwitz camp? He said, checking his notes. There's plenty on all of that. I still have to narrow down my searches. We need to establish the existence of Mengele's little angel. Then I'll be convinced. Pamela chuckled. Oh, I'm sure you'll find something else wrong with our data. What? He looked at her curiously. What do you mean? Some other reason, she said. You'll find another one for not completely believing your own findings. Michael looked at her with a little irritation. Maybe she was right, but he didn't feel like hearing it or seeing her be so damned smug about it. I think you've hit on the problem for me, he said. You said believing, and that's what this is all about. At some point in this investigation, I have to make an act of faith, something that's very hard for me. Pamela pushed her thick auburn hair away from her face. It was almost a calculated gesture, a reminder of her sexual power. A little intimidating, too, and he wasn't sure he liked that in a woman. He wanted women who made him feel comfortable, not always thinking he had to be on his guard. Because of her dynamic personality, her perceptiveness, and her ability to anticipate problems, she was the perfect professional assistant. But he was wondering whether or not she was the kind of woman he'd choose as a wife. But, he thought, catching himself, what's all this talk about a wife, anyway? He certainly hadn't been consciously in search of a life partner. It had been Pamela, he knew, who'd been considering him as a potential husband. The energy she generated must have irradiated his own thoughts as well. Weird. Well, just get that stuff out of your head. Oh, there's something else, said Pamela, in a voice that was half coy, half sincere. She pulled another folder from her stack and handed it to him. Really? I decided to see if anyone else had ever reported findings to back up our own cases, said Pamela. I thought I told you to check for that, he said, looking directly into her large eyes. Oh, did you? I don't remember. She tilted her head and smiled. At any rate, I found some interesting articles on the net. I printed them out for you. But the bottom line is that somebody else is onto this phenomenon. Really? He said with genuine surprise. Oh, yes, more than 25 cases. What? This was incredible.
Inconceivable. 25 cases. You printed them out? Where? Handing him a very thick folder, Pamela smiled. Happy reading. Did you get a chance to look at any of this? The stack of paper in his hands seemed to be growing heavier by the moment, warmer, as though gathering energy to itself. She shook her head. No, I figured you'd want to have the honors. Michael nodded as he noticed her watching him. Thank you, Pamela, he said. You've done a great job, as usual. Thank you, Michael, she said. I'll be out in my office if you need anything. It was odd to hear her say his first name, but it was inevitable as soon as they had begun to see each other on a social basis. Another aspect of their expanding relationship that made him aware of how complicated it was to be attracted to a woman. No wonder he'd remained single for so long after his disastrous marriage. But he was beginning to believe that it might be different with Pamela. They had been colleagues and friends for years. They knew each other well. Looking up, he noticed that he was alone, and he anxiously carried the stack of papers to his desk like a schoolboy with a pile of old Playboy magazines. Just knowing somebody had uncovered similar material electrified him. His own knowledge of his field's literature was extensive, so it was a double-edged surprise. He was glad to know of its existence, but also a little chagrined to not be publishing such findings himself. But how could he have missed all this? It bothered him more than a little that he'd somehow overlooked any mention of death camp memories. It was one of those things he'd remember, even though he read reams of professional journals and publications. As he settled into his chair, adjusted his reading glasses, and began to scan the printouts, Michael began to understand. None of the articles he read had been written for the professional journals, appearing instead in far more commercial and mundane venues such as Penthouse, Omni, Psychology Today, American Religion, The Jewish Times, Maturity, and many other magazines of less dubious credibility. All of the professionally obtained information originated with the work of Isabella Mussina, Ph.D., from the University of Chicago. Some of the material centered on additional research being conducted by a Rabbi Erwin Klingerman in Wisconsin. The information was presented throughout as a wide range of pieces, from papers presented at professional seminars and conventions to clippings from pop science articles and tabloid newspaper columns. It was this scattergun range of appearances that disappointed Michael the most. It was as if the authors and the original researchers had been so desperate to get out the word, any word in any form, that they allowed literally anyone to report on their findings. As is often the case in the commercial and popular press, the findings of academics were often handled with a less than sympathetic ear. Still, this didn't deter Michael from working his way through the numerous references and articles. The best material stemmed from Dr. Mussina's own work, and he concentrated on her original sources. What struck him immediately was her clear, almost literary style and her remarkably unbiased conclusions. She was obviously a very bright woman who had been struggling, like himself, to correctly interpret the information offered to her. As he glided through her lyrical, expressive prose, he found himself nodding in silent agreement with Dr. Mussina's observations and cautionary comments. Michael became intrigued with her effort as a researcher trying to retain a high level of professionalism. Tough job, given the highly speculative and volatile nature of her work. Michael leaned back in his favorite chair and continued to read. Hours passed quickly, and when he checked his watch, he couldn't believe how fast the time had passed, as though he'd been reading a suspenseful novel. Dr. Mussina's evidence was startlingly similar to his own findings. For 5 years, she had been interviewing subjects who had related similar stories. Living in pre-World War II Europe, then being taken to Nazi death camps where they had been killed. All of them had been having their nightmares or blackouts or hypnagogic episodes since 1991. A fact noted but not yet fully understood or explained by Dr. Mussina. And several of them mentioned Mengele's little angel, the prisoner with the skull face and the gold tooth. Time for the act of faith.
In one sense, Michael felt a great sense of relief, of freedom. Seeing his work validated and confirmed in the work of another allowed him to look more confidently in the direction his data pointed. Reading the findings and observations of someone who'd already gained his respect, if for no other reason than her excellent command of language, had given him the courage to not doubt the feelings and thoughts his cases had stirred in him. Dr. Isabella Mussina said it eloquently when she echoed thoughts Michael himself had grappled with in the lonely dark hours of the night, when conversations with his soul could not be avoided. I feel I have discovered something so important that I currently lack the language to explain it or the intelligence to fully recognize its true nature. Michael understood perfectly what she was saying. More than once, a thought achingly similar had ghosted through him. Despite his reservations and unwillingness to let go, to surrender to all the case's implications, he had a nasty feeling, an intuition perhaps, that some strange mechanism was running, some immense piece of cosmic clockwork had been set into motion, and that he was far too unsophisticated to grasp its full meaning or intent. At first, the notion simply irritated him, but later, as the disturbing evidence mounted and the stories of hideous torture and death continued, Michael found himself becoming uncomfortable and finally scared. Pamela had been correct, although he'd never admit it to her. But with Dr. Mussina, he believed he might have discovered a true kindred spirit, a woman with no agenda other than to eventually solve the mystery. Without coming completely face-to-face with the issue, Michael sensed an awakening within himself, an awakening inspired by the courageous writings of Isabella Mussina. He continued to digest all her case histories, coming at last to her most recent file on a woman named Anna Smithson from Chicago. Although the style of the monograph seemed less refined, the information and vital facts remained clear, with many of the details mirroring the data of Michael's own files perfectly. The implications stared him down, and he could no longer deny that something very bizarre was happening, something beyond the normal range of experience. Even in the literature of the paranormal, he had never seen anything similar to such a shared event phenomenon. The only thing even close was the near-death experience, but those descriptions lacked the details of Mussina and Michael's cases. Buzzing Pamela, he asked her to make every effort to reach Dr. Mussina at the University of Chicago. He wanted to talk to the psychologist as soon as possible, by phone preferably, but he would settle for an exchange of email. While he waited, he began to scan through some of the secondary material Pamela had collected, primarily comprised of articles by Erwin Klingerman, an Orthodox rabbi from Fond du Lac, who'd self-published a book about reincarnation and past life regression, and who apparently offered his essays to anyone who would publish them. Klingerman had also interviewed many subjects who claimed to have death camp memories. His writing conveyed the information in a journeyman style, but the data was colored by an implied belief in all things paranormal, such as clairvoyance, prescience, and even telekinesis. Rabbi Klingerman's work, while impressive in its quantity and dedication, lacked the discipline of Mussina's efforts. In fact, he was interrupted by Pamela's intercom. "Yes?" "I've tracked down your doctor," she said, "but—" "Great. Put her on line 1. There was a pause, dead air full of irritation, then Pamela's voice being silky and sardonic. "I was going to say, but she's not available." "What?" Pamela informed him of Mussina's work with the VA and her inopportune absence. The news slapped him like an insult. How dare she be unavailable? He needed to talk to her right away. "Did they tell you when she'll be available?" "No, they didn't seem to know very much," she said. "Typical government employees." Michael made arrangements to leave messages for Dr. Mussina at every conceivable address, real and electronic, requesting her contact as soon as possible. As he hung up his phone, Michael reflected for a moment on what he was feeling. Deep down, a white-hot core of true excitement burned in him. He hadn't felt so alive, so challenged, since he was a headstrong, angry young man, outraged over all the injustice in the world. He sensed something momentous in the near future. He was approaching a crucial point in his life, and he felt himself rushing toward it with an abandon he thought had long ago escaped him. 14. Arnold Rassenault, Manhattan, New York. The headquarters for the Journal of Progressive History were huddled in 2 cramped rooms above a guitar shop on West 28th near the corner of 9th Avenue. The address, while sounding prestigious to anyone living west of the Hudson River, would, if examined in person, reveal the Journal and its staff of one to be the shabby operation that it was. Arnold Rassenault, the founder, editor, and publisher of the JPH, was also its primary contributor, having written the majority of its strident articles and studies under a long catalogue of pseudonyms. As he walked up 28th Street, he stopped in Holder's Bakery for a blueberry muffin and a coffee, as he did every morning. The clerk, a middle-aged black woman, thanked him, calling him Professor, just as everyone else did in the neighborhood. No one knew what kind of professor Arnold might be. They only knew he was indeed a professor because he told them so. Many times. All the time. They must respect me, he often told himself. The common man has no respect for himself because he is common. The great herds of humanity had a natural need for leaders, for men whom they could respect. In the past, during the centuries of Europe's grandeur, respect was attained through the aristocracy's strict system of titles. Arnold often longed for the time when he could have been a duke or a baron, but in his more reflective moments he realized he must settle for whatever was available. Doctor sounded good, but he preferred professor. More intelligent sounding, more hoity-toity, and besides, no one would ever bother to check his credentials. Not this late in the game. The thought drifted through him, and he smiled as he exited the bakery, walking past the guitar shop to unlock the door to the second-floor walk-up. He tried not to look too closely at his reflection in the shop's plate-glass window, because he didn't much like the stooped, gray, and wrinkled old bastard he'd become. It seemed like just yesterday he'd been a successful lawyer in Syracuse, but that had been almost 40 years ago. Back before the Jews took over. Back before the word lawyer had become synonymous with Jewish lawyer. Oh, sure, Arnold Rassenault knew how it worked. He'd learned the truth a long time ago, back when he was a young man in his mid-20s. Those Jews, once they got into something, never stopped till they ran it from top to bottom, till they ran everybody else out of business. Because that's what it was always about with the Jews, wasn't it? Business. Always business. Well, Professor Arnold Rassenault had some business for them, isn't that right? Rassenault chuckled dryly as he climbed the stairs to the offices. Pushing back the frosted pane door, he stepped into the accumulated clutter of more than 25 years. Metal shelving packed thick with manuscripts, magazines, photographs, posters, and pamphlets. Rusted and dented filing cabinets tilted and leaning against dingy walls. A single window, its sills locked down by years of grime and coats of dirty paint. A desk in each tiny room, covered with stacks of papers, envelopes, folders, notes, and stationery accessories, each guarded by the looming presence of a massive Olympia manual typewriter, and dust and age and other marks of time's passage everywhere. The phone on the corner of the desk was an old black rotary dial, a Bell Labs model DL-310 from 1938. A frightful mess, but Rassenault knew the exact nature and location of every scrap of information in the journal's headquarters. Pushing back some pages scheduled for the next issue, he spread out his muffin on a napkin and sipped his coffee. As he rifled through a stack of mail, ignoring the bills and looking for intriguing correspondence, he heard footsteps on the stairs. Who could be? Oh, yes. For a moment he'd forgotten the appointment with Fritz Hargrove. He was doing that sort of thing more and more often. Maybe it was Alzheimer's on the way. Just what he needed when he was involved in the most important work of his life. He couldn't. A short, masculine rap-rap on the frosted glass interrupted his wool-gathering. "Yes," he said. "Come in." The door swung inward, uncovering a large, beefy, red-faced man. He wore a black knit cap and a navy pea-coat over a plaid shirt and relaxed-fit Levi jeans. His eyes seemed a little too small for the doughy insistence of his face, which was mostly a big, shapeless nose and puffy cheeks and jowls. Fritz Hargrove was his name, and although still in his 30s, he looked older and fairly high on the list of prospective heart attack victims. In his left hand, he carried a folder of papers. Arnold was not sure whether or not he really liked Fritz Hargrove, but he had proved over the years to be useful. A welder by trade, Fritz fancied himself as a writer of sorts and provided material to the Journal of Progressive History in the form of interviews and reportorial coverage of events of interest to the journal and its parent organization, the League of True Americans. "Fritz, my good man, how are you?" Arnold tried to sound as cheery as possible. Hargrove removed his cap and coat, hung them on an old standing coat rack in the corner. He placed the folder on Arnold's desk triumphantly. "I got them," he said. "Those dirty yids." "The pictures?" Arnold couldn't believe it. "In Crown Heights?" Hargrove pulled up a chair, faced him on the other side of the desk, and began to show him the black and white 8x10s, one at a time. Mostly crowd scenes of Hasidic Jews standing around the street corners with signs. Arnold thought they all looked so silly in their long black coats, the ugly beards, and the ever-present hats. "I waited around for days," said Hargrove, "just hanging around the newsstand off Crescent. And then it just kind of happened, and I was right there. Look at these." Arnold looked at the next 3 photos, which showed a gang of Jews beating up 2 young black boys in front of a kosher bakery. "Oh, these are perfect," he said. Hargrove nodded, basked in the praise. Incredible, but it was exactly the kind of proof he needed to back up his article about how dangerous the urban Jewish ghettos had become. His argument had concluded that it was time to go in and burn them out. "It was really getting out of hand by the time the cops showed up," said Hargrove. "I was lucky to get out with my camera." "These will be part of the lead article," said Arnold. "Maybe even break tradition and put a photo on the cover." "You're kidding." Hargrove was impressed. "Not at all. The media never publishes pictures like this." Arnold stood up and began to pace and strut behind his desk. It was the way he liked to get air into his chest and pumped up his voice for a proper speech. "And why is that, Fritz?" Because the media is run by the Yids." "Exactly. And it's only through the valiant efforts of people like me and you that the truth will ever get out." Arnold paused, drew a breath, and decided to sit back down. He felt a little dizzy from jumping up so fast. "Thank you, Professor. It's an honor to work for you." "Your efforts will be rewarded," said Arnold, "especially when you consider who runs all the avenues for public opinion. Our last issue has gotten us some interesting publicity." "Publicity? How?" "Some TV reporter from WCBS wants to talk to me." "Really? What's going on?" Arnold ran a hand through his thin gray hair. "That graduate student from Columbia. Remember he sent us a paper on something about the economics of World War II? "Sure, you were so excited," said Hargrove. "I remember. You published it, right?" "Of course. Last issue." Arnold frowned in exasperation. Sometimes Fritz could come off sounding so absolutely oafish it was embarrassing. But at least he was somebody to talk to, somebody who listened. "Oh, yeah, right." Fritz grinned. "So how come the TV guys want to talk to you?" Arnold giggled. He was so pleased with himself. "Oh, it was so delicious, Fritz. When the student saw his article in my journal, he was extremely upset. He claimed he didn't know we were, as he put it, a white supremacist anti-Semitic hate sheet. He said his academic career would be ruined by appearing in my magazine." "I don't get it," said Fritz. "Why'd he send you the story in the first place?" "Good question. He claims he believed we were a legitimate publication of academic research." Arnold stood up, laughed dramatically. "That's a good one, isn't it? What kind of an academic does he think he is? If his own research is that shoddy, eh? Yeah, I guess you're right. Fritz was getting lost, but Arnold didn't care. He enjoyed listening to himself. No matter how you slice it, he comes off looking bad, and we get the publicity. Fritz was losing the logical thread of their discussion and remained silent. He had at least learned that if you had nothing of worth to say, it was far better to remain silent. Thankfully, that had never been a problem for Arnold, however. When that TV reporter calls me, I will have an earful for him, he promised his minion. It's time we laid bare the biggest lie the Jews have forced upon the world. Arnold knew exactly how to handle the journalist, make him think he had an eccentric nutcase on his hands. That always made for good, entertaining copy. But Arnold would seize the moment to advance his special agenda. He would read to the reporter from his book in progress, The Great Holocaust Hoax. That way the world would get a taste of the truth, give them something to think about, all right, because that was what was most important, thought Arnold. Get the word out. Get people to hear the truth. At least consider the truth. That Germany never exterminated all those millions of Jews. That the only Jews they killed were engaged in espionage against the Third Reich. And the death camps were a complete fiction and were actually crematoriums for the casualties of Allied bombing raids. Yes, thought Arnold with a pleasant smile, I will seize the moment that has been given to me by the reckless and impulsive actions of a foolish student. He has squealed like a stuck pig, and the Jews have come running with their microphones and their cameras. Well, fine, he thought. I'm ready for them. Arnold stood rigidly, smiling to himself as he surveyed the meager expanse of his domain. Soon, he thought, the facts housed in this small bunker of truth would be unleashed upon the world. 15. Harford, Nichols, Langley, Virginia. Good evening, said the woman behind the desk. I am Dr. Mussina. Harford had just been escorted by 2 rookies into the office with no name on the front door. Located 10 levels down in the warren that comprised the heart of the agency's ops center, the area was designated as super secure. No one got in or out of this area unless they wanted you to. At least that was their proud claim. As one of the agency's best, Harford had headed up a team assigned to actually test the security of the installation several years back. His men had failed to achieve any serious breaches, much to the happiness of all the division chiefs. But, of course, Harford's final debriefing did not contain every last detail. First law of survival in the spy wars, never tell 'em everything you know. Second law, never tell 'em you know about the first law. After the rookies conferred with her, she dismissed them. Smiling, Harford took a seat in front of the woman's desk. She was somewhere in her 30s and looked extremely good at her primary function, being a woman. Thick auburn hair, kind of a medium length, fashionably styled. Her face had all the right accentuations, like a painting by Botticelli, and dark brown eyes that looked like they could take in a lot of secrets and never let them escape their depths. He'd always been a sucker for women with intelligently expressive eyes. On this particular level, everybody wore some kind of identifying costume. White for the Scitex and docks, coveralls for the drones and worker bees, lots of military browns and blues, and suits for the higher-ups. She wore a crisp, pale grass-green suit beneath her open white lab coat, which marked her as a civilian who walked around here on a strictly need-to-know basis. Harford felt sorry for those types. They had no clue what was really going on in their midst. Leaning across the desk, he shook hands with her. "Nice to meet you, Doc," said Harford with a little smile. "I guess I don't really need to tell you who I am. You've probably got the standard 2-inch file." "I have been briefed, Mr. Nichols," she said coolly. "You know why I'm here, don't you?" He chuckled. Why were all these psych types all the same? He had been hoping for something different in such a striking-looking woman. Perhaps more style, more individualism. "No offense, Dr. Mussina,
But they didn't just unhook my drool bucket and wheel me down here from occupational therapy. I'm sorry, I requested this workup, if you want the bottom line, he said quickly. I know something's not right, and I want it fixed. That's why I'm here, Mr. Nichols. She leaned forward, tapped a few keys on the keyboard in front of her, and checked a monitor whose screen was hidden from him. I can't guarantee anything, but with your cooperation, we can give it a very good effort. He shrugged. I'll do whatever you want. If I've got a good read on my supers, they think I am very dangerous, out of control, a serious threat to their security and their secrets, right? Probably. Only you can know if you truly are. She remained as neutral and unemotional as possible. Harford nodded, gave her a little grin and a tilt of the head calculated to be charming. Yeah, and I also know that if you, or any of the other shrinks they send in after you, gives me a thumbs down, they're going to trash me. So you can bet I'm going to be very cooperative. She looked at him for a moment, as though assessing the level of his sincerity. Then, very well. Shall we begin? Let's do it. She directed him to the opposite corner of the office, to an extremely comfortable, leather-appointed reclining chair, where he folded himself into its palm-like grasp. She sat down across from him at a mobile workstation with keyboard and screen. The lighting was all recessed and deflected, imparting an odd intimacy to the room. I'd like to start out with a few general questions, she said. Okay. I have all the vital stats, but it might be valuable to hear you tell me some of the details in your own words. Can you give me your age, background, training, and anything else about yourself you might think would be helpful in getting to know you? Harford looked at her for a moment, then stared off at a point on the wall. She had an interesting look about her. If he kept staring at her, he was going to get distracted too much. Okay. I just turned 45, but I don't feel any different than when I was 25. I guess it'll start to affect me sooner or later, and I'll start slowing down. But right now, everything's still working the way it's supposed to, and I feel good. I've been with the agency since 1984. They wanted me. Chased me around after I'd pulled about 2 years with a MERS force. Run by an ex-colonel, Ross Havlicek. Crazy bastard, ex-army. Nom-vet. Never got used to peacetime, so he quit the regulars to start up his own elite unit. Tell me, she said, interrupting him with a very soft voice. Why did you join Havlicek's people? Good question. I think I was bored, and I know I was plenty angry. When boys first turn into men, they discover the world's not a very fair place, and it pisses them off. I guess you've heard that before. Anyway, I'd gotten this piece of paper that said I was an architect, and I realized I couldn't design a garden shed. Really, and that nobody was going to hire me anyway. It pissed me off, I guess. Dr. Mussina nodded. You were disillusioned and angry. Did you join the mercenaries, hoping that maybe you would be killed? Harford laughed out loud. No, nothing like that. None of that standard death wish stuff. I just wanted to hurt somebody. Do you think you're a sadist? He chuckled and gave her a look intended to be charming. You mean, do I like hurting people? Well, she looked at him without humor. That is what a sadist likes to do. This woman was all business. He wasn't sure if he liked her all that much, but if she could figure out what was going on in the gray room, who cared? No, he said after a pause, I definitely don't like it. What I like is the sense of justice I feel being exacted when I finish an assignment. I've always wanted things to be fair, ever since I was a little kid, so I usually have a good feeling after I'm finished. No politics? He shook his head. I'm my own political party, a party of one. I never question the politics because I usually don't agree with any of it. If I feel like justice is being served in an ideal sense, beyond any political considerations, then I'm happy. You joined the regular army right after high school. Did you like the discipline? Gotta qualify that one. I did it to show my father that I would do anything to make him unhappy with me.
He laughed as he remembered the last time he'd ever spoken to his father. I had no idea what I was in for.
You didn't answer the question.
Mussina's face remained passive. Oh, well, no, I wasn't crazy about the discipline. I hated it. I mean, what do you expect from somebody who'd been getting orders from his father all his life? I was sick of doing what somebody else wanted me to do. But I was stuck, so I decided to make the best of it and took the Special Forces training.
And what happened?
I found that I liked the personal discipline, what the training forced me to do. I learned that I was not just a capable person, but actually super capable. He looked at her with what he knew was a not very attractive arrogance, but he wanted her to realize he believed it. That I could just about do any fucking thing I wanted to if I really applied the rules I'd learned. So yeah, I hated the discipline, but I liked the results.
I see.
She made some notes, keyed a few things into the computer.
Tell me about college.
Pitt was great. I even grew to like the city. Between the money from the Army program and a part-time job at the local PBS TV station, I worked my way through. Graduated in 6 years. Took my time. Made sure I learned something. WQED was the home of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. I worked on the show as a production assistant. Did you know that Michael Keating got his start there?
The actor?
No, said Mussina.
I didn't.
He laughed. Yeah, Mr. McFeely and Batman. I worked with some famous people, huh? This time a small grin hinted itself at the corner of her mouth. Finally, something to reassure him that she was a normal human female. Did you really want to be an architect? He looked away as visions of endless hours at the drafting tables came rushing back to him. I liked the idea of designing houses and buildings, but I guess I never hooked into the actual amount of effort required. I also, now that I think about it, liked the discipline of architecture. There was a real order, a sense of structure that was unchanging.
You preferred studying more than doing it. That makes sense.
Mussina keyed something new into her computer. Does it? He wondered what she was writing about him. Maybe later he would compromise the files and do a little recreational reading.
The time with Colonel Havlicek's unit. Tell me about it in a few sentences.
Exhaling, he leaned into the challenge of summing up 2.5 years of spiritually demeaning, humanly debasing time. Some really awful places. Angola, Liberia, Zimbabwe, Sri Lanka. Plenty of money I never had time to spend. Lots of killing. She looked up from her pad and keyboard.
This is when you first killed someone?
He nodded.
Did it bother you?
Oh, yeah, but not the way you might think. Mussina said nothing, but continued to look at him expectantly. I killed someone, he said, nodding in remembrance of that baptismal act. And then I killed somebody else. And again, and again. And I realized that it didn't bother me, that I felt, well, nothing, really. I could hose somebody with my Kalashnikov, almost cut him in half, and then sit down with a ham sandwich and a Coke. It was the nothing that really bothered me. She nodded, changed her position in her chair as though suddenly uncomfortable.
What did you do about it?
Harford paused for an instant. He hated the textbook questions from this woman, but this was not the time to bitch about it. So, what I did about it was learn to live with it. End of problem.
End of problem. Do you really believe that?
Yeah, I do.
And you don't think you're cold or reptilian or any of the usual terms?
She leaned forward, her body language telling him that this answer was a really important one. So he threw her a little curve.
Yes, I do. But I'm okay with it. It's who I am. Have you ever been in love?
She looked at him with only the slightest suggestion of a grin. She could throw curves as well. I don't think so. I've always been too selfish, too self-contained.
Good answer, she said.
You see, I believe there's a need for people like me. I'm not one of these guys who is trying to shoehorn his behavior into a pre-formulated moral code.
I don't believe I'm doing anything wrong, so I don't have any psychological dilemmas to resolve."
Dr. Mussina looked up, stared at him as she considered his words.
"That's a very neat and sanitary package."
Harford shrugged. "If it works, don't knock it. What I do is who I am."
"But maybe it doesn't work," she said. "You're suffering from prolonged blackouts that may very well be pathological, to the point that you might be killing people without realizing it. I'm sorry, Mr. Nichols, but I'm not sure I would describe the situation as working."
Her comments gave him pause.
She was right. What was he trying to do with his subtle posturing and bravado? There was no sense trying to sound impervious to psychotherapy. It was either make this exercise work or face termination. End of story.
"All right," he said, with a studied weariness.
"What are we going to do about it?" "We're going to stop playing games for starters, okay?"
"Games?" She smiled a smile designed to be patronizing.
"I have to tell you, Mr. Nichols, I have not appreciated your performance so far. I am a very busy person, and if I feel like somebody's wasting my time or not taking me seriously, I'm going to dismiss them. Is that what you want?"
"No," he said, really meaning it. He liked her because she demanded his respect. It was time to get serious. "I apologize if I've offended you. This situation is uncomfortable, difficult. My way of handling it was wrong. I'm sorry."
"Apology accepted. Shall we continue, then?"
Mussina shifted her position in her chair.
Was she relaxing a bit? "What about your dreams? Any nightmares or recurring themes? Anything you think might give us a clue to what's happening?"
"I never dream. Nothing there I can think of. The blackouts are simply that, holes in my life, chunks of time just gone, missing."
She nodded. "In your debriefing sessions, have you undergone any drug or hypnosis sessions? Has anyone tried to open up your subconscious?"
"They still believe in that?" He smiled.
"Most definitely."
"No, they've left that for you and your buddies," he said.
"I would like to try hypnosis," she said.
"Okay." He was still smiling. He'd never been successfully hypnotized, although he'd undergone some very intensive drug sessions during his training to defend against mind control and brainwashing techniques.
"But please remember," she said, "you cannot be hypnotized unless you truly want to be. You don't need to believe whether or not it works, but you must be willing to submit completely to the process."
Harford nodded again. "I understand. Yes, I am very willing to give it a try."
"You will always be in ultimate control, but for a time, while you are under, you will be in a different state of mind. Some people cannot let go enough to allow themselves to reach that state. You must relax."
"I can do that," he said.
"And you must trust me."
She might be tough, but she was real, sincere as well as competent. Although not in the habit of delivering himself into the hands of another without protection, he knew he could do exactly that with Dr. Isabella Mussina. He looked at her and for the first time realized he could trust her. "Let's get started," he said. Moving from behind the workstation, Mussina approached his reclining chair, took a small padded stool, and sat close to him. He couldn't help but notice the way she moved, with the fluid grace of an athlete or a dancer, the classic lines of her body and legs. Under a different set of circumstances, he would have been inspired to put some moves on her. But another part of him knew she wouldn't be interested in his type. A professor type with leather arm patches on his tweed blazer. No Marlboro man in her life. No way. After smoothing out her skirt, she issued a series of simple instructions as she produced a small pendant from her lab coat pocket. A steel teardrop on a very thin chain, highly polished and reflective. It was an easy object upon which to fixate. Until he heard Mussina speaking to him as though from a distance, or through the interference of a strong wind. Straining to hear her, he found himself wanting to surrender to a very insistent urge to step away from the sound of her voice, to retreat into a vast, shadowy presence that seemed to be looming over him. Like the blast-sheared cloud of a dark nebula, the presence blotted out all else in his limited sphere of perception. The sensation was like childhood dreams, in which the world is perceived only as a vague, ultra-dimensional thing, always threatening to overwhelm because the young mind lacks the tools yet needed to comprehend. "You are very relaxed," she was saying. "Can you hear me?" "Yes," said Harford, but even his own voice sounded distant, somehow divorced from the essence of his identity. "Keep talking. It helps keep me connected." "Connected to what?" "To you, to the rest of the world. I don't feel in control." He heard himself speaking and couldn't believe he would ever feel so helpless, much less admit it to someone. What did it mean? What was happening to him? "We're going to go back now," she said, and gradually Mussina talked him back through the days, each one falling away like the discarded shell of a creature molting into its own past, back and back until they reached the day of his last blackout. "Tell me what you see, where you are," said Mussina, her voice like a line thrown to an overboard sailor. Grasping for it with desperation, he tried to speak slowly, coherently. "I'm at the bar. F.X. McCrory's, downtown Seattle near the Kingdom. It's a huge place. The bar looks longer than a football field, and they have more than 100 beers and ales and stouts on tap, running the entire length of it. And there's a big wall of bottles behind the bartenders, so tall and long. They've got one of those ladders that roll along on wheels. The place is full of the midday business lunch set, and I can see Foudy Ibn Faisal and his buddies. A table right across from me." "What are you doing there?" "My job. Spying on them, recording their conversation, eating my lunch." "Do you see anything else?" He felt a shudder pass through him, but he forced his way past the moment. "Not really seeing, but I can kind of tell it's just there." "What is it? What do you see?" I don't know what it is." "Please describe it to me." "I'm sitting there, looking vaguely in the direction of the Arabs' table. Beyond them, a sea of other tables stretching to the plate-glass windows and the sidewalk beyond, but—" He paused, not knowing why. "But what?" Mussina prompted him gently, sotto voce. "But I can't see what should be there. It's a kind of blankness, like there's nothing there. And I am moving toward that nothingness like everything is in slow motion." "Think about it," she said softly. "You know what that blank space really is." He did know. Just realizing it, but she was right. He knew. "It's my future. I mean the time I've been missing." "That's right." "It's the blackout," he said, as though describing the advent of a truly horrible event. "You are going to let it come to you," she said. "It's only a veil. You can pass through it, and you will see what is on the other side." "I can't." The idea pierced him like a blood-guttering bayonet, cold, sharp. "Yes," she said in a voice almost inaudible. "Let it come to you. Now." And he did. The nothingness that was filling the space of the Seattle bar moved toward him like a bank of black fog, and he almost ducked his head as he passed through its misty barriers, wherein everything had a slightly different appearance, as though the light were not right, as if coming from a sun with an altered spectrum. It was like looking at a film that has been processed with a barely perceivable color shift. Everything else was perfectly normal, but Harford could not shake the impression that something remained out of skew, wrong. As he relived the events to follow, he had a feeling of watching himself as though in a film, an out-of-body experience through the wrong side of the looking-glass. At her urging, he continued. As the nothingness of the lost time devoured him, he told her how he suddenly stood up from the table, abandoning his prey, and paid his bill at the bar's register. Then outside to the street, where he flagged a taxi to SeaTac Airport and purchased from his cash account a United ticket to Mexico with connections via Fawcett to Lima and Chiclayo. The name he'd used was Victor Conauer. After summarizing the overnight bus trip over the Andes and his arrival in the village of Jaen, he recounted the details of the next few hours more closely because she stopped him at particular intervals to enlarge the scope of his memory. He'd left the hotel before sunrise and rented a Volkswagen van that was so rusted and scored that the original color of the paint had long ago faded into a dull beige smear. He drove north on the government highway toward the Ecuadorian border. The roads became progressively worse, threatening to shake the van apart, but he pushed on as the dawn finger-painted the clouds above the rainforest to the east. Stopping at a village along the Rio Chinchipe, he bought a cerveza at the local saloon and asked the proprietor when the local squadrons of the Nacionales would be posting checkpoints on the roads. The closer he pushed toward the border, he knew, the more of a chance he would be stopped by Peruvian troops. And so, after gathering the information he needed, the locals always knew what was going on, he took the van off-road, obscuring it within the seemingly endless tracts of thick-as-a-forest cacti. He traveled under the heat of the mid-morning sun, using the NavSat link built into his notebook computer, plotting a route across the wasted valley that would intersect with a policia outpost at the junction of several primary irrigation canals. Guard duty at such an outpost was joked about among the troops as less challenging than watching paint dry, and Harford expected no trouble executing both his plan and the solitary man at the post. It was a simple matter to approach the hut from the blind side, facing away from the canal. The flag of the Nacionales hung limply in the dead air above the decaying roof. All was quiet as Harford moved silently toward the uniformed man's left shoulder. When he was close enough, it was a simple matter to grab him by the hair and break his neck with a single stroke. Taking the man's rifle, he continued along the canal until it joined with the Chinchipe, then east along the river bank until the bridge was in view. Despite the distance, the air reverberated with the cacophonous sounds of heavy construction. As he slipped through the razor grass along the water's edge, his prey gradually resolved itself into a heavy-shouldered man working in the superstructure of a newly constructed bridge. Harford unslung his stolen rifle, calmly aligned the shirtless, well-muscled man in his sights, and squeezed off a single shot. The report was masked by the ambient sounds of heavy machinery as the target's head snapped back from the impact of the slug. Before the body even hit the water, Harford had jettisoned the gun into the river, already retracing his trek to the hidden van. From that point, he drove back to Jaen. "And from there you awakened in your hotel," said Dr. Mussina. "Yes, that's the whole story." Harford could hear himself talking, listening to the reprise of the killing as if from a third party. He remained as separate from the event as if he were a completely different person. "I want you to tell Mr. Nichols, as you were remembering the story, did you have any insight into why you wanted to kill those people?" "The guard," he said slowly. "I needed his gun." Mussina nodded, checked her notes. "What about the other man, Ortiz?" "I don't know," he said, pausing. "But that's not really true." "What do you mean?" "There's a part of me that understands everything, completely." "How do you know that?" She leaned closer to him. Harford could hear himself talking, but he had no idea what he meant. The words slipped out of him like a lizard's tongue, quickly, automatically. "I don't know. There's more." "Mr. Nichols," she said in a more assertive voice, "we are going to travel again. Are you ready?" "Where?" He looked at her blankly. It was the weirdest feeling to know he'd been put into a trance, but remained so lucid. The average person's idea of being transformed into some kind of zombie-like thing when under hypnosis was so totally wrong. He felt fine, his thoughts as finely stropped as a barber's razor.
"Deeper," she said softly.
"I don't understand."
"Harford, how do you feel now that we've uncovered the missing time?"
She touched his hand with her long, soft fingers. The touch that would normally excite him now afforded him an odd comfort, a needed connection to the warmth of another human.
"I feel good."
"That I know, but the killings—"
"It bothers you?"
"Yeah, but I don't know why." Mussina touched his hand again.
"It never bothered you in the past, killing people. Why now?"
"It's not what you think. I'm not talking about the morality of what I've done. It's something else."
"Can you explain it?"
"I don't think I'm the one who killed those people." As he spoke the words, he felt something churn and twist in the deepest center of his thoughts, like a tumor suddenly come to life. Mussina smiled, stroked his hand.
"Let's see if we can find out,"
she said, and the sound of her voice was like a lifeline being thrown to him, something solid, real, from the familiar world. "Let's do it," he said languidly. And so she took him further under, peeling back the onion skin layers of his awareness, stripping down the memories and the memory blocks, until he felt himself breaking apart. "Wait!" he heard himself crying out, not knowing why, but knowing something was wrong, very wrong. "Don't! Not yet!" It was like he'd become a jigsaw puzzle with uncountable pieces, and the pieces, suddenly unlocked from one another, had begun to slowly drift apart, forever dispersing the essence of his self.
"Trust me,"
said the voice, feminine, authoritative, warm yet cool, professional. "All right," he said. The words oozed out of him. All sense or thought of control had seeped away.
"You are not Harford Nichols,"
she said. It was not a question. "How do you know that?" His voice had suddenly sharpened, each word snapped off like shards of twisted, broken metal.
"Because you can't be."
Again Mussina's voice projected cool control, confidence.
"What is your name?"
"Dukor. Hirsch Dukor." The words were pronounced slowly, flavored with a subtle Slovenian accent.
"Where are you from?"
"An area you would know as White Russia," he said, making no effort to conceal a distinct condescension.
"Can you tell the year of your birth and the location?"
"I can tell you anything you want. More importantly, I can tell you anything I want."
"Answer the question, Hirsch."
Her words assumed the cadence of a command, and he responded. "I was born in 1912, in Eastern Europe."
"Do you know what year it is now?"
1999.
"That would make you 87 years old," said Mussina. "Is that correct?"
"Your measurements of time have lost all meaning to me."
"Why?"
She looked at him sharply.
"Because you are dead?"
A dark laugh leaked out of Nichols' body. "No, because I am alive." The doctor paused for a moment, as though considering the meaning of his words.
"Yes," she said finally, "you are alive, and for that reason you must tell me about your life, where you have been, what you have seen."
"My first years were in Kartuska, a small village south of Molchatz. My parents were printers until after the Revolution and the Civil War that followed. In 1918, my father was taken into the White Army. He never returned. My mother was killed by Red Army soldiers in the middle of the following winter, after they all took a turn raping her. I was only 6 years old, and I was taken into the house of a man named Beryaza. He had been a friend of my father's, and there was no one else to take care of me. Everyone in the village was very poor, and the war of the red and the white made things very bad. Even worse than when the Cossacks would raid the villages for whatever they wanted. Mussina touched his hand, but just barely.
I want you to go back now, she said to him, back to that time. Tell me about your life. With Beryoza and onward.
He paused, drew a deep breath, exhaled. Beryoza is a cripple, one leg twisted up and a club foot. He lives by himself and makes his way by tanning leather. He has a long gray beard that always stinks of his breath and animal fats. He hates me and always tells me I am killing both of us because he cannot afford to feed two people. But he never feeds me much anyway. Each winter, for the next 7 years, I spend most of the time locked in his root cellar, waiting for the few times a day when the heavy door opens and Beryoza tosses down some suet and soup bones, or a piece of hard bread. For months at a time I live in almost total darkness. But there are other times he opens the door to the cellar, times when he's been drinking wheat mash vodka. I can smell the yeasty stench of it being distilled in his tanning shed, and eventually I learn to loathe that smell and everything connected to it. Beryoza throws back the cellar door and comes down the steps with a leather strap attached to one of his tanning hooks. After tying the opposite end to a metal spike in the dirt floor, he hooks into the back of my shirt just below the collar. Then he stretches me out and rolls me over a thick log, just snug enough to keep tension on the leather strap. If I try to move, the tanning hook digs into my neck and pierces my spine. He trusses me up like some trembling fawn while he unbuckles his trousers and gives me what he calls his big greasy. Pain and humiliation become my only companions, other than the darkness. Even though just a child, I grow to hate Beryoza, and my fantasy thoughts always involve how I will one day kill him. I burn with hate and loathing. I am small and weak, but as the years pass, my tormentor grows more infirm and contracts a bad case of gout in his good leg. He begins letting me out of the cellar more and more to do his work. Soon I grow stronger and bigger. When I am 13, I am strong enough to earn my freedom. I cleave his head open with a hatchet while he sleeps, from his forehead all the way down to his bottom jaw. 2 halves I hit him so hard, so much blood. And then I know I cannot stay in the village. I take everything I can carry, and then I torch the miserable hut that had been my prison for so long. I wander through the forest for several days, half crazy with cold and hunger, until I am found by a seamstress and her husband, traveling to the village of Nieszwieś, 30 miles to the north. I tell them my parents have been killed by the Red Army, which was not a lie, and they take me to the village where I am taken in by the local rabbi, whose name is Yerechmiel. I work as the temple's janitor, learning a trade from the village carpenter and metalsmith. The rabbi teaches me how to read and speak in 3 languages, but he does very little for my twisted soul. By that time, you see, I have been having long conversations with the voices in my head, and I have never been able to forget the white-hot joy, the pure ecstasy that consumed me the first time I took a life. When I'd stood there, watching the unbelievable amount of blood geyser from the cloven skull of the monster Beryoza, something happened. There was a feral resonance in it for me. The slaking of a fine and terrible thirst, but only temporarily. It had been such a totally, overwhelmingly dominant sensation, I knew that nothing I could ever do in life could match it. The hot, wet pleasure of it is like sex for me. No, it is sex for me. So much so that, as I pass through puberty, I discover my special need. I remain a very frustrated, very warped young man until I devise my own means of release. Killing the small animals of the forest has been more of a curiosity than a life pattern for me. I cultivate a keen interest in the science of pain and death, and carry out crude but effective experiments with rabbits and mice, the occasional stray cat or sickly dog.
It is not until I grow into my teens that I develop the techniques and methods that sustain me until I meet my true saviors.
Because of my peculiar curiosity, I force myself to become adept at the stealthy arts of tracking and hunting. By the time I am 15, I have secured a special place in the heart of the old rabbi, because I delivered to him a steady supply of fresh forest kills. I even drag in an old timber wolf one winter. The beast had been old and slow, an easy victory actually, but I am curious to discover the taste of the predator's flesh. As you can imagine, my adaptation to human prey requires very little adjustment to the scheme of my hunting. My sojourns away from the village become longer as I grow older, and I gradually widen the circle of my influence. The roads are often traveled by the solitary stranger. The smaller villages are always producing new young flocks of children, and there seems to be an endless supply of silly young girls intent on testing their powers on dull boys. It is a glorious time. Everything is fresh and new, and it fascinates me that no two people ever seem to die in the same way. I would always try to look them in the eyes at the precise moment of their dying, looking for answers that a small part of me knew would never come. No matter if I have taken them slowly from their agony with my own hands, or quickly dispatched them with a shot from my revolver, their final moments remain mysterious and unrevealed. But my curiosity never wanes. Indeed, it becomes the driving element of my life, which in all other respects is unremarkable. Most of my time in the village is spent alone, reading from Rabbi Yerechmiel's extensive library, or performing my duties without question or comment. To everyone who knows me, I appear to be a quiet, studious, and seemingly shy young man. Only the countless people whose eyes I hood for the final time ever know me as anyone different. Years pass, and my explorations down the dark corridors of human suffering continue on a loosely charted lunar cycle. When I first discover the natural rhythms of my mind and body, and how they fall into sync with the world's own clockwork mechanisms, I know I have been taken into the greater chain of being in some kind of divine way. The medieval philosophers had all believed in this kind of perfect natural order, and it becomes a great relief to me that I have been selected for such perfection. But it was not until I meet my saviors that I achieve the absolute vindication, the imprimatur, of what has become my life's work. It is only when the Wehrmacht winter sweeps through Eastern Europe that I fully understand the depths of suffering capable of being elicited from the human spirit. Never have I been so overjoyed to be alive as those days with the Schutzstaffel. In 1942, the Nazi net has begun to close more tightly around Eastern Europe and the Ukraine. I watch as Jews and Gypsies are collected into ghettos, first in the larger cities, and later the towns and villages as well. Having the sensibilities of the predator, I understand the thinking of the Germans, and I am able to remain one step ahead of their troops. I even kill a few of their newer recruits just for the sheer sport of it. There is never a question of my ability to do it. All I need is opportunity, and I am excellent at creating that. Although the SS had not reached the more remote areas around Malchatz until the summer of '42, there is no stopping their plans now fully in gear. And then, on the 16th of July, while hunting in the woods outside of Horodze, I see an incredible spectacle.
a squad of German regular army under the command of an SS officer drive a huge crowd of people into a deep meadow while I watch from a nearby elevation. More than 1,000 Jews are herded into the clearing while they nervously finger the tassels of their prayer shawls and reach down to keep their small children at their sides. I remain hidden as I watch, awestruck by the sheer audacity and brilliance of the soldiers' actions. In a sudden eruption of gunfire, the tightly herded crowd of Jews is slaughtered. It is a merciless barrage. I stare wide-eyed as slugs from a machine gun rip a family to pieces, shredding them like wheat chaff. Never have I seen a celebration of death on such a scale. The people are hit with so many bullets, the constant impacts actually hold them up like slumping marionettes, keeping them on their feet as though dancing a grotesque jig. I am stunned into abject admiration. Reducing my small achievements to something pale and thin, the grand killings cause me to realize how little I have actually done with my life so far. As I sit watching the soldiers melt back into the forest, leaving the immense pile of bodies in their wake, I know that I have witnessed a special kind of greatness, that a new force has awakened into the world, and that I long to be a part of it more than anything I have ever imagined. The next day, in Nieshviesh, the members of the Jewish Council meet in the synagogue, and I listen from an alcove as Rabbi Yerechmiel Sklar urges the others to form a resistance against the approach of the Nazis. I smile secretly at the prospect of these hapless Jews believing they could do anything to stop the Nazi machine. But other village leaders take up the cry. We cannot let them kill us like animals, they say. Jakob Klatschko, one of the first respected elders, holds up his cane like a weapon and challenges the Germans to show their faces in Nieshviesh. They comply on the 21st of July. An Einsatzkommando unit bullies into the center of the village, where the commanding officer announces through a bullhorn that they will be selecting all of the village's Jewish tradesmen to work in a munitions factory in Cherkovshchina, and that all other Jews will be immediately relocated. Suddenly, the large crowd that has gathered begins fractionating, selecting parts of itself out of the main body. I watch as the non-Jews of the village begin separating themselves from their Jewish colleagues and friends. As the pronouncement of the Nazis becomes clear, no one wants to be mistaken for a Jew. I stand my ground, confident that these men in their splendid uniforms will never harm me. Labels mean nothing when the great absolutes of the world are at stake. That I live with a rabbi, have been born a Jew and raised as a Jew, did not, in my mind, make me a Jew. I have always found the idea of organized religion, all of them, to be quaint, and a rather poor excuse at an explanation for this thing we call the universe. Just then, old Klatschko holds up his cane and yells at the soldiers, "No, there will be no selections here. Either we all go free or we fight." Not giving the Nazis a chance to reply, the crowd suddenly charges the informally assembled group of soldiers, many of whom, in their overconfidence, have not yet bothered to unsling their rifles from their shoulders. The Jews, armed with everything from hunting rifles to pitchforks and axes, stun them with the sudden first strike. Soldiers and village police begin to drop under the attack. I watch from the cover of a statue in the village square as the pitch of the battle shifts in favor of the SS troops as soon as they shoulder their superior weapons. Bodies are strewn about the village center like broken dolls and puppets as the air fills with the smell of cordite and blood. Amazingly, the Jews do not wither under the Nazi gunfire. They seem crazed into action, as though they know they are all going to die, and like rabid dogs, determined to take as many of their tormentors along for the journey. The sound of muzzle blasts deafen everyone.
Machine gun fire supplies a factory-like rhythm to the slaughter. Everyone is yelling at the top of their voices. Battle cries, shock, and death agonies all blend together in an unholy song of destruction. I can barely contain the excitement that holds me like a fist of iron. A sizable section of the crowd has managed to surround a small part of the soldiers' uneven formation. The Jews launch enough hatchets, bricks, and gunfire against the Germans that they are in danger of getting bested. Unseen along the perimeter of the action, I creep closer to the scene, and I see the commanding officer himself fall from an errant stone to the side of his head. As he falls, a tall, broad-shouldered Jew with a pitchfork straddles him to deliver the death blow. Without thinking, I bound from my cover and grab the Jew by the throat, yanking him away from the Nazi officer. I stand there for an instant, locked against the struggling Jew, and suddenly the Nazi raises his Luger and fires 2 shots into the Jew's chest. Holding him so close, I can feel the concussion of the slugs, the convulsing reaction of the Jew, and the moment of death when all his muscles just stop their opposition. In the middle of the screams and the smoke and the blood, it is a glorious sensation, and I burst out laughing as I hold the dead Jew for a moment before throwing him to the ground. The tide of Nazi weaponry finally sweeps over the Jews, and although they never break ranks and run, their numbers are decimated in minutes. Soldiers are swarming everywhere, now with their bayonets mounted, gutting whomever still writhes on the stained earth. A young SS trooper, barely out of his teens, throws himself at me, and I trip on my own boot as I try to sidestep his attack. Looking up, I see the soldier raise his weapon, and I wonder abstractly what the blade will feel like as it punctures my flesh. But it does not happen. The young soldier is accosted at that moment by the Nazi officer, who looks down at me with confusion. "Why did you save me back there?" he says. I smile at him. "Because I like the work you are doing," I reply. This is not the answer he could have expected, and he remains puzzled by me. "You are a Jew?" he says after a pause. I smile again and speak softly. "By your definition, yes." Finally, he tells the young soldier to get me to my feet and into one of the troop carriers, where I am watched cautiously. By now the battle is over, and most of Nieshviesh's Jews lay slaughtered like pigs. The few still alive are thrown into the back of a farm truck, where they are kicked and bludgeoned by the outraged troops. I am taken by rail with the rest of the selected Jews to Bratislava. They are in boxcars with no place to pee or shit, except in their clothes as they stand against one another. I ride with the soldiers, shunned, but respected because of the orders of their SS officer. He tells me he has not decided what to do with me, but I know it is simpler than that. He does not know what to do with me, and he cannot bring himself to kill a man who has saved his life. I smile at this. Sometimes a human heart still beats in the iron chest of the SS. As I ride along in the train thinking this, I realize that I am different from most people. I truly do not care if I live or die. We arrive in a Polish town called Oświęcim. I see the name on the platform we pass as the train slows down, but our cars are shunted off to a siding, which runs for perhaps 2 miles farther out of the town, stopping finally at a very large compound surrounded by barbed wire fences and guard towers. The soldiers call it the Arbeitslager, the work camp, or simply the lager. Beyond these barriers, it looks like some kind of factory, which it is, a factory ultimately for death. Orders are given, and the troops stream off the train and begin the practiced routine of offloading the boxcars of the most wretched people I have ever seen. I stand next to the troop car for several minutes, watching the Jews separate themselves into groups, by sex, by age, by family, etc., subgroup by subgroup. I am amazed at how utterly docile everyone is.
how they simply do whatever they are told. They have no spark, no life in them. They are a beaten race, and I am ashamed to be named among their number. For a people who have accomplished so much in the arts and the sciences, they are an embarrassment to the demands of basic survival. As I stand there, allowing such thoughts to brew like storm clouds, I am roughly grabbed and dragged away from the train. Past the long lines of Jews who are being processed into the camp, I am taken into a small building filled with partitioned off spaces, each with a desk and an officer of the SS. I recognize the commandant from the Nieshviesh incident as I am brought before him. "You will be a Sonderkommando," he says, barely looking up at me. I say nothing in response, continue to stand there. "Do you know what that means?" he asks after a long pause. He is looking at me directly now. There is a coldness behind his eyes, and he senses the same lack of warmth behind mine. "No," I say. The officer smiles, and it is the smile of a rogue. "It means you will live," he said. Before I can even think about whether I will reply, I am dragged from the small building and taken to a larger one that looks like an abandoned gymnasium. There are many other men already standing, waiting for a further command. There is water on the concrete floor, and there are shower heads above us. I am stripped of my clothes, my beard and hair are cut away, and I am hosed down and sprayed with a delicer. Then other Häftlinge, the guard's word for the prisoners, enter wearing striped clothing and carrying bundles of similar garb. Most of the men in the room with me get shirts with a green triangle on the chest, but on my shirt 2 red and yellow ones opposed and overlapped to form the Star of David. I am the only Jew in this group, and the other men are wondering why I am there. I am there, it turns out, to supervise and facilitate the work of the various commandos, which are groups formed for a particular kind of work. I live in one of the barracks called blocks, and the routine is hatefully dreary, the food barely edible, and the chance for inhumanity always rampant. I learn to steal whatever I can: shoes, extra bread, a tin cup or bowl, literally anything. I relish every chance to be cruel to my fellow Häftlinge, because it becomes the only time I feel good about anything. In short order, I gain a reputation among the Jews as a monster. They hate me, and I hate them. I become more fearsome to them than the SS themselves, and the most enjoyable part of my day is to feel the heat of their stares as they watch me walk past them as they work. Eventually, I am noticed by the SS, and they begin to use me at nearby Birkenau, the place called the Birches because of the white forest of trees that surrounds the lager. It is the place of the ovens, and I become part of the commando of criminal and political Häftlinge who keep the fires hot and the ashes cleared from the grates. The skies above me are always blackened by the greasy soot from the chimneys. Until May 24th, 1943. That is the greatest day of my life. It is early evening, and the columns of Jews are just returning from their 16-hour drudge at a rubber plant called the Buna. I am herding the last of them into their block when a middle-aged man collapses ahead of me. I yank him to his feet and slap his face, but I meet nothing but bony angles and a skin as thin and brittle as parchment. He begins crying, saying his feet are so swollen that his shoes are crushing them. He cannot stand. He screams, begging for mercy and understanding. I reach down and pull off one of his shoes, and he screams again in agony. The flesh of his foot is like raw hamburger, a rippling mass of pustulent infection. It does not even look like a human foot, but rather a distended and diseased butt of ham. I signal for a guard, telling him the man can no longer walk. The guard approaches me with an axe, which he hands to me and smiles. I nod, then turn to face the man. With one swing, I chop off the diseased foot at his ankle and kick it into the drainage ditch by the path. The Jew goes into shock as his blood pumps out of him. He is thrown into the back of a lorry and taken to the ovens. I am taking the axe back to the guardhouse when an SS captain approaches me. He is young and handsome and obviously new to the lager. I do not recognize him, and I make it my business to know everyone and everything. He tells me he is a doctor and wants to know if I would like to be one of his orderlies. There is something about the way this man smiles that is terrifying, even to me, and I am essentially afraid of nothing. I look into the darkness of his eyes, and I see a vast absence there. Most men have something capering behind their eyes, be it evil or madness or joy, but this young officer, he has nothing. It repels me and attracts me at the same time. I nod and say, "Yeah," automatically. "Splendid," he says. "I am Dr. Josef Mengele." From that first day, he and I are a perfect match. Like a marriage most only dream of, we become as one person. So much am I in sync with his methods, his thoughts, I am able to anticipate whatever he wants or needs, or eventually even fantasizes about. I help him create a special lab in the medical block, where at first he works with a Dr. Klauberg. The two of them devising the method of selections, both at the train depot and at the lager itself, deciding who can work and who is to be exterminated instantly. I watch and learn. Soon I understand the way his mind works, and I am confident I could do his selections and be extremely accurate. In the lab, he allows me to read medical texts and special papers on the most current theories regarding biology and race, his most favorite topics of conversation. Because of my superior intellect and rabid interest, I absorb the material like a thirsty sponge. I become fluent in the language and terminology of the medical world. Dr. Klauberg begins to resent my knowledge and my close rapport with Mengele, and makes plans to have me stripped of my privileges and thrown into a commando mixing quicklime into mass graves, or digging them up for open-pit burning. When Mengele discovers this, he employs his rank as an SS officer to have Klauberg replaced with a doctor named Kramer, who is very much aware of my position with Mengele and makes certain never to challenge it. As the months pass, I am entrusted with the execution of many of the basic experiments Mengele devises. We inject Jews with all kinds of lethal and toxic substances. We perform operations without anesthesia. We shock them and burn them with electrodes and ultra-short-wave transmitters. I especially like the experiments in which we force pump various viscous or fluid things into the anus or a woman's uterus. This seems to cause some of the most exquisite fear and pain in the patients. When Mengele begins full-scale experiments with twins, he becomes quickly obsessive about the need to find ever more sets of them. We search the entire camp and try to be very careful during the train depot selections. Finally, I convince him that we must take day trips to other lagers, where there are hundreds of sets of twins being wasted. I do this because I truly want to find more of them myself, but also because I have grown weary of the world of the camp and its grim rhythms, the Ausrücken und Einrücken of the prisoners, the trains, the guards, the life and the death. I look forward to the trips when we climb into the cars and the trucks, and we travel across the landscapes of places become so alien to me they are like other worlds. But the places we visit are very much like Auschwitz-Birkenau, both in design and population. I am convinced the Nazis have rooted out every Jew in Europe. They swell the lagers like harvested wheat, bursting the seams of overstocked granaries.
When Mengele and I visit the Häftlinge blocks, I can feel the desperation emanating from the Jews like a terrible putrefaction. Our missions to find additional sets of twins are spectacularly successful, and I am offered special rewards from the doctor in terms of food or privileges. I usually waive them in exchange for the chance to perform some of his experiments on my own." He paused to gauge Mussina's expression, which had been one of distress and terrible concern, and now changed into something else, something darker, more disgust, more fear. He continued, "The longer I work with Mengele, the more fascinated I am becoming with pain and death. It is my only source of pleasure or sense of fulfillment. Mengele teaches me that suffering is the culmination of existence, the capstone to all that ever exists. I learned that to exist at all is to experience pain, and that all life is only an elaborate preparation for death. Everything we do is an overture to the final moment, and I am in total synchronization with the cosmic engine, the great mechanism that grinds everything down to the finest atoms. I worship the god Entropy, and I am his agent, his instrument. I exist to deliver his great message of death." 16. Isabella Mussina, Ph.D., Langley, Virginia. Something happened to her, something that had never happened before. As she listened to the past life regression of Harford Nichols, she became so consumed by the story that she almost became lost in it. Only when the subject lapsed into metaphor did Isabella realize that she must regain control of the session. Forcing herself to stand up and back away from the entranced Nichols, she could almost feel a physical field of influence surrounding the man. In all her years of research, she had never sensed such a powerful presence, such an utterly dominating entity as the set of memories filling the psyche of Harford Nichols. But they might be more than memories. The notion touched her deeply as she backed even farther away from Nichols, who was now weaving back and forth. He looked not at her as much as through her. He displayed a small smile, as though in some kind of weird resonance with the idea that he was indeed the instrument of entropy. Isabella could not shake the feeling that she had entered unholy ground. The essence of the story by Hirsch Dukor was easily the most grotesque and loathsome tale she'd ever encountered. It was terrifying, the juxtaposition of Dukor's utter control and almost mannered language with the catalogue of atrocities and predilections. Grendel with an intellect to match his ferocity. And the worst part was this: she felt as if she already knew him. Like any monster of legend, its tales of horror would always precede its possible reality. She knew this creature and need only give it a name. Dukor truly frightened her, but she could never allow him to know it. She had no choice but to push onward. Despite the fear clawing its way to the surface, she also felt a special excitement, atavistic and urgent. Sensing a unique chance, she dared intrude upon the grim world in which Hirsch Dukor thrived. "Excuse me," she said quickly, but with a gentle voice. "I must ask you a question." "Yes." Nichols looked at her dimly, and she had the feeling he saw nothing. Another set of eyes assessed her at that moment. "When you did these things for Mengele, what did the others, your fellow prisoners, think of you?" A small grin slashed his face like the path of a straight razor. "They feared me, of course, but more importantly, they hated me." "Why was that more important?" "Because I fed off their hate. It gave me the energy to live." Isabella paused, afraid to ask the next question, already knowing the answer, but somehow needing it to be made real in this world as well as those of nightmare and pain. "They gave you a special name, didn't they?" He nodded, closing his eyes as though remembering something of particular sweetness. "Oh, yes, and it was a beautiful name." "Can you say it for me?" Her words caught in her throat like the ashes of the dead.
Der kleine Engel, he said. What else would you call the angel of death's right-hand man?
Isabella could not hide her shock, her absolute sense of loathing. She actually flinched, leaning away from him. He nodded, smiling flatly like a skull.
You know me, don't you, Doctor?
I know about you through others who knew you when you were alive.
He laughed mockingly, pointed to his chest.
Oh, but I am alive.
This couldn't be happening, she thought, as she felt suddenly dizzy, losing control. What he had told her could simply not be. It was impossible to be in the center of such a coincidence. No way it could be a coincidence. No way that she could have stumbled upon the essence or the memory of such a monster in Nichols. Unless there was something more to the great wheel of karma than she could have ever imagined. A great shuddering pulse of total emptiness passed through her, as if she'd opened a door and the wind of eternity had blown in for an instant. It was a moment totally cold and vacant of all feeling, and it terrified her. It was her destiny to find Dukor. Could it be possible that her entire life, and all her passionate questing for the truth, had been shaped toward this one single moment of revelation? She shook her head as if to clear it, but she knew she'd pushed herself to the threshold of a place from which there was no escape, no exit, not even death, because the truth of this realm, whatever it might be, transcended such things as mere expiration. Hold on, she thought desperately. Get control. She couldn't lose the thread, or she would be lost in the labyrinth of endless terrors. You tell me you are alive, she said, forcing the words out, willing herself into coherency. But you also alluded to dying.
The beautiful paradox, he said and chuckled.
Both true, all true.
Can you remember your death?
Yes, exquisitely. It was full of the worst kind of irony.
Can you tell me about it?
Nichols smiled.
You will be the first.
All right.
The subject closed his eyes, began to speak in a faraway voice.
As 1944 begins to wind down, Dr. Mengele is smart enough to know that the Third Reich is getting squeezed by the Americans and the Russians. He plans to flee the lager in the middle of a very dark night. He asks me if I want him to put a bullet in my head before he departs, declaring I will be torn to pieces by any surviving Häftlinge when the camp is liberated. I smile and thank him for his thoughtfulness, but decline, preferring the adventure of facing the, how would you call them, do-gooders who advance upon us. I stay on in the lager, with orders from Mengele to be kept on privileges, which was easy by now because I have become a comrade of many of the SS guards. I watch as the last herd of Jews is gassed in late October of that year, All Hallows' Eve, I think, which is in some way appropriate. For the next few months, under Himmler's order, everyone works double shifts to dismantle the apparatus for the gassings, and of course the crematoriums themselves. I remain on the job until the end, helping to destroy the huge warehouses full of things like men's and women's coats, suits, watches and eyeglasses, luggage, human hair, hundreds of thousands of pieces. I smile as I handle the items, thinking that each one represents some hapless Jew. In January 1945, the Russian soldiers find us and set us free to roam along the roads with nowhere to go. At first, I imagine my fellow prisoners will try to kill me, but they are such a weak and pathetic lot, I soon realize I have nothing to fear from them. In fact, I am able to resume my age-old games with all the easy prey, being able to kill most of my victims with a single blow. They are such fragile skeletons, it is almost too easy to bring them down. I work my way west into Germany, from village to village, stealing what I need to stay alive as I look for those who match the criterion of my master's vision. With Mengele absent, my work becomes doubly important. I am to send them from this plane of existence, to make them go away as efficiently as possible, and so I continue, until I am caught in the act by a soldier from a squad of American Negroes. I am kneeling over the limp body of a young girl, perhaps 9 years old. She has a number tattooed on her wrist. 6 digits from Sobibor. She looks me in the eye with an expression of relief as I strangle her. The Negro soldier has just appeared from behind a hedgerow, and he looks at me with a stunned expression on his face. With my still-shaved head and ragged clothes, I am sure I look frightful. I throw down the girl's body and face him, smiling. This unnerves him, but he raises his M1 and aligns me in the sight, but he is not sure what to do. I laugh at him, then lunge straight at him. I see him wince, and suddenly I am staring at the heart of the sun. I do not hear the carbine's report, but I am instantly separated from my body, the earth, everything. Nichols stopped speaking, stared straight ahead. "No more awareness?" asked Isabella, keeping her distance from the subject. She knew now she had entranced a monster. Always a dangerous thing to do. It returns in brief flashes, like tantalizing looks behind a half-closed door. I am a small boy, a young man, an adult. Simple scenes from a life. A kitchen, a classroom, a bedroom, a night sky, a field. These are momentary, elusive, without real meaning. In more recent time, the glimpses have become more solid, with greater duration. I have come to live again. Each time I have felt more alive, more powerful. "Hirsch," she said softly, not a question. "You have been killing them." "Who?" "These victims of Nichols, the ones the CIA is upset about." "Yes, of course." "Using the body of Harford Nichols." "It is actually my body as well. Or perhaps that is not correct. Maybe I am also Harford Nichols. Maybe Hirsch and Harford are the same person. Maybe Dukor is gone and I am really Nichols." He laughed. "What?" she said expectantly. "Does it matter what you call me? The only thing you must understand is that I exist. I am here, and the person you called Harford Nichols is gone." Isabella felt a coldness pass over her shoulders. The subject was saying things she had already considered, and she knew there was no way she could continue the session. She'd skidded far past the moment when she should have ended it, and she knew she must break in, shatter the fragile shell of containment that had given this soul a palpable presence. Standing, she edged closer to Nichols. She would— "No," he said gently, almost seductively. "You cannot." "What?" "You cannot stop this," he said, standing, looking through her. "You are no longer in control here." His expression held her like a butterfly pinned to corkboard. His words likewise pierced her, confirming what she had suspected unconsciously, but had been afraid to even consider. Without thinking, she began backing away from him, edging back behind the big desk. It afforded little real protection, but she was frightened, terribly so, and knew she would do anything to get away from him, to feel safe. "What do you mean by control?" she said. Keep him talking, keep him occupied. Scanning the desk, she looked for a panic button, but there was nothing. Only the usual phone and intercom. Was there a hidden camera, microphones? This was the goddamned CIA. There had to be something. "Control?" Nichols Dukor smiled as he regarded her calmly. "I mean of me. You were the manipulator, were you not?" "Of the hypnosis, yes." Isabella sat down, tried to present a cool, reasonable front. If he sensed she was losing it, things might get worse a lot faster. "What else do you mean?" Tilting his head, the man regarded her with a continuing grin. It was the grin of a village idiot, of an inspired genius. As impossible as she knew it must be, the notion struck her that his appearance had been changing. Nichols no longer looked the same. Subtle alterations in the bones of his face, the shape of the skull. No, that's crazy. It was just the way he was using his facial muscles. Unfamiliar expressions, contortions. "Dr. Mussina, I think you know exactly what I mean," he said, as he stood, moved a step toward her desk. The maneuver sent off alarms in her mind, and she blinked back the wave of terror that jolted through her. She had to get away from him, distract him, keep him talking. "No, She tried to speak, and her words became stuck in her throat. He exhaled a dramatic sigh and rolled his eyes, as though playing to an unseen audience. "All right, I'll make things painfully clear." Emphasis on the adverb very intentional. "You see, before this current episode, something would jerk me into awareness for tiny electric instants, like thunder and lightning, and then again the dark vacuum of non-being, until the next time, pulled from the emptiness, it was as if something was calling me forth from the grave. Something wanted me. Finally, it succeeded for brief fugues in which I carried out my familiar game of predator. And during these glorious moments I had available to me all the training and experience of my present body and soul."
"Nichols," she added, "you mean his knowledge."
"That is correct, but you still make a distinction between us. You do not want to accept that we are the same being." Isabella didn't really care about that singular point anymore. It was difficult to get excited about metaphysics when you believed someone was going to kill you. All she wanted was to be out of that room, away from this maniac monster ghoul or whatever he was. Only now did she really understand the hideous and abject terror of her subjects' dreams, of their memories of a life better never brought into being.
"I think I could learn to accept that," she said, trying to smile. "I don't see it as a big problem."
"Good." He moved laterally, and the motion was less threatening. He began pacing slowly, but never took his gaze away from her. "Shall I continue?" She nodded. Was anybody listening to their conversation? On the off chance, should she be trying to signal them, let them know she was in trouble? But how? "It was a battle, you see, between my current and former selves. Hence the blackouts, the losses of memory during each state of awareness. Each time I wanted my original self, the one you call Dukor, to retain control. But it was like rising to the surface of a cold lake with a heavy anchor chained to your leg. I could only rise so far and then sink back down again. It happened enough times that I knew it would forever be a stalemate, that total control would never be achieved." He paused to smile a twisted little smile at her. Then he bowed in mock graciousness. "Until, of course, until there was you." She knew he was going to say that, and she hated him for his mordant tone. He was playing with her, teasing her, before he strangled her like the little girl in the hedgerow.
"All right," said Isabella. "What do you want?"
"From you? Nothing." He moved another step closer. "You have already given me the only thing you had of value, the key to my continuing awareness. You, Dr. Mussina, have brought me back to life. With each word of my story, I became stronger, more real. Each word like a secret mantra, a spell, a talisman to give me back the existence demanded of me."
"Demanded by whom?"
she said softly. He was getting worked up. Keep him talking. "By the fates, by the cosmos itself. Destiny was denied once in this century, but it will not be stopped this time." He drew in a great breath, exhaled in dark laughter. "I can feel it. There is something massive lurching toward us, toward this focal point in time. Something dark and monolithic and hungry. It is something many believed dead, lost in the forever mist. But no, Doctor, it was only sleeping, like a great god stuck in the geologic stone of old myth." He was right. Isabella could feel the truth of it in the jellied center of her bones.
and she'd been the one to throw the latch on it, to push open the door and bring back a thing that was far more than the man once known as Hirsch Dukor. She watched him take another step toward her, and a sudden surge of panic bubbled through her like lava. She heard herself blurt out a question that sounded immediately silly and inappropriate. "Is there anything else you want to tell me?" He chuckled, shrugged. "Not really. I am finished with you, unless you prove useful in escaping this facility." "What?" Another 2 steps, and he reached the desk. Before she could react, he had leaped over it like a gymnast and grabbed her in some kind of martial arts chokehold. The pressure of his thick forearm across her throat was just enough to cause alarming pain, but not enough to black her out. She tried to talk, to cry out, but no words would come, barely enough air to breathe, much less make a sound. She wanted to plead with him to either let her go or kill her quickly. But he did neither, inching her toward the door to the inner office, beyond which was a larger room that connected to other offices, and a corridor that eventually led to a security station and elevator bays beyond that. She could feel her blood pumping wildly in her ears, and her heart was ratcheting against her rib cage. At any moment she expected him to either snap her neck or crush her throat. And the thought that this was how she would ultimately die began to settle over her like a heavy blanket. Oddly, it imparted a calming effect rather than worse panic. She felt... The phone on her desk suddenly chirped, and the sound startled him as well as her. They both looked at it for a moment before he relaxed his grip on her and pushed her toward the desk. "Pick it up," he said. "Tell them they don't have a chance of stopping me if they want you to live." The phone chirped again, crazy, electronic, insistent. "How do you know what they want?" He shoved her face down on the blotter, and the sheer power in his arms and hands stunned her. "Don't be stupid, you bitch. They've been tuned in on us from the first word. These are my walls, my people. Now answer it." Weakly, she reached out, lifted the receiver. "Dr. Muse." "This is Glinka," said the familiar voice. "Try to stay calm, Doctor. We'll get you out of there." He wants me to tell you something," she said through ragged breaths. "We know what he said. He's right about being wired up. Just go along with him. Tell him we've guaranteed safe passage as long as he doesn't hurt you." Okay, she said quickly. "I'll tell him." "Just try to stay calm, Doctor. We'll be watching you every step of the way. Good luck." The line went dead, and she replaced the receiver. Then, twisting around to look at Dukor, she repeated Glinka's guarantee. He laughed. "Yeah, we'll see about that. Now let's go." Locking her up in his chokehold, he moved her along like a dancer. She felt as if her feet barely touched the carpet as they glided to the door. He opened it and danced them through into a reception and clerking area. If there had been any personnel in this area, they had been cleared, because everything lay eerily deserted. Desks as though suddenly abandoned, PC monitors staring blankly. She hoped they could see her as he directed her toward the outer door with the electronic lock. "The key card," he said, holding his free hand in front of her face. For an instant she blocked on what he was saying, what he wanted, and he clamped down on her throat, bruising the delicate tissues there. "Give it to me." And then she was fumbling in the breast pocket of her lab coat, trying to remember where she'd been carrying it. When its sharp plastic edge cut into her palm, she thought it was just about the best sensation she'd ever felt. He snatched it up and passed it through the slot. The door's lock clicked open with the heavy sound of a luxury sedan, and he moved her so fast they were almost instantly past its bulk. Entering the vast access corridor, Isabella was shocked by the utter emptiness of the super-long passageway. In both directions, nothing. Dukor paused for a moment, then yanked her to the left. "Down here." Scurrying like fiddler crabs locked in combat, they passed under a surveillance camera which moved subtly to track their movement. Dukor stopped, stared into the lens. "You know I can kill her," he yelled viciously at the device. "I want level 1 access from Bay 7. Now. Anybody tries to fuck with me and the doctor is dead, okay?" Without waiting for a reply, Dukor started them moving again, staying out in the center of the corridor. Each time they passed a door, his entire body seemed to coil itself up like a snake, preparing to strike. And each time she expected somebody to appear from behind one of those doors. If it happened, she knew it would be the last thing she ever saw. She moved along with her captor, offering no resistance, trying to keep her thoughts away from the edge of total panic. Remaining so reflective and calm surprised her, even though she'd always considered herself an extremely rational person. But now she seemed to be able to view what was happening to her as though through the eyes of an aloof observer. Unsettling, even a little scary. Her complete detachment from what was happening suggested a nihilism, a lack of passion and caring that in itself was disturbing. Better that she'd lapsed into some kind of psychological shock, temporary and with little real import. She willed it to be so because she never wanted to think she'd stopped caring about life. Even now. Especially now. "Keep moving," said Dukor as they neared the elevators at Bay 7. Just at that moment, the recessed lighting began pulsing rhythmically to an alarm klaxon, and the PA system echoed down the corridor like the voice of God. "Attention all personnel. Econ 4. Repeat. Econ 4. Bay 7 West."
"What does that mean?" she said with great effort.
He had dragged her to the elevator doors and keyed the access grid with her card. "They're telling everybody they've got a big problem down here," he said with a grin. "The 4 means highest priority, and that everybody better keep their asses in the trenches, out of the line of fire." The doors opened to display an empty chamber, and he waltzed them inside. Pressing the panel for the top floor, the car lurched upward. Suddenly Dukor released his grip and threw her to the floor in one quick motion. The force of the impact stunned her for an instant. Half dazed, she watched him leap up to grab with both hands a cross-beam bracing the ceiling tiles. Then, pulling himself up as though on a chinning bar, he reached up and removed the tiles to reveal the steel roof of the elevator car. "What?" Isabella sat up and saw the object of his efforts, a door with a hand latch cut into the roof. Quicker than her eye could follow, Dukor threw the latch, and in a single coordinated gymnast's maneuver swung himself upward so that he went flying through the open hatch feet first. There was the sound of something banging against the steel roof like a rubber hammer, and several bullet holes blossomed inward from the ravaged ceiling. Then the hatch was filled with Dukor's plummeting bulk. Landing on his feet, he now held a handgun with squared-off edges. It was a dull black and looked very menacing. "He won't be needing this any more," said Dukor, glancing upward, then tucking the weapon into his pants. "Don't move." He punched out the control panel to the car with his elbow and grabbed a handful of wiring. With a skillful yank on the yellow and the blue ones, the lights died, and a groaning of steel on steel filled the air. Plunged into abrupt darkness, she was suddenly aware that they'd stopped moving. "Okay, let's go." "Where?" Without answering, Dukor grabbed her with both hands and heaved her toward the ceiling. The raw strength in his hands and arms terrified her as she realized how powerful, how dangerous this man was. In a blurred instant, her head was through the ceiling hatch, and he was forcing her legs up and out of the way. On top of the car, crumpled up like a discarded paper bag, lay the body of a man in dark gray coveralls. His head was twisted around badly, and there was a thick hemorrhage of blood already clotting at the corner of his mouth. Isabella recoiled from the sight, but said nothing as Dukor pulled himself through the hatch. She watched him stand up and check the 4 walls of the shaft that rose above them to a dark and remote vanishing point. The perspective scared her. Just how deep were they in the facility? There would be no answer for the moment, because Dukor had located the panel for which he'd been searching, and he was caving it in with both arms. A dark aperture revealed itself as the panel fell inward. In the dim illumination of the shaft, Isabella could see a crawl space, like a heating duct, striking off at a perpendicular angle. "What is it?" she said. "Shut up." The words were spat at her as he grabbed her with one hand and literally heaved her head first into the duct. "Start crawling forward. Now." Hands and knees working furiously, she began moving. Tight, cramped spaces made her uneasy, and she'd always suspected she had a touch of claustrophobia. No suspicions any longer. Pushing ahead into the rectangular darkness confirmed it. The close, smooth walls of the duct seemed to be tapering down, gradually closing in on her. The air, already rank with their sweat and anxiety, was getting thick, heavy with other toxins. If she didn't— "Move it," said Dukor, pushing the barrel of the handgun up against her buttocks, subtly probing their cleft in mock violation. The sick bastard. Isabella fought the urges to both kick in his face and burst into tears, forcing herself to surge forward on her elbows and knees. Ahead, the light from baffled ventilation feeders seemed to be growing stronger, the passageway slightly larger. "How far?" she said weakly, trying to keep her breathing even without panic. "You will pass 2 intersections," said Dukor. "When you reach the 3rd, make a left, then keep going forward." "Where are we going?" She looked back over her shoulder, but could not see him. The movement reminded her that he was behind her, looking directly up her skirt, and she felt as if she might retch. "To freedom," he said with a chuckle. I don't know how far I can go on like this." Her elbows were getting raw, her knees burning from the friction of the nylon stockings against the smooth metal. "If you stop, I'll have to shoot you," he said flatly. "Then how will you get past me?" Dukor began to chuckle. "I'll eat my way out." His words punctured her like a rusty nail. So unexpected a solution had stunned her into silence. Her breath, growing ragged, had escaped her altogether. The claustrophobia returned in a jagged rush, suddenly clawing at her rational thinking. For a single terrifyingly dark moment, complete panic filled her, and she knew she had lost control of her thoughts and her actions. She had no idea if she was moving or not. No senses, no thoughts, just the sound of an internal quiet scream. She was going to pass out. "No, you can't do that. If he has to shoot you." And that single notion, that crystal-hard thought, pulled her back from the edge. Without consciously willing it, her arms and legs began churning with renewed energy, and Dukor chuckled again. An eternity passed before she crossed the first intersection of ducts. She had abraded her elbows and knees until they became slippery with her blood, but she kept moving. Dukor said nothing, but she could hear the mechanical precision of his breathing behind her, like the approach of a steam locomotive in low gear. Slipping into a dull, monotonous rhythm of movement, letting her thoughts become one with the repetitive advance, she almost didn't notice the second intersection. Time had stretched into a sagging, infinite pull of taffy. The stinging sensation in her knees and elbows had been replaced by a dull throb, and her spine felt as if it were cracking like old ice. "Stop here." Dukor's voice pierced the bubble of her despair, and Isabella was suddenly, sharply, aware of everything in her surroundings. Reaching the turning point, she angled left around the corner and started to push ahead when his hand grabbed her foot. "Stop." She did. "What's wrong?" "Back up. Past me. Into the cross duct." At first she didn't know what he wanted, and she was afraid her indecision would be taken the wrong way. "What?" "Back up," he whispered harshly through his teeth. "I'm taking the lead." "Oh." She suddenly understood his intention, and slipped backward into the intersecting duct and waited for him to pass her and enter the left passageway. Without being told, she followed him. They had not gone more than 50 feet when he suddenly flipped over on his back and sat up in the opening to a vertical shaft above them. He wriggled and twisted into a standing position and stepped up, disappearing from view. When she reached the point of his departure, looking up, she saw his shoes above her, ascending on a series of ladder rungs running up the shaft. If she was going to get out of here, she would have to follow. Looking up reminded her all over again that they were buried somewhere in the earth, jammed into a warren of passageways that could collapse or suddenly end at any moment. Somehow Dukor had memorized the intricate layout of the duct system, or understood its design in a fashion that allowed him to negotiate its labyrinth. But if she lost track of him, she would be lost down here forever. The thought hammered her like a brick on the back of the head. As she maneuvered and twisted into position, she wondered why he had left her on her own.
Granted, he had no worry of her escaping him, but if he didn't need her at some point later, why didn't he just kill her? Of course, she thought, no one had ruled out that option, had they? As she grabbed the rungs and began pulling herself upward, she felt infinitely weary, but she knew she would never quit. It didn't matter what awaited her, she would face it with dignity and as much strength as remained within her. The monster who climbed above her was only that, created through a hideous chain of events that defined the mystery of existence itself. She would triumph over that personified evil of Dukor. She knew this because she believed she was better than him, and it really was that simple. They climbed for what could have been hours or days. She followed his endless ascent because there was nothing else to do. There was no benefit in thinking about the vast emptiness below them, how far she might plummet if she were to simply let go. Her entire world had become the vertical shaft and each succeeding rung. Every joule of energy was dedicated to the goal of raising her foot to climb at least one more rung. And once that was accomplished, she did it all over again. Until finally she looked up to see Dukor's bulk pass off to the right as he huddled into a connecting chamber at a right angle. The unexpected movement renewed her. Isabella pulled herself level with the opening and saw a small chamber no larger than the average powder room. Dukor knelt down and began manipulating a panel at the end of the area. He slid back a faceplate, pulled out a nest of multicolored wires, and pinched a few of them back and forth, working them until the metal fatigued and broke apart. Then he assaulted the panel more roughly until it swung inward, forming a hatch. It opened onto a small platform surrounded by a low railing and accessed by a catwalk across an unexpectedly vast open area with a curved, multi-vaulted ceiling. The underground excavation was so huge, 10 cathedrals could rise up within it and never feel crowded. She looked down on a series of gigantic machines that might be generators or turbines. Bundles of pipelines, thick cable harnesses, and secondary walkways interlaced the entire complex. "Oh, my God," she said, as she dragged herself to the edge of the railing, where Dukor stood nodding his head and grinning like the lunatic he was. "What is it?" "Independent power station, geothermal and fission, hydroponics and desalinization," said Dukor. "There's enough going on down here to keep them alive for 100 years. "Keep who alive?" He laughed. "The government goons who built it. All the fat cats, the power cats." "Where is everybody?" "Nobody down here, all automated, unless there's an emergency." He spat over the railing. "They never found out we compromised this area when we were part of that emergency drill. We never told them." His words brought her up short, and she couldn't resist challenging him. "You said we. Who did you mean by that?" "Me and Nichols. Who else?" And then he threw back his head and cackled like a villain in a Republic serial. Isabella said nothing, deciding she really didn't care that much anymore, and that all she wanted was to get out of there. "Where now?" she said, with no real feeling behind it. "This way." Dukor headed off down the catwalk that bridged out to join another connecting walk. They crossed over the turbines lying side by side like fat sows in a pan. She wondered if anybody could see them as they moved into the center of the open space. If seen, they made simple and obvious targets, but Dukor walked with impunity. He led her down several sets of ladders and through a maze formed by bank after bank of electronics, all rack-mounted like books in a vast library. Despite the tension of her own predicament, she could not help but marvel at the immense complexity of the place and how its existence must be highly classified. And that made her speculate what the government might do to her even if she did escape Dukor's plans. "This way," he said, after a half-hour weaving a path through the underground warren. Dukor pointed to what looked like a recessed wall case for 2 large coiled fire hoses and 4 extinguishers. She watched as he touched a point along the leading edge of the stainless steel sill, and the entire case swung inward on hinges as big as a bank vault's. They entered quickly as the automatic door resealed itself.
Beyond the entrance lay 6 openings in the wall that looked like cylindrical telephone booths. "What's this?" said Isabella, staring at the booths and noticing that each contained a plexiglass pod like a bullet slipped into a firing chamber. "Emergency escape system," he said, reaching to touch another hidden access point on the closest booth. Its protective casing recessed back to reveal a capsule 7 feet tall. "Works like the pneumatic tube systems in old buildings like department stores, powered by geologic heat and pressure. They've got these things stacked in here like giant Pez dispensers. Remember those things?" "Where does it go?" "To the surface. Each pod exits at a different location. Supposed to increase survival odds, no matter what kind of catastrophe there might be up there." "I don't get it." Dukor looked at her with disdain. "You don't have to. Just get in." Isabella eyed the pod's interior, which was not much larger than a coffin's. Her claustrophobia would be acute, and she wondered how long the journey lasted. She was about to ask him when his hand vice-gripped her arm and thrust her into the pod. Its foam-padded lining received her gently, and she relaxed, but only for a moment, until Dukor forced himself in with her. As the plexiglass canopy slid into place, she tried to twist away from the crush of his hard-muscled body, but there was no place to go. Despite his rugged good looks, she had witnessed the corruption beneath the flesh. He stank of it, and being so close, threatened to suffocate her as they lay locked together. Interestingly enough, he seemed to be equally repulsed by her, because she could feel him trying to edge away from as much skin contact as possible. He wriggled his hand low past their hips and touched something on the pod's interior. She felt a vibration on the outer hull, and the pod began to move, slowly at first, but gradually accelerating through absolute darkness. She could feel and smell the closeness of him as they were sucked upward through the earth, but these sensations were quickly replaced by an overwhelming wave of motion sickness and claustrophobia. They turned and twisted in total darkness as they shuttled upward. It was like a demented theme park ride. She heard a high, keening scream, and for a moment didn't realize it was the sound of her own voice. And she blinked her eyes to see a sky so hard and gray it could have been carved of stone. But it was the sky, open and free of the stale clutch of the underground. She felt a surge of joy run through her like an electric current. She lay on her back, still in the pod, as Dukor loomed over her. Reaching down, he clasped her wrist, dragging her from the capsule. Once free of it, she could see its emergence had blown the cover from a sod-covered hatch, protected in a small copse of trees. She staggered to her feet, trying to regain a sense of equilibrium, and waited for the nausea to pass. So far, so good. Dukor edged closer to the clearing beyond the trees. It sloped down toward a state highway. Beyond the road stretched open Virginia farmland, verdant and full of gently rolling hills. Even against the stone-gray sky, it was beautiful. "If they knew our location, they've already tracked us." "Meaning?" She chanced interrupting his thoughts to give herself the clearest picture of what was happening. Any scrap of information might prove essential to her survival. "Meaning they could get here at any time. But I'm already waiting for them." He cocked his ear into the wind like a dog hearing a pitch a man never will. Everything became so quiet she thought she might be hearing the sound of a car's engine far, far away. "Please," said Isabella, leaning against a young maple. "I can't go on like this. Not much longer." "You won't have to," he said, with a smile, but still watching the road below them. He was listening to the sound, now definitely that of approaching vehicles, waiting for a visual contact as well. She watched him as his whole body seemed to tense up like a spring ready to unleash itself. His eyes turreted in his skull as his hands caressed his weapon. Another minute passed before she saw movement on a distant hillside. 2 camouflaged Humvees crested the state highway, then abruptly veered off into the pasture land that gradually sloped upward to their position. One behind the other, the 2 vehicles rumbled toward them. From their current position, they were less than a half-mile distant. "Stay there," said Dukor, pointing at her with the automatic pistol, then to the opened pod. "Let them see you, but be quiet. If you don't, I'll have to shoot you."
What are you going to do?
Isabella backed away from him as he approached one of the larger evergreen trees.
Arrange my transportation,
he said as he jumped up and grabbed the lowermost branch with both hands. She watched with a mixture of awe and loathing as he swung himself into the first tier of branches. For a succinct moment, she had a chance to collect her thoughts, to reflect on the bizarre episode of total unreality she'd experienced. Even so briefly past, it was hard to believe any of it had actually happened. How long had they been down there? How far had they gone? She had been pushing herself so hard for so long that when the effort was no longer needed, she knew she was near collapse. Just standing there by the ruptured pod was causing her knees to buckle. Another sound gradually invaded the area, the rhythmic beating of a helicopter. Clearing a distant stand of trees, it hung against the sky like a giant dragonfly looking for prey. Then slowly, almost lazily, it tilted forward and began to track the progress of the ground vehicles. Even at the great distance, Isabella could feel the earth respond with subtle echoing vibrations of the whump-whump of the machine's approach. By then, the first Humvee had gained the top of the long hill and had zeroed in on her location. From the shortened distance, she could see its occupants, 2 young soldiers looking straight at her. The other vehicle remained out of sight. She had no idea what was going to happen next, but she was afraid to even move. Not a wave, nothing. She wanted to do something to warn them, but she kept imagining the next second being ripped open by a large-caliber bullet, and that image kept her immobile, helpless. What happened next transpired so quickly she wasn't really certain what she witnessed. The Humvee rolled to a stop just beyond the low-slung branches of Ducour's position. As the driver slid out from behind the wheel, he was felled by the madman as he dove headfirst from the tree. In a choreographed series of movements, Ducour broke the driver's neck, grabbed his sidearm from his holster, and put 2 quick slugs into the forehead of the other soldier before he could leave his seat. Stunned, she watched him disappear within the vehicle, just as the other Humvee cleared the hill and jammed to a halt close behind it. Isabella began to shout a warning, but her words were swallowed up in a concussive blast as the second vehicle burst into flames. Ducour leaped from the lead Humvee with a wide-mouthed weapon. He pumped a second shell into the burning hulk, and it blossomed into a shower of black and burning fragments. A rippling burst of concussed air slapped her across the face as she turned away, just glimpsing a snapshot of Ducour standing in the cover of the roiling smoke. Then, looking back, she saw him waiting for the helicopter, now angling toward the burning wreckage with all its guns bristling. Ducour waited for it, legs wide apart like a piece of heroic sculpture, and its pilot never noticed him until it broke through the barrier of black fog. Standing directly beneath the bare belly of the aircraft, Ducour launched a shell into its midsection, then dove for cover beneath the intact Humvee. The fireball strobed from red to blue to white in an instant, a miniature sun, as all the onboard ammo sucked up the oxygen in a series of quick vaporizing blasts. The ground shook from the concussion, but absorbed it ultimately like a sponge. And a terrible silence accompanied the waves of smoke and heat that rolled over her, obscuring the wreckage. She couldn't believe it when she saw Ducour emerge from the debris storm and walk toward her with a toothy smile on his face. "That was fun, don't you think?" he said as he slung the weapon over his shoulder by its webbed strap. Isabella climbed from the pod and backed away from him. Ducour's eyes had grown large and dark, his gaze darting from her to the landscape and back. The presence behind his eyes leered at her, mocked her, and she knew it was the most purely evil thing she'd ever witnessed. The thing that had been Harford Nichols advanced with a casual swagger and reached for a handgun tucked into his belt. "I want to thank you for being such a pleasant traveling companion," he said. "For a while there, I thought you might be a valuable addition to my old kit bag." He didn't have to finish the sentence. As Ducour stopped about 20 feet from her and raised the pistol ceremoniously, she knew she was going to die. With unbelievable slowness, the barrel swung upward, pointing at her face. The weapon's black aperture yawned impossibly wide, as if she were staring down the depths of a dark well. "Dr. Mussina," said Ducour, "a final thank you for giving me life once more.
and then I am afraid it is good night."
Just as he uttered that last word, she screamed something at him. It was the word "no," but distorted by a combination of terror and anger into a long shriek of outrage. Lunging forward, reaching for her executioner, she never heard the thunderous report of his gun. There was a bright flash, like the smile of an angel, and then nothing.